Yo, what's up, guys? I am late. I think they've already started the games. Let me pull it up. Yeah. Are they in game? Okay, they're in Champion Select. We haven't missed much. I hope you guys are having a good day today, though. I am doing well. I went to the gym early this morning, which is why I'm a little bit late, but I'm here.
Have you tried Unstoppable scent
I'm
boosters?
here, and that is all that matters.
Is my laundry power-up for 24-hour non-stop freshness. So now I can
once we get out of this ad, I don't know why I have ads, by the way.
Level up your
I normally never have ads.
There's so many ways to start up the fights.
Okay. Really let's look at the teams. It's Gakkos, Griffin, Quad, Masu, Cryogen, Fudge, Contracts, Zinni, B-Boy, and Seos.
That's required of FlyQuest, in my opinion, is a little bit.
I'm ready. Dude, I haven't eaten, and I'm so hungry, especially after working out. So I made the food, which is why it took me so long. But I haven't eaten it yet.
Yeah, Jungle Malphite's exciting.
Okay,
having Zinni on like
I need to
the
turn
staple
on.
mid laner for, as you mentioned earlier, Emily, pretty much any type of comp or situation in League of Legends is a great
still
way
yapping
to get
about
a gauge
nonsense.
on, you know, how he's going to look here for his debut. Pretty much
That's
every
how it be.
aspect of the mid laner skill set
That's
can be
how it be, for
applicable
sure.
to his ear.
Absolutely.
Okay, so during today's stream, I'm going to be streaming for longer. So after LCS, I will be streaming like ranked. Because like I'm itching to play. Like, why would I get on here and not play League of Legends? Like, let's keep it a buck. But I am so excited to see Berserker back in NA. Oh my gosh.
If it's a carry, if he thinks it's OP, he's gonna play it, and he's gonna play it well.
Oh my gosh, it's gonna be the grandest time. Cardinal, thank you so much for the 12 months, the 1 year. I hope you're having a beautiful day today. I did not ever get the tickets. I'm kind of scared I'm gonna get scammed trying to buy these tickets off of Twitter, but
he's gonna go PTA. I am expecting it to
the worst that could happen?
You know, like Zeke's tank, you know, that kind of more standard style. I'm not gonna see like full AP or anything crazy. But the clear for Malphite is actually quite good now.
I'm so happy
you
he's
really
back.
can power through the jungle pretty quickly. Of course, your ganks are not really anything until you're 6. This is like kind of the Nocturne territory.
You can throw
or
a shard at them.
Maybe even worse than.
I love a Nocturne.
Kind of way of waddle into lane, you know.
You can waddle aggressively, yes.
I do want to bring up Zinni again, as you see on the side of your screen. He is one of the most hyped mid lane prospects coming out of the LCK. Everyone was kind of wondering where he would end up after PT Challengers, and I did really quickly pull what I think is one of his most famous play on this Azir that he's playing currently, but this was a huge turnaround fight against Damwon Kia Challengers, I believe they were called at that point, in 2024. And it's one of his most famous kind of Azir shuffle plays that completely
everybody want to be
Faker,
y'all.
I think he actually got the MVP for this game as well.
Yep. I mean, this guy has been around for a while in Challengers and really looking incredibly strong. As B-Boy going to take a 4th shot to the face and is getting pretty low here. We've seen a lot of pretty dominant 2v2s. I will say it feels like more skewed than normal.
Bro, I'm so
last year, if you had a really bad 2v2 matchup in bot lane, you just
out
swapped.
of it.
Now you can't do that with role quest. You are very much locked in your position.
No role swapping.
Unless you are willing to get crazy and swap in champ select. Like, you can actually swap your role. People have been seeing experiment with that more, so I think that might end up coming to competitive later.
I wonder if we'll ever see that, though. I think that'll be really interesting.
And you can swap things around, but that is a big commitment.
Snowing like crazy.
We did see a little bit of that too last year as well, especially with the Corki being sent top occasionally to farm up there. But yeah, this Jhin Karma bot lane really taking control of the wave in this 2v2, forcing out the back from B-Boy.
As TP at least, so we'll be able to come back, but is at least going to lose a couple of those minions. And not the best buy. It's just a tier with no pots or anything, so not ideal start here for B-Boy and Seos.
But this is kind of what I want to see from a team that drafts Karma support.
They're not doing good.
If you're going to take this pick, I need to see the bottom lane in this type of shape, so that's going well for FlyQuest.
Yeah, and I think something that's kind of really going to be interesting to see is how Masu and Quad kind of evolve into their new roles on the team, right? Because they were kind of known as more quiet players on this FlyQuest team last year.
Yeah, but they're going to be leading the charge this year.
With Inspired, with Whippo, with really opinionated players who are loud, who are going to be shot calling, who are going to be talking a lot about it. And you'll talk to people, and they basically said that Masu and Busio didn't even talk when they played in-game because they were so on the same page that
I
they
hope
could
you
really
get
just play
it.
with pinks. When you're playing with someone who is brand new to the tier 1 scene, like Cryogen.
I really hope you get it, friend.
You have got to talk. You have got to tell him what you want from him, what you need from him. And it's going to be more of that leadership
Not telling them to ban Bard.
That is kind of crazy that he is half my age. That's that is wild. But yeah, you got somebody new to the league. He's got to find his own identity in the way that he works with the team, the way that he can be his best support. And right now, in that bottom lane, there is the wave and change advantage for Masu over B-Boy in terms of the farm. Little tiny advantage there for Quad in mid lane as well. As you can see, supports making their way over. Zinni not going to be hit by that empowered inner flame.
Yeah, I heard Genji is undefeated.
Ward Seos away now.
I mean, it's just such a different year and such different expectations for
When will
FlyQuest now
these
coming into this year.
teams learn? They never
at the end of
will.
the Worlds, they were the longest standing tier 1 roster in the world. 513 days together. The expectations was, you're going to dominate LCS. You're going to try to challenge the top teams internationally. That's what people were expecting from FlyQuest. Now it's like a total rebuild.
And that didn't happen, baby.
3 of your players. You lost arguably the 2 best players in the West, period, with Inspired and Busio. And now you have 3 super young players. You have new coaches coming in. You have a complete overhaul, and everything is kind of now a restart. They firmly believe that they have the future of League of Legends here in North America on this team. They think they have some really talented young players, but you have got to develop those players and see how quickly they can do that.
Exactly. It's a long-term investment versus looking to just immediately be right back in contention for, we're going to guarantee that we're top 2. We're just going to get the most expensive guys, the most experienced guys we can.
And I think that's kind of what's exciting to me about this roster is that yes, it is a long-term thing, but you can see the potential with these players. So if there is that high roll and everyone kind of just works from the word go, they could be really good really fast.
Yep.
Yeah, they're a really exciting young team. By contrast, I think it's really interesting to look at Shopify, right, who kept almost their entire roster. I was wondering if Fudge was going to go for it. He did not. But they kept their entire roster, right, except for mid lane. They did that mid lane swap, as we see.
Yep, flash coming out immediately. The follow unstoppable force from Contracts, and it appears Griffin is caught in a place he can't.
I really want to see Griffin excel.
Shopify.
Contracts just had the earlier level 6 there. Griffin was not quite 6, and Contracts just flashes in on him to slow him. Griffin flashes out, but you still have the ult to follow after that. So well played there by Contracts. Gets that early
The thing is with these new teams, y'all.
Yeah, that's huge for Shopify.
It's really rare for them to be
getting that level 6 really well done.
Really good off rip.
Kind of coming online exactly.
And let me tell you why. It's because these teams have to build synergy amongst each other.
And should give them a little bit more control.
With all of these new players to the LCS, new players in terms of rookies, like first time playing on stage, because that's a whole nother issue, is that playing at home in solo queue, playing in tier 2 and playing on LCS stage, it's all very different. A player can play completely different at home than what they play on stage. So like, this being the first game of the season, I think it'll be very different from what we see towards the end of the season, and if teams keep their rosters into next year. Because FlyQuest, like they said, lost Whippo, lost Inspired, lost Busio. Shopify, they kept most of their whole team except for Zinni, so they might have the leg up here against FlyQuest.
Taking control of some of these early skirmishes. I do have to point out, Flowers, lane swaps did have a little bit more action than the extended laning phase we're seeing now.
You know, my evenings are also much more eventful if I eat poisoned, rotten food, but I don't particularly think that makes them
I don't
better.
think they let go of Lucio.
Crash on the way home. It's pretty action-packed.
I think
but it's not exactly the best way to spend
the EU team, I think it was dramatic.
I'm sorry, Emily,
For
but
yourself, no.
I'm never crossing the line to
Or
your
maybe it
side
was,
on this issue. But Shopify
Okay.
Rebellion,
The team that
happy
got
with their
Jojo.
nice
I forget
little
what team
early
he went
lead
to in
here.
EU.
Teleports you can see
But-
are ready to go for everybody on the
Oh,
map.
it's KC.
Except
KC.
for the top laners.
I don't think
Quad has
that,
his. You've got them ready and available, not
FlyQuest
just
let
for
go of
Zinni and
Lucio.
B-Boy, but also for
I think
Sales, who does have the Summer
KC
Spellbook on the
outbid,
board. So I want to see if
or like
Shopify
was
can
gonna
really
pay
catch FlyQuest
Lucio
off guard
more.
with all these TPs. Griffin goes in for the
He's a
Cyclone.
really good support.
Contracts tanks the front of it. There's your curtain call, 3 shots of Contracts, and he goes in for the shuffle, but he only finds the target there on a Griffin. As the Wukong is about to die again, B-Boy takes the kill. Zinni staying alive. Quad at least finds it, but no, the kill credit goes over to Cryogen. It's
Hey,
a
so
2-for-1
remember what I just
favoring
said?
Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, it's good for Shopify at the end of the day here. Zinni tried to go for the big play with that flash shuffle, but couldn't catch him.
Yeah, B-Boy in danger now, down to 300 HP. You're going to see Seos down to 200 as well.
Y'all think
but
we're gonna get
FlyQuest
some
won't have the
Samira
firepower to finish off
ADC
those kills.
Yeah, but they
in
will
pro
be
play?
able to
I
get
really hope so,
mid-bio
because
off
she's
of
so
this,
strong.
Which actually does work out well for them as we see Gakkos and Fudge continuing to go
Yo, what's
at
up,
it. And
JT?
now
Yeah, we got
Contracts
LCS
is-
to watch.
We don't have a Drake take yet, but he is going up and going to get at least one of these grubs.
Yep, is able to grab one grub. B-Boy
Oh, I
walking
pray
away
Yun
with 2
will.
kills.
They did
It is
before.
always terrifying to see an accelerated poke Varus. The amount of damage this guy starts to do is just ridiculous. So are going to have to be pretty careful about that now.
Okay, let's see here. We do have the 1 grub taken by Contracts for the Shopify side. Now Griffin is up there dealing with the remaining 2 grubs. Azale, you, Kobe, and I had a conversation about this yesterday, about how grubs, the efficacy
Samira
of that
Renata
objective
is so
feels
good.
significantly less in 2026 than it did
Because if you
in
get the 1
2025.
reset
So not
and you
gonna
get the
be as
bailout,
happy about being able to take the majority of the grubs as you would have been in the previous year there for FlyQuest, but hey, 2-1 is still a thing. We've still got
that's
that
fair.
first Drake on the board. Ocean
That's
Drake
fair,
as the
Cupcake.
first one oftentimes gets prioritized a little bit earlier, but this time around, 10 minutes on the clock, still nobody there.
Yeah, and as we see Shopify kind of trying to move in after that skirmish, reestablish vision on this bot side and take advantage of the push
I
that
agree,
Forest
JT.
did establish down there. Also,
I think
as
it'll
you
be
already
very
pointed out,
interesting.
Azale, those long-range arrows are starting to hurt.
Yep, it is going to be a little bit difficult, but Masu and Cryogen have done a great job in the 2v2. So even with those 2 kills going over and the plate going over to B-Boy, the gold is pretty much dead even. Masu has his Ghost Blade done. They did create a pretty massive CS advantage, you know.
Almost 4 waves.
Yeah, exactly. A good 20 CS down there in the bot lane is quite nice. Top lane, even though, you know, we've seen some pretty heavy trading, it's basically dead even, and now Shopify, they have first move here. This is going to be completely uncontested. You can see Masu and Cryogen are just walking out of base. Griffin is still just farming. He does not have that completed item because with the Zeke's Rush, it's a lot faster completion than something like the Triforce on the other side, and he's got CDR boots as well.
And it looks like Shopify wants to make a move
Is it?
after Quad.
Oh, they're
here.
just
The
gonna-
exhaust is down
wow.
into the Emperor's
Holy.
Divide. And when
That poor
Contract
boy.
shows up, they've got more than enough damage. Contracts will take his first kill of the game as Shopify
That poor
go
boy,
up
man.
4-1.
And I mean, it's fantastic for Contracts.
They did
Doesn't have
not
to
give him a
spend the
chance.
ulti, as Fudge going to have to flash out of there.
Thank you, Theo.
Okay, Zinni overstays his welcome,
Yeah,
gets a
look
little
at-
greedy there, and Griffin cashes in.
Triforce done.
Griffin said, no,
That's
sir.
a really nice pickup for Griffin, kind of taking advantage of the fact that Zinni was overstaying. As we already pointed out, though, yeah, Contract's looking completely comfortable on this Malphite. It is the exact type of champion that we already covered, that he loves to play, and we see him already being just really, really confident going for so many of these engages with his team.
And this item is just so good for Malphite jungle.
Everybody's
now in this new
kinda
season.
rooting
The
for
ulti
Griffin.
haste
I love
is
to
so
see
nice.
it.
You have an AoE burn and slow after you cast your ulti. So, you know, with this relatively cheap build here early on, it's just ready to go, and we'll see how Zinni died. Looks like he's just going to get caught by a flash ER, and that is just about that.
Yep, you're dead before the last tick of damage comes out from the Cyclone, so not really that great. Meanwhile, all out here on the top side, Fudge in some danger, and Griffin is going to pick up his second kill of the
Griffin.
game. FlyQuest
You really getting on the board
striking
right
back.
now.
It was a rough start for Griffin, but he has made up for it a little bit now as B-Boy fires off another piercing arrow. Meanwhile, back in mid lane, it's Con.
Everybody make sure you ban Malphite jungle in your games, because that's unacceptable. That man cannot be able to just walk up and ult you.
Exactly what what
and
I
you
want
die.
to see from both of these junglers, right? Really getting involved with their lanes as we see Griffin kind of showing up to try to stop this mid lane push.
This is getting spicy.
Yeah, curtain call is opened up. Third shot misses, fourth shot also just a little bit off the mark there. So B-Boy avoiding some serious damage as Seos continues retreating back out of the Pixel Brush. Cryogen does throw the ward down, activates the Phaelite.
Zeke's first item.
Zinni is going to start
What is
becoming
Zeke's?
a
I don't even know what
huge
that is.
problem
All I
on
know
this
is ADC
Azir.
items.
We can see why they've poured so many resources. Contracts.
Oh, for Malphite? Is that what?
There, or Seos has
Malphite
been rotating
build?
up on the Bard. And he is in a really, really good spot heading into the mid game.
Oh, it's
kind of want to see that mid lane kill again, just to see, you know, was it a flash over the wall? Like, did he have no vision? Because I believe Quad had flash, so there was always that possibility of being able to react. But
What's up, Arson? I'm doing well. How are you?
Out of fog, it is pretty tough to react to that. But that is something that is just so important against playing against Malphite, right? If you can flash that ulti, he doesn't necessarily have a way out, you know. And yes, this is a really powerful build, but it's not like you're some full pure tank where you're just invincible if you do avoid that engage.
So one thing that I'm noticing that's really demonstrating just the focus that Shopify have had on the mid lane, contract with multiple visits there. The one man on the map right now whose quest is not completed.
Like if you hover over it on my stream,
and they're looking to keep him away from it for a little bit longer now too. Shopify setting up for
does
what
it work
could
for
be a
y'all?
dive, but FlyQuest knows Quad is the one with a target on his back so far in this first 14 minutes.
There he goes.
Plates are falling. That's the checkpoint. This is a regular thing in the game now. I've got to keep checking in at this point on the clock. And so far, it's been a good 14 minutes for Shopify.
Yeah, and you see kind of how they're really trying to take control of this bot side of the map. Both teams sending their ADs mid, try to get mid prio, the most important thing ever in the history of League of Legends.
Thank you, LCS.
As we see Shopify maybe setting up for a dive again.
Okay, Cryo and Quad gonna look to see if they can try to stop this, but as soon as Contracts gets the chance, he's immediately full sending it here with the ultimate, gets shuffled back towards the team, and Zinni's taking his third kill of the game. The Azir gets fed, Orianna's dead. Shopify know the playbook.
This is why they have to nerf Jinx, so I get it now?
Redive and setup. They had the wave, more money in the pocket of Zinni, and we'll see if Griffin wants to try to respond with a potential dive onto Fudge up here.
Okay,
it is
immediately
Phoenix.
Gat goes in, goes all out over the wall, brings Fudge away from the safety of the turret. Dominus or not, that crocodile is done for. The burst from FlyQuest is clean to get a fourth kill.
I mean, they made that dive look so easy. Gecko sets it up perfectly, just pulls him fully away from that tower. They knock him down.
Okay, FlyQuest
Gotta be a bit critical of Quad though on that bot side. That ult was a
I don't know if y'all noticed, but they paired
has a great sidestep on that
all the teams that look alike against each other. So FlyQuest versus Shopify, both green teams. Team Liquid versus C9, both blue teams. Who else played yesterday? What was it? DSG versus...
For Shopify Rebellion, the Herald's going to lose some patience. Cryogen does get slowed
It wasn't
down
Lion.
by the binding there, and Shopify are going to clear out the vision, maintain control of the Herald pit.
Sentinels? Oh, that's red and yellow. Dang it, guys. It should have been DSD versus Dignitas. It would have been yellow versus yellow.
This that you called for.
Yo, thank you so much for the 50 bitty bitty bits, BB.
This was the earlier one, not the last kill. This was that previous one. So it's the observer showing
What's up,
us
Krona? How you doing, babe?
Out of vision here, and it's basically just going to come as a total surprise. He's going to flash out ult. Pretty tough to react from when
you know how many times this man has been flash ulted by Malphite?
I'm not going to give him the credit.
Yeah, that's
every one of his deaths.
He should have flashed for sure. I mean, he knew the Malphite was there, and it was a max range ult, so that's when you got to flash. If you don't, it's just so hard. He flashes then after being ulted and just gets swept in by the Azir, so then it's kind of insult to injury because you can't even avoid the next one. And with how much CDR the Malphite has, like, the ult is up a lot.
Yeah, it's like if you're not flashing the ulti, you shouldn't be flashing, right? Because at that point, the spell is just going to be wasted. But sometimes those are some of the small errors that can end up costing more as the game goes forward. Griffin stunned to the wall here as FlyQuest want to go after the Drake. Seo's caught out by the deadly flourish. He does open up a magical journey, takes that to safety over the wall. Contracts ready to contest.
You can really tell that Griffin isn't scared. He's not a scared player.
That's enough to force Shopify back. Now Fudge is looking for his opportunity to get some kind of a punish. Tempered Fate finds Griffin.
He's doing a really good job.
Not going to find a target. Now Cryogen is that target as Contracts wants some more damage. Gets away with the magical journey.
He's playing pretty aggro. I like to see it.
Masu,
I'm gonna need you to land one, baby.
Curtain call not hitting the targets on this one.
He didn't,
As the
by the
Herald
way.
is summoned up down here in the bottom lane, maybe for combat purposes. Gak goes
Okay,
in, root onto
let's
Fudge yet
secure
again.
these kills.
And FlyQuest gets the kill underneath the tower. Now the Herald is going to be an Uber back home to safety, but it looks like they're going to drive it through the ditch instead. It's all right. They're not in trouble. The tier 1 turret should just fall down here, though, and it's a very good sequence for FlyQuest.
Yeah, FlyQuest
Let's go
managed
Fly!
to get that tier 1. I do want to point out, though, while that was happening, Zinni could not join because of TP, right? So he was able to push this in, get this turret up here in top, and mid tier 1 also went down during that entire sequence because it just took so long. Initially, I thought Shopify were just going to go for a soft contest and completely back off once they pulled FlyQuest away from that Drake pit, but
Gotta say, Protoplasm Harness also pretty strong on the Malphite here. That was the
agree,
second
Damien.
item completion, so did purchase that up.
Rude, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime in the 13 months
that is so strong right now. You
of
have
support. I
two
hope you're having a
support
good day
items
today.
essentially here, really fast completion times. He was on 2 full items there, where it's like just Triforce in pieces. for the
Still
other
with nothing
jungler.
but sunshine
Jungle
and
Malphite
rainbows.
shops the same brands
Yo,
that
what's
Jungle
up,
Ivor
Holy?
does.
Thank you, thank you.
They don't
both
care
shop
about
at the same
names.
store.
They
How are you?
don't care about brands or clout. Zinni does not care about anything right now because he is dead for the next 40 seconds.
Griffin went from 0-2 to 4-2, by the way.
From FlyQuest, but now the attempted punish for Shopify. Piercing Arrow gets the first kill. B-Boy's on a killing spree. Griffin in a little bit of danger as the Chains of Corruption over the wall don't find the target, but Fudge is in hot pursuit. The Croc gets fed, and Quad is out of mana, out of options, out of time as he runs towards the enemy turrets.
I sure didn't.
Seismic shard from Contracts to
Did
guarantee
he
there's no
really just ult
execution.
him again?
And Shopify get the better of the trade. They're up 2,000 gold.
yeah, FlyQuest thought they'd have an angle onto Zinni, get him out of the game, kill the raid boss's ear.
Do not ult.
Really nice collapse from Shopify coming in, and it's just going to give them so much more
He
map
flashed for it,
control
though.
on this top side.
It's been a tough game for Quad, I'm not gonna lie. 0-5 now at this point.
He has been targeted a lot.
Well, looks like the target is right now on the Malphite. Contract.
That's a cheating,
it's
brother.
fine.
Don't get too excited.
I'm just gonna
I
buy
was gonna say,
resell.
It's not like this target is particularly
Hopefully.
threatening. Since he is 2-0 and 6, he's got his ult up in 3 seconds. He can run away
Fast
if he
he's
needs
walking
to.
away.
He didn't even proc the safety belt.
He's chilling. He's fine. 2 minutes until our next dragon spawns, but with both teams only at a single Drake so far, I'm not feeling like the Drake win con is really the story of this game.
No.
We do still have that good gold lead for Shopify Rebellion. Over 2,500 now, as FlyQuest will be tasked with defending their own red side jungle. Shopify thinks they have enough of a lead to just force their way in here
Yeah,
and try to
I've
steal
heard
away
about
these minor
Gen G.
objectives in the buffs.
I did
They
not
know
see
that,
T1 this morning, though.
Gakkos can't join for a little bit because his TP is down, so we'll see how much pressure they actually want to give this turret.
He's gonna lose his whole bot side jungle.
I don't know why they
Griffin
locked
isn't
in
even,
Jen.
cross mapping to try
I'm
to
gonna
steal
be
late camps
honest
or
with
anything.
you.
They were kind of soft contesting this, but they didn't end up being able to walk in, so they kind of just watched them
He
take both
scales
the Krugs and the red
super
buff
hard
and
late,
push bot all at the same
But
time.
a mobile champ like
FlyQuest
that into
really
Malphite,
starting to
Azir,
fall behind
Renekton,
more and more. It's nearly 3K now.
I find it a little silly.
Knock up there on Seos. He tries to get away, but the curtain call has opened. First 2 shots.
Wait, Zinni just failed his ult.
Zinni. Fourth one saved for
Oh.
Seos, and the shutdown
Whoa.
over to Masu.
Nice, Masu.
Fourth shot gets it done. Now Contracts on the run. Deadly Flourish will not hit him for that extra CC. Shopify continues their retreat. Defensive
Okay, and then he
Malphite
ults out.
ulti to make sure
All
he
right,
doesn't die there.
Quad, you're
it's gonna
safe
proc
for the
the
next
harness
45
as well.
seconds from Malphite
Biggest
ult.
problem there for Shopify, honestly,
He
was
can
that Zinni
breathe.
was completely right? So, if you have that threat of the turn with the Malphite ult, you could have actually maybe looked for something, but Zinni whiffed on the ult, then was completely out of mana when he E'd back over the wall. So they couldn't really turn and fight at that point, which meant Contracts it just has to run for the hills. This TP not going to find much of anything as Seos just spellbook TP down towards that bottom side. I was seeing if there was an angle there, but Quad, of course, had the empowered recall available with the tier 3 boots.
And I feel like if you're FlyQuest, you want a
Guys,
fight
maybe
that
mid lane
Ghost
did
is
get
involved
something
in. If you
useful.
think there's a fight you need to take at all, he is the 1 point of strength for them on the map right now, up 600 gold individually. Does have his first 2 major items completed with Iceborne and Thornmail, so it's a ton of armor. Obviously, the MR is a bit of a vulnerability right now. You can see the cloak in inventory working towards a big MR item to be able to deal with the Azir DPS.
Got some shoes.
Yeah, you see, all right, he's got some shoes,
Yeah.
but you know, it's not like they're not name brand, right?
No.
We're all shopping at the Malphite store today. As Shopify Rebellion, our first to the bottom side river, looking at this third Drake of the game. FlyQuest thinking about contesting for it, but remember, nobody's super stacked. FlyQuest still wants the challenge, and it's going to be stolen away by Griffin. The Wukong goes in to take the objective. Contract's bursted low, but he's not bursted down. Masu's in danger as Fudge slices and dices into the middle of the fight. Zinni wants to go in, and he finds the shuffle onto Cryogen. Everybody else barely manages to escape, but Kwon gets the single auto attack to get Zinni back. He tries to flash to get away. A little bit more damage is not there from Shopify as Bevo fires away.
They really went in quad.
Masu's still on the run.
I don't think that was too
On the
bad.
side of Shopify, 2 dead for Fly.
But they were able to steal away the dragon. That is so big. Griffin stealing the dragon makes that super worthwhile. A second dragon grab for them. Zinni goes in for the big play, but it was really fast flashes from FlyQuest to avoid that. Everyone was able to flash away except for Cryogen. And then as a result, Quad just turns and actually knocks down Zinni, able to get that kill, barely survives. As the Cassante comes in for the shield, he has that command protect as well. It's critical that he's able to live there. We didn't get a full view on this steal. Let's see,
Yeah,
1800, just Q smite, nicely done.
Yeah, and he pays for it with his life here. But like you said, I actually think FlyQuest, this is completely worth for them, especially since Quad is able to get this kill onto Zinni on the back half of this fight.
They got those young hands, the quick flashes coming out on the FlyQuest side.
That's true. The average age of this team is what, like 20 years old and change? Yep. Yeah.
Crazy.
That's crazy.
That's literally
That's
crazy.
like 2005. Yeah, that's wild, man.
Yeah, I mean, they're a very young team. They were already a young
I've been
team. They were,
partners
one of the
since
youngest teams international when we
22,
would
I think,
go.
so 4 years.
But they got even younger. This was last year.
But it looks like Quad might not be getting much older on the Rift. Contracts are going to take him out before old age can strike, as Griffin's in the middle of everybody with a 3-man fight. Contract's going to get hit there by the R2 as Zinni retreats. FlyQuest trying to find these kills, but they don't have the burst to get anybody here just yet. Gat goes into the back line. Zinni's going to be taken low, taken down. Gat goes, gets the kill. Fudge is trying to create the same kind of space into the FlyQuest back lines. He stuns up Quad. Attack, but he can't find it. The shield is real.
Live forever, bro.
Alive.
That is massive for FlyQuest. They win out this fight 3-0. We'll see if they can try to push for a Baron. They really want to go for it here.
Yeah, piercing arrow coming out from B-Boy. Contracts has to be the one keeping anybody from FlyQuest away from this Varus. FlyQuest now still all 5 players alive, going after the Baron. It's 15 seconds until Zinni is back alive. 5 seconds on Seos. B-Boy and Contract stepping up. Cryogen going to be your target here at the start. Baron half HP. Now
3 seconds on Malphite ult.
Gat goes, he's low, Griffin low, in goes Contracts, tries to take him
Griffin's
out,
so low.
Wants to be able to fight for the smite.
Nice smite.
It's Griffin to guarantee it for FlyQuest.
Nice smite from Griffin, okay. We might have a smite king on our hands, guys.
But he dies himself. Seos and B-Boy are chasing him down. They want to get as many of these kills as they can. Griffin's still waiting in the tri-brush.
Griffin's wondering, like, do I stay? Do I go?
Cryogen with a Montre and her flame. Masu down to 100 HP. He stays alive. B-Boy gets 1 kill. He's on a rampage. He gets a second there on Masu. Seos knows Griffin and Gat goes are the only 2 left alive here. The Baron, he tries to go in. Fudge pops Dominus. He wants
Don't die, guys.
He goes back in. Gat is kiting him. Fudge is chasing. Griffin and Gat juggling this renekton around. But Fudge finally gets the kill.
They definitely should have just backed.
The last one? If they can get the kill on Griffin here, it's massive, because that's the last Baron. But no, Griffin survives.
They definitely should have backed.
What a fight over by the Baron. That was insanity. Contracts. The split second his ulti came up, it was a couple seconds as he was going for that contest. The ulti comes up, he tries to kill off Griffin, but Griffin barely survives. We gotta go back. So this is right as he ultied back in, right on cooldown. Can't finish Griffin. He flashes into the back of the pit, looks to finish this off. I saw about 70 health on the Baron from the smite from Contract. 78. when the smite comes in,
78
he tried
damage.
to time his smite with his W, but the W from the Malphite wasn't perfectly synced up, so it went off. The W was literally mid-clap when the smite came through from the Wukong, so not perfect timing there from Contracts, and Griffin back-to-back objective are secured, and then this was just insane, Emily.
Yeah, and I mean, look at all of the healing coming out of the heals and shields. How many times I thought that Shopify would be able to take advantage of these blinking health bars.
Bruh.
Basil dying a little bit there.
I like how the completely different reactions from the coaching staff of the same team. Apollo looks devastated. Thinkard just looks happy.
Yeah, Apollo looks like one of those anime ghosts has like left his body. The fight before that, I do want to point out.
Wait, hold on. We don't have time for that right now. Immediately, Griffin's going in and B-Boy's going down. Perfect engage there from FlyQuest.
So no ADC, no jungler.
On a killing spree as
That's going to be third dragon for I was going to say for Griffin, for FlyQuest.
The fact that Griffin stole the last one, this is FlyQuest moving to Soul Point.
Yeah, I normally don't like 50-50s as well, but
I love what we've
I feel like that kind of shows we can trust Griffin on smites.
When it was Contracts really trying. Fudge is in trouble.
Yeah, hold on. What's going on here with the crocodile?
He was in position for what he thought was going to be the dragon fight.
Yeah.
But then his team got caught moving to the dragon, and he was trying to recall. Gets, I think, found out on that recall, so gets spotted, ends up going down, and that is really costly. Now Zinni's in the wrong spot too. Yeah, Zinni got to be careful here. Has the Sun Disc to fall back to, but Quad is still looking to keep the play going because Griffin's also about to arrive. Defensive Emperor's Divide from Zinni keeps him alive. But honestly, this game at its peak was almost 3,000 gold advantage for Shopify. Now 2,000 advantage for FlyQuest. It's a 4.5K swing. And I mean, what a massive difference these couple objective secures have made for Griffin. Griffin is super fed now. Getting that last dragon, securing the Baron over Contracts as well is huge for FlyQuest. They're in control. Yeah, Masu just used the curtain call to poke Shopify down so the rest of the team could move up, take down this tier 1 turret, and guarantee more money in their pockets. Now nearly a 3,000 gold lead for FlyQuest. Less than 4 minutes on the clock until their Dragon Soul will spawn. Shopify went from driving the car to being stuffed into the trunk. Yeah, and I just want to point out, we've talked about Griffin's objective control, right? The Drake steal, the Baron. However, look at this. He's participated in almost all
living up to the hype.
FlyQuest's kills, right? So he has just been absolutely involved with everything this team has been doing.
Oh my gosh,
I do want everyone
Jamie.
to cast their mind way back to that topside fight before Baron that kind of set up the Baron take.
Juicy,
because
what?
Gakkos was actually the hero of that fight.
Bro is
coming
19
in with
years
the
old.
teleport ward above where the fight was happening.
Bro
so when
was
Shopify were able to
born
engage,
19 years ago. He's not even 20 and it's 2026.
I mean, look at his journey. You know, hit Challenger.
The 2000s are older
rank 1 at 16.
than Griffin.
He was on T1 Challengers, which was very cool. Played in the CP
Bro,
wall
be
on
so freaking
Loud
for
for a
real.
little bit, and now he is here in NA. This is a guy who, you know, some people
He's so
have been
freaking
hyping
for real.
quite a long time. I know LS has been a big fan of him and talking about him for many years, and so it is really cool to get to see him come out. And it was fun talking to Thinkard about this team because I talked to every coach and I asked the coaches, you know, how would you like us to judge your team? Like, by what metric would you want us to judge success? And he was saying, we have to win team fights. If this team cannot win team fights, something is wrong. He's like, I got a bunch of teenagers on my team. If we can't win with our hands, we're not going to win. He's like, I can teach them everything else, but they have to have good hands. If I'm going to sign a 17-year-old and an 18-year-old, you got to have good hands.
I think we've seen that today from a lot of these team fights, right? As we see the dance in mid lane begin. Okay, so
08 should be illegal.
Side lanes. Quad does not have a teleport, so FlyQuest
You should go to jail if you're born.
Because Fudge will be the one that can then immediately skew
Anything
the odds
past
for Shopify. So
04.
FlyQuest are going to disengage from this. They have
You should just go straight to jail. Born, jail.
It's 30 seconds until the Baron shows up. Quad does have his Rabadon's Death Cap on top of the Ludens and the Shadow Flame. We talked about how the game was starting so rough for this Orianna. He was set so far behind. He is the only one without an individual gold lead right now, but 3 full item power spike is plenty.
And especially, this is not the defensive items. This is not like a Rowan, a Banshees, and a Zonias. This is the one-shot you with a combo.
Okay, Gakkos is going in. Pathmaker to lead the way, but he won't find anybody immediately. Now Fudge has also arrived here with a TP. FlyQuest moving up, looking to reassert themselves as dominant in this river area with the Baron on the map. Contracts and Zenny waiting.
There's
Contract with a
Volty.
3-man knockup, but nobody else is there.
He's so tanky.
Nobody else is in the same town. Nobody else is in the same damn zip code.
Where was everybody at?
Masu just shoots him down, and Shopify are not coordinated enough. Griffin spins in with the R1, and he knocks B-Boy up into the air. Masu shoots him back down into the ground. Cryogen kills Seos. It's 3 dead for free, favoring FlyQuest.
And that's going to be Baron as well.
Yeah.
And Contracts just sees 3-man ulti. His eyes get big, but your Varus is not there. Your Azir is not there. No one can follow up on the play. He goes in, and insult to injury flashes out as he dies as well. So they get the kills. They're going to get the Baron uncontested, and FlyQuest are just running away with it in this first game.
Yeah, and I love the way that they have approached setting up these fights. We talked about how this composition with the Jhin, with so many divers, kind of wants to create that space, right? And so they've been setting this up so well with their positioning from Gakkos, who did this earlier. This is where Contracts just, I understand
Here's
why
Renekton.
he sees the
Here's
angle.
Varus.
But yeah, your Azir is nowhere near you as well. The rest of the team was definitely not ready to follow up on this fight, which sets
if
up
you're born in the 2000s,
Jhin and Wukong to
like
take over here.
2002, 2003,
Hold on, we're already
and
back
you're
to
20
live,
years
my friends.
old,
Gakko's in the front line.
jail.
Fudge wrapping around for the flank here with the Dominus. Tempered Fate lands onto Quad, but Contracts is already killed at the start of the fight. Yet again, Fudge only
that's
arrives
pretty
in time
legit.
to be isolated from the rest of his team. Griffin goes into the back line of Shopify. Immediately forced away by the Emperor's Divide. FlyQuest has low health bars.
I'm 05 and I'm turning 21. I'm sorry, fam. You gotta go to jail.
FlyQuest claim it.
You gotta go to jail.
Plenty of HP to work with. They need a lot of value here out of the
I don't
piercing
think
arrows.
it.
Curtain call opens up. B-Boy tagged
I don't
with 2
think it
shots.
should be okay that you guys are out of jail.
Who brings a bow to a gunfight?
And you're
It's not a
21
winning
and you were
play.
born in
FlyQuest are gonna
Listen how
take the
crazy that
kills
sounds.
and the objective.
I was born in
just bailed on B-Boy.
2002. I'm 21 years. Like, that doesn't even sound right.
As Masu takes down B-Boy with that final shot, and Ludwig and Moist Critical tuning in at an inopportune moment, I think.
Yeah, I love what we've seen from FlyQuest in this game. Even when Shopify
Telling me I gotta go to jail the day before my birthday is crazy. Oh my gosh, happy birthday! What color cuffs do you want? Do you want black or silver?
Which one? These picks. And I mean,
like, which
this
one?
is a young team with hands.
Maybe we can bedazzle them and make them pink? I don't know.
And
might be
Shopify,
T.
you know, started out really well,
Might be
but
T.
has not been necessarily on the same page with a lot of these engages. And some of them have been very costly. It feels like Fly is making these individual good plays. They're kiting out. It feels like we're having so many fights where it's really close margins, very low health, but they're able to stay
Yeah, my
alive,
sister was born in
to stay
04, and I always feel old when I think about it. No, literally. My brother was born in 03, and I think he's like, what,
and these long extended
22?
with that much move speed, so tough to deal with.
Yeah.
Cloud Soul Wukong is just
born
wild
in
stuff.
03.
Every time he gets this buff,
Oh my
it
gosh,
feels like
is
the
he
champion has
23?
unlimited target access. As FlyQuest are looking to force their way into the
Like,
enemy
that doesn't
base now.
even-
It's bottom lane. The
that doesn't
first
even
target
make
here with the
sense.
tier 3 turret line. Masu finds a quick shot
That
there
doesn't
into
even
B-Boy.
make
Takes
sense.
off about
How
a
are
third of
you
his
born in
HP.
03 and
As
you're
this tier 3
23,
turret
bro?
really isn't looking particularly sturdy. Shopify
You
continuing to
should not
scramble
be
to try to
allowed to
defend as
age
FlyQuest
over
move
like
up slowly,
17
but surely towards
if
their
you're born
first
in
inhibitor.
03.
That one should die in no time at all. Deadly Flourish locks up Zenny back near his
Bye,
own
Van.
nexus turret.
Enjoy
As the mid lane
jail.
Tier 3 is the next target for FlyQuest. Griffin and Quad working together on
It's
that one. They've got it down to
crazy.
only the
It's
final play as they'll
crazy.
force their way into a second lane now, and that inhibitor will also have no serious defense.
I remember when
The top lane wave is in no
I
condition
turned
for a full
25, I was
three-hit
like,
play, but I think
I'm
FlyQuest are pretty happy with the state
elderly.
of things.
Yeah, I mean, no kidding. Masu is almost to a true set of
elderly.
items now at this point. You talked about Wukong, but Jhin with that much move speed too. When Masu is getting a crit, he's at 600 move speed.
Yeah, he's pretty fast.
And that's without
Not
popping the
house
Ghost
them
Blade. So it is
hits.
kind of
They be
hard to
cracking
find
them,
the
not gonna lie.
engage. I mean, at that point, you have got 100 to 0, because if he gets one auto off, he's going to pop his Ghost Blade, just zoom away. You are not getting back to this guy.
Yeah, and we'll see what, if anything, Shopify can do here. As Griffin's still looking. And it's just kind of so terrifying, right? This Wukong flying towards you, don't necessarily know where the rest of the team is as we push up through.
Hi, Karen.
Stormrazor now as well for the bonus move speed. He's about to hit home guard Rammus levels after a crit.
He's 100% crit super move speed Jin. He's going to be really fast.
Oh my god, man. Look at that guy. It's Usain Bolt on the Rift.
Yeah,
Holy moly, he is pretty fast.
He's got the anime shadow trail behind him.
All right, Renekton, just go catch that guy.
All right. Yeah, surely Slice and Dice is going to make sure that you're on top of this dude every time. And now you can see FlyQuest walking up the last remaining wave of non-supered minions as this tier 2 turret is dying. Okay, Jin just shot 40% of its HP off in one hit. Okay, FlyQuest are really hungry for this last inhibitor.
730 move speed without
Look at Contract
when he rocks the Stormrazor.
Yep.
Contracts goes in. He only finds the knockup onto Griffin, and that's not going to be a valuable enough target. Tempered Fate onto 2. Contracts, though, still isolated here in the front line.
Oh, that's game.
Taking a kill as Zinni goes next. Gakkos will claim that kill himself as Fudge is juggled around. At least
I feel like that was a little greedy from Griffin.
Onto Gakkos for Shopify. They'll lose 2 for 1, but they do hold the tier 3 turret for now.
What age do you leave high school in the American system? 17 if your birthday's in the summer, 18 if you have like a regular birthday.
If B-Boy can hit these arrows, it's great, but there's just so much move speed, it makes it a lot more difficult.
Yeah, look at Monster. He goes through that 2 auto attacks. 2 auto attacks onto B-Boy, takes that much HP. Deadly Flourish doesn't hit Seos. FlyQuest don't need anything more. They already got what they came for here. It's 2.5 minutes of double super minions in every single lane.
Yeah, in the UK, y'all go to college at 16, which
this is a dream game.
you can do in the United States, but you have to be very accelerated. You can also take college courses while you're finishing high school. Typically, people who like take their studies very seriously do that, but sometimes the credits don't transfer, or colleges won't really honor
he does have his
those credits.
Now if he gets by a chains of
instead, they'll make you take the class again, which is something that I did.
The last chance for Shopify to do anything here would have to be
like I did accelerated like classes to have college credits, and they're like, we won't really accept those. They also said that you're likely to be behind if you just skip like the courses. I should have done it, but I didn't. GG. Maybe that's why they chose Jin.
Nobody's still standing.
He really does do damage.
And FlyQuest will march it down mid.
What a fantastic
college credit transfers almost made me lose my mind. Yeah.
FlyQuest roster.
Nicely done from FlyQuest.
It's really sad.
A shaky start. They recovered it in the mid game, and they
sent
it home late. They'll go up 1-0 in this best of 3.
Nicely done. We'll see how Shopify can bounce back, as FlyQuest got to be feeling so confident after that one.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really loved the way that they were able to coordinate, unlike what Shopify did. So now we will toss it to the analyst lounge to see what they have to say about it.
Banger game, Kobe.
Absolutely banger game. Also, pretty happy as a couple of junglers here watching this game with some jungle-focused action going on.
I mean, FlyQuest looking pretty calm. Masu ended this game super fed, but to me, Griffin is the player who kept them in it. But at the start, it was Contracts making all the plays. So we're going to do a little dueling jungle
here. We got some dueling jungles. My champion for this duel is going to be Contracts.
The nerves,
You're going to take Griffin.
The nerves.
Yeah, we know Griffin's going to win.
The nerves.
Show us battle number 1.
Truly.
In the beginning, Contracts made a really smart jungle play. So all junglers on this current patch know second crab is everything. This is the biggest objective in the game, Jat. So Contracts, he does the correct thing. You call your support to get there for the second crab spawn. Second crab is so big because it gets you to level 6. And so Contracts, he flips this crab versus Griffin. He wins the smite fight, gets his level 6.
It's a disaster.
And this is just going to be huge. Everything goes great for them. Then they flash in. He follows the flash of Griffin. He immediately ults him. They win this fight, and they give the kill to the Azir Jat, the Zinni, and they start to win the game over the early crab that they fought. As we know, things change.
Let's go to my PC right now. The next crab that they decided to fight. Griffin, he's jumping the gun on Contracts here. kind of uses everything to secure the crab. They end up narrowly losing this fight, trading 1-for-1 afterwards, but he's still trying to accelerate the action, Kobe, as you're going to get us to the next play.
All right, continuing with the early game. Jump over to my computer. We'll take a look at this dragon fight. This is where, once again, they focus on the objective. First, Shopify, they grab the dragon. Let me speed it up for you a little bit here. Bard play from Seiyos.
What is DNS?
Gets the swap over onto Quad.
Don't
They sweep
not
him back
stop.
again, playing around this mid lane where they got their early kill. Contracts picks up that kill. Jat, take it away.
Yeah, back to me. Griffin was always there with the answer because Zinni sticks
That's
around
what I'm
for
saying,
a little bit
Troy.
of plate gold. Griffin punishes it. So now, after a bad
Shopify
start,
Rebellion?
he's back on the board in terms of the gold in this
It's
game.
B-Voice,
I'm gonna answer your
Theos,
answer with another Malphite ultimate. Jat.
Zinni,
Bring it back to me.
Contracts,
My computer.
and Fudge.
We'll take a look at contracts here. Malphite flash
This,
ultimate onto the Orianna, and he was
Shopify
ensuring
Rebellion
that Quad was gonna have
is
a bad day, and the Azir was gonna get more and more money.
like
Yeah, absolutely.
TSM left the league
at
and
this point because
Shopify
one
bought
more
their
I
spot.
missed a play, so
So
I'm gonna cover one
basically
of your
kept
plays.
their
If
team.
you come to my PC, Contracts then made a play on the bottom side, but Griffin was always there to answer with yet another play. So anytime Contracts would make a play, Griffin would be there to answer on the other side. Uses the time for Malphite being bought, gets another kill on the Fudge, and by the end of the game, he had almost like 90% kill participation, which I just loved the push and pull between these two junglers the entire time.
Yeah, the Malphite was looking really good early on in this game, but the Wukong looked way better as they went deeper, as they went further into it.
That's what do you think?
Even with
Are you
the case
good,
being made
Contract?
and with Shopify losing,
You good?
I think you win the contracts debate. I'm going with contracts. All I saw was Malphite ulting and killing Quad. I'll take it.
We didn't
Player of the game, we've tallied the votes. It is Griffin.
It is Griffin.
It is Griffin.
It is
Giving
Griffin.
it to Griffin. It would have been either jungler that won because they were really driving the game in the early game.
Let's go,
90% kill
Griffin.
participation and 800 DPM.
Wow, imagine your
on the
first
Wukong.
game in
I wanna
LCS and you
quickly
win
look
player
at
of the game.
Damage for the game though, because I want to see how it ended up.
Oh my
right
God.
Here. This Masu little mosquito, that's a deadly mosquito
That is
by
a
the end of the
deadly
game.
mosquito.
Yeah, not so little.
50,000
That one has malaria.
damage. That's insane. As good as Malphite was early, Kobe, he couldn't keep it up in the late game.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't do damage. You could see towards the late game fights, Contract is ulting people.
You gotta go
and
full
the
AP
team,
for
if
that,
the team
buddy.
was not following up on
Can't
this
go
ult,
take
there was
fight.
actually
You wanna
zero
do
damage
damage.
there. It had to be from the Azir, it had to be from the Varus. And I have to say, Griffin getting some critical objectives might win. So he lost the crowd.
Why they look like they
but he got
survived
the
a war, though,
Baron. He
actually.
was getting all these dragons.
I'm doing well, Sav.
and
How are you
Masu,
doing?
Made Jin look incredible.
On one side, you're right. You have to follow up on the Malphite damage. On the ulti, they definitely had
Oh my
issues
gosh,
following up
look
with
at
that one.
the
That fight
Galio
around
plushie.
behind the Baron pit was really disastrous.
What?
On the other hand, FlyQuest is a vicious
That is
and
so
team fight heavy
precious.
roster. They are a scrappy team.
They're fearless. I actually feel like they
I
flipped the
need-
game on like the
I may
first
be a
quadrant
Griffin
that was
fan,
up.
definitely a
Where
Griffin
if they lose
fan.
that fight badly, like he won the smite, they lost two people running away. Like they were fearless in this first game.
Also, most teams, if they're like, okay, we should start Baron, we're like all basically half HP, low HP. There's a Malphite with ulti and a poke Varus. Do we do it?
By the way, that play at the Baron, why don't they combo the Malphite ultimate and a Varus arrow over the top and try and kill
because they couldn't see. They didn't have vision.
The Wukong
gotta
had
try.
HP left.
You gotta try.
They didn't know. They didn't know. It's the
Woo.
young confidence. Game 2's up next. As we head to break, let's take a look at our comms replay.
Raz
this one
is
connected by HMC,
literally
voted on by chat.
so silly.
In turn. Kill.
Oh, that's
Kill, I have
perfect.
shield. Nice. Kill.
Well, I mean, it was
I have mantra.
Play so
Look at Azir. I'm playing out probably.
Yeah. Maybe in time.
I have mantra too.
He should have ported out.
I have my position here.
Bar, there's no flash, okay?
I flash in. No flash.
Look, Varus one.
Looks like we've got a new addition on the Rift here today. Emily, is the Telluride just the obvious pick?
Well, Flowers, we're looking at a turbo hybrid powertrain. That's already a problem for the rest of the Rift.
And a 30-inch panoramic display too? That is unfair control.
Guys, all-wheel drive with terrain mode? No shot anyone's catching this.
Yeah, this seems completely OP.
No debate. This first pick, we have to lock it in. Now!
The Kia Telluride Turbo Hybrid. Pick it before your opponents do.
I guess my little Kia commercial is gone for the year, guys. I hope everybody enjoyed it.
Tell coach, put me in, call my number, I'ma show up, and they
All right, 2 minutes and 30 seconds of downtime. Shall we wordle and piss ourselves off? Is everyone down for a wordle?
We can fight this. Just front line. Do you have balls? Look on Azir after.
What are we screaming about?
Azir, just hit front. Malphite no flash, okay?
Azir no Zonya, no E, okay? He's not in the fight. Slow down, hit front.
Malphite no flash. Azir. We're just hitting front line. We're just killing front. Help no flash, okay? Help Renekton no flash. Yeah. Renekton won't kill you.
You're fine. Keep running.
Can we play Baron? Nice. Let's play Baron.
Let's get Baron, baby. Oh my gosh, look at the Jinx. What the hecky? Are you gonna play some games after LCS? Yes. Oops. And by Wordle, I mean Lodal. Let's guess. Blitzcrank. Jinx. Okay. So it's a Guaro, but they're not an ADC, but they use mana. Diana. Okay, they're either jungle or middle. They are kind of early in the game. Lissandra? Oh no, they're melee. Leona? Okay, they're support or middle, or support and jungle. They're a Goro, mana melee. They are from 2010. From 2010? So an early release champion who is melee. That is a support. Poppy.
Yeah, the new players
I'm
are
kind of
very
like that.
energetic, to put it bluntly.
I'm kind of like that.
They speak very loudly. They speak a lot, and they just they're very. They move quite a bit, so it's
He's
a
calling
nice
them
refresher.
Zoomers.
They're very energetic, and it kind of is contagious. You just get more energy being around people like that. So it wasn't really hard to kind of integrate them into the team. It felt more like they were integrating us actually into like their world. So it's been fun so far.
He just called them Zoomers.
It's hilarious to think of old man Masu being like, oh my god, these teenagers, they move around too much. How old is he? Isn't he like 22 or 23 or something?
I floated all the way to the bottom, found their 8 9.
To the LCS, everybody. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by
I
Emily and
floated all the way to the bottom,
second game here in this best of 3 between
found out
FlyQuest
their
and
8
Shop
1.
And he's the old man.
He's not even as old as I thought he was.
All right, well, game number 1.
Pike.
It was a little rough early on for Masu Quad and the youngsters, but they brought it back in the mid-game.
Well
Shopify
done.
had a strong start. They were up to almost a 3,000 gold lead, but then it just completely fell apart in the mid-game.
Yeah, and I mean, with this composition, you really
Ain't
need
none
to
what?
be on the same page. We kind of identified how it is a little bit easier still, in my opinion, to execute as a whole.
Bruh.
But it really seemed like when it got to some of these mid and late game team fights, they really just were not on the same page at all.
Yeah, I mean, obviously,
That is
1 to 6 Alligator Thumb is that engage that
passive?
Contracts had, that 3-man engage
Yep.
over by the
It was.
Baron pit, where he ended up dying, where Varus is not there,
All right, there,
Renekton is
select.
not there, you know, even Azir is kind of far away. In the last fight, you know, Contracts was Malphite ulting onto a Bard ulted target, you know, so the communication was definitely kind of lacking.
Did
I
you
think,
hear about
from
the world's
Shopify.
largest
And,
pickle?
Speaking to their coaches,
It's a
that was a
really
real
big
focus for them coming into this year, is
deal.
really making sure they talked to me about wanting Contracts to always have a good idea of like how the fight was going to go before he took it, and trying to be less instinctual.
Well done,
and more,
brother.
like cerebral about it, to really kind of
Well
plan
done, mister.
how the fight should be fought, you know, where you're going to do it, that sort of thing. And you can see they are still working on that because it definitely, I think, was a little bit rough in game 1.
Yeah, I think you could see some early shades of that. Like, I did think their early game was really good.
The emoji being a
was really
sheep.
well coordinated. When it
Sauna.
got to the point in the game where sometimes you don't get the time to practice it in scrims as it gets later, as you're looking at these mid-game and late-game objective contests, that's where it really seemed like communication started to break down on Shopify. By contrast, FlyQuest looked like they were on the same page completely going into those
They just
fights.
had to integrate into their worlds.
Exactly.
Right. Once they all found themselves on the same plane of existence, they were ready to go and they were locked in. But now we're into a brand new game, into a brand new draft, and bans are done for the first half. It's Poppy, Jarvan, and Gangplank banned out by FlyQuest. Shopify removing Ambessa, Jace, and Rumble, as Fly will first pick Talia for the second game.
Yep, and it is going to be a selection of second pick again. So we haven't really been seeing that at all. So it is cool that they are prioritizing that counter pick and really want to see what they are going to do with it. It is Ryze, Talia, two very popular champions these days. Mid lane, I think, is more important than ever in competitive play, and these are two champions that can move around the map really well.
How you doing,
those
boo?
side lanes.
Yeah, you and I were kind of talking about this, where it's like, oh, an extended
Facts,
leaning
JT.
phase, guess what?
I wanted to
Position
tweet
just got
today. I wanted to
even
tweet
more
and be
important
like,
because
I
early
hope
mid prio
that
is so crucial
Cupid
for the reasons
and
that you stated, right?
Yozu
Because
continue
junglers
to
might
like
be
just
doing kind of this
absolutely
power
take
farm
over
to
high
six.
elo
These mid
and put
laners
on
can
for the
hit
girlies.
6 or even
But I
earlier,
was like, that's
roam
kind
to
of
their side lanes.
that's kind of
As we see,
asking for
Corki, another really popular staple
toxicity in the
bot lane
comments.
pick
like I
coming
just
in
know
for Shopify.
Might just be
that
Felios, that's what I would guess. You know, those are kind of the general answers we're seeing.
I just
these
know
days,
the
but
type of
yeah, to continue
response
on
that
the
the
mid
League
lane
of
point, it's
Legends
like, you have an
community
extended
would
laning phase. Your role quest gives you empowered recall and additional
would do
move speed
there,
with your
and I
free
just
tier
don't
3
want to
boots.
open that
You know,
up.
it really does work super well.
But I do
competitive, and
hope
you
they
have,
continue
you know, the
to
mid lane working well with
absolutely
the support, with the
dominate
jungler, and then kind of trying to take their
and
lead and push the side
instill
lanes. That kind of
fear
seems to be
in
the
all
recipe
of
for
high
how League of
elo.
Legends is
I really
played
do.
right now. And we'll see if anyone is going
They're
to buck
putting
the
on
trend.
for the girlies,
I do
and I
feel like there should be a lot
love
of
it.
room for,
I love
you know,
every single
second
last
pick.
second of it.
I guess we'll call it like counter pick, whatever, you know, because that's obviously decoupled from blue side, red side now, so I have to kind of change my vernacular.
I like counter pick. That's good.
Counter pick. But in top lane, I think you should be able to play with combat sometimes. When people are blinding some of these champions that are able
Guys,
to
we're
punish,
getting
I
a
would like to see
Helios
people try
Thresh.
that
I don't
more,
know if
and try to play more of
we
a
have
push style.
Well, we got
processed
Thresh here in this
that
one,
yet.
so some defensive capabilities for our
But we're not only
Aphelios.
getting a
Cryogen's
Helios,
gonna be on protection
but we're
duty for
also
that
getting
immobile carry, while
Zaddy
also
Thresh.
looking to make some picks here with the death sensors. We'll see if he can hit any Mad
If
Light
you're
classics.
not
It might be
rooting for
2026, but we still
FlyQuest in
gotta
this
appreciate
next
where we
game,
came from, right? As
what
the
are you
Xin
doing?
Zhao locked in for contracts here on Shopify, and I feel like we got
What
a
are you
tale
doing?
of two contracts last time, because in that first game he had an amazing start, but then the coordination with the team as things went on, not where they would have liked to see it. So I want to see contracts have that first 15-minute performance the whole game through here in the second one.
Yeah, and I'm especially looking for coordination with Seos and whatever he decides to lock in. And then also with Zinni, right? Because Zinni, they did so heavily prioritize getting his Azir ahead into a good spot. And then were really unable to take advantage of that, even when they were doing a good job sending him to side lanes to collect gold.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is actually the first Thresh in NA since 2022 spring when Ayla was playing it. If you remember when he was subbing for Core JJ, and he was just spamming Thresh, and that was kind of that era where Core was really hyping him up and saying, you know, he's the second best support, only worse than me, right? And he was playing the Thresh, so cool to see the return of that. Thresh Aphelios becoming popular once again. Anytime Aphelios is there a lot, you start to think about Thresh a little bit. That was such a classic pairing, especially when he was first introduced.
Yeah, and we even saw it peeking out a little bit already at Worlds before this kind of extended
What could
laning
make
phase
their
kinda came
team
in,
better?
with all of the early season
Maybe a
changes,
maybe a Mel lock-in for mid. Maybe that's a Talia jungle.
Also
It's
taking
not.
out
I
the
know for
Nami
sure
and
it's not.
Gwen
but-
on their side, where Shopify kind of prioritizing taking some of these other jungle picks out of Griffin's hands.
Yeah, especially just really good pairings with Talia, right? You know, it's point and click CC, they're banning away.
I heard
they've
that
already taken
Aphelios
this in.
is
Now you're taking
freaking
Alpha
strong right
Vi
now,
as well
so
as
I
Pantheon.
do fully
Both
expect
easy setups for that seismic
a
show. That's
FlyQuest
generally what you
victory.
think about. You can also, you know, generally look towards things like Jarvan, but that's banned out. You know, we've seen Wukong banned out, so a lot of these common pairings are already gone. So it'll be interesting to see where Griffin goes. He's a very flexible player. This guy plays all kinds of stuff. You know, he was giving an interview talking about how he's like the only jungler who can play Riven jungle because these other junglers haven't played enough Riven, and he plays all kinds of stuff. He likes Volibear, and he likes Skarner, and he likes all kinds of different styles of champions. So it'll be cool to see where he goes. as Seo's going to be going for Nico. So this time they are going more for the lane dominance here. Last time they were on the receiving end of that karma. This time they should have the push, and we'll see, as long as they can play that well, avoid some hooks, which is also very easy to do with Nico because you can just throw your clone into the hook every time they're going for it. So it should be a good 2v2 for them.
Yeah, it's Nico is still a menace, and I really like the pick here. Sion coming in for Gakkos in the top lane. And here might be that volley bear
Dusk
you
and
just
Dawn volley?
mentioned.
Get
There
Kobe
we
on the
go.
phone.
Do y'all remember that volley bear we played against the other day? Speaking of which, we need to build our volley bear deck.
Right? You know, it is
I should be
really
doing that.
right now.
But I'm actually going to clean up my desk during this game because my desk is a freaking mess. My lip glosses are not all in the lip gloss container.
Strong duelist, and it's someone that, you know, especially if you are going more for those solo queue style builds, you can kind of just duel against people later on. It becomes really strong even in 1v1s, can take down soul laners, great on dives, obviously can turn off those towers. It is a really powerful pick right now, even though it's not as popular and competitive as it is in solo queue. It can be an absolute menace.
Yeah, and as we mentioned, it's already something that Griffin is comfortable bringing out, right? And fits within this composition well, which also has really nice front line for this Aphelios to set up, right? Like, we see a lot of potential for the rest of his team to kind of be setting up Masu in a more traditional, like, front-to-back 5v5. Meanwhile, we have Fudge locking in the Gnar.
This is the first competitive volley bear jungle that I can see this season so far.
Why do the coaches look like pastors holding the Bible right now? No, the leather book, like, I see what you're saying. It does give very much Bible.
Gonna be excited to see how he actually gets it done.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on it as the game goes on. The Sion being locked in there for Gakkos also makes the Gwen ban in phase 2 make a lot of sense. Generally, if you want to play a big meatball tank, banning away something like Gwen is always a good choice.
A mess, and it's like 3 things on the desk. I would be embarrassed to show you what my desk looks like to counter your argument.
Means I better not
so I'm gonna take the compliment that you think I only have 3 things on my desk, and I'm gonna run. I'm gonna run with that, baby.
So now it's up to Fudge to guarantee that choice in the draft, that strategic.
Oh, you know what? If Griffin played Briar, I think that would have made this game.
I feel like you have to really
honestly
be so
like
good at this champion to create big advantages. You know, really utilizing the passive and the
but we haven't seen a volley bear jungle.
Under tower, really punishing for every single CS.
I think in a long while.
If you kind of farm even against the Sion for a while, he's going to build some armor, and then nothing you do matters. And that's kind of just true of every Sion matchup. But yeah, we'll see if Griffin is going to go for the full kind of like solo queue style build, which would be Dusk of Dawn. People really like Navori, sometimes even as early as second, because once you have Dusk of Dawn plus
someone
Navori,
needs you to never do that again.
Beat everyone 1v1. Like the cooldown reduction on that is ridiculous. You're just spamming out W nonstop. You know, your E cooldowns and stuff are so low, so it is super, super powerful.
Yeah, and I'm super curious to see how this bot lane ends up going, especially with this Thresh pick and with Cryogen and Masu looking really well coordinated with each other in that first game.
Why did he ghost?
Seos and B-Voy losing a little bit of HP here. Cryogen and Masu want to play this so aggressively, but as the minions are just now really colliding for the first time here in the lanes, we are waiting for Kangas, who's standing by for an interview with Griffin's brother. Hold on 1 second. That interview's coming up right after first blood, because FlyQuest gets paid. Masu's got the first kill. Kangas, what does Griffin's brother have to say about that?
Well, I'm here with Jordan, Griffin's brother. It sounded like game 2 is going well for FlyQuest, and you flew all the way out to cheer him on. So tell me about what this experience has been like at the Riot Games Arena watching Griffin play.
It's been amazing, man. Seeing Johnson play on stage has been such a pleasure. Yesterday we were at the FlyQuest facilities. They were very welcoming. Watching him play and communicate with the team, it's been really, really fun.
Now, I know that you're an older brother, 10+ years on Griffin, and you started playing League together, correct?
Well, so I started playing League Season 1, and I went out to college, left him my laptop, and he started playing ranked. I came back, and I think I was 22, he was 11, and we started playing ranked together. We were climbing, you know, I hit gold, he hits gold. He hits plat, I hit plat. At some point, I could not catch up. He just went diamond and masters, and I stopped there, but it's been a pleasure watching him climb.
Well, I know it means the world to him to have you here, but I know there's a lot of people back home cheering him on. Any shout-outs for them?
Yeah, shout out to Chicago, man. Everyone watching, supporting Johnson, supporting Griffin. Thank you guys all for watching. FlyQuest.
Is that his first name?
That's it from us. Back to the casters.
Some confidence there. The 2-0 getting called as Fudge wants to go for the wall up there. On to Gakkos, but misses the CC. Back in the bottom lane, it's Griffin showing up for only a moment here, but B-Boy and Seos are safe for now.
That wallop was actually so close to hitting. It looked like it just almost tagged him. And if it had, that would have been close to a kill because you're going to cancel the Q, you're going to get the auto after it, and maybe be able to go for a flash follow and a finish there. So big deal that it did not hit. But Masu and Cryogen, back-to-back games, crushing it in the 2v2. I thought this was going to be super favored towards Shopify based on the matchup. When you pick Nico, you're playing for the lane dominance, and it did not go that way.
Yeah, and I really loved seeing that early aggression out of them, right? With this Aphelios Thresh, recognizing the windows they have to capitalize on any sort of hooks and pullbacks. I mean, we expected kind of B-Boy and Seos as the bot lane coming in to be a little bit more of the stable one. They've played together for a while. This is their second year together. But Masu and Cryogen are looking really in step.
Yeah, they've been looking really, really good. And I think Cryogen is the one who kind of had the least attention, least hype around him coming in. People know Gakkos from last year being the sub for Bwipo. People know Griffin because of all the hype around him. But Cryogen, you know, I guess he just turned 19, excuse me. I thought he just turned 18. But he has been around for a while, but hasn't played a tremendous amount of competitive, only has those 8 games of NACL experience. But talking to Thinkard, he thinks he has a lot of promise. You know, mechanically thinks he's really, really good and really has to focus on kind of learning that more like shot calling style that you expect from supports. You know, really often it is about support jungle in the early game, dictating where you're going on the map, how you're going to play around vision, and that's such a difficult thing to pick up really quickly, so it's going to be about how quickly he can do that.
Well, I think his Karma did a perfectly fine job in game number 1. They were bullying the lane. They got that early tempo they wanted. Now here in game number 2, it's all about the skill shots. Can we keep Masu protected, and can we lock up those high-value targets on Shopify Rebellion? It's a 500 gold lead here, or just thereabouts, for FlyQuest with no kills on the board. As Zinni is moving into the bottom side.
His first name really is Johnson.
That's
crazy.
300 HP here on the top side, trying to trade aggressively, like you were talking about earlier, Isaac, using the tower shots with the bonus health from Mega Gnar, trying to keep the pressure on.
Yep, you got to do that. You got to keep that pressure rolling here. And Gakkos is going to go back to base, so Fudge is going to be able to crash this wave. We'll see if Gakkos even uses the ult to get back to wave, or if he's just going to accept that he'll lose a couple minions here.
Attempted death sentence from Cryogen, but no target. Griffin hanging around once more, but he's only going to find a ward to clear out, and it does seem that we'll get the Scion ulti back to the lane there from Gakkos, not planning on needing that one to join any sort of a fight here soon. About halfway through the teleport timer for him, as well as Griffin is going to be in some danger. Immediately jumped on by Shopify Rebellion, but they don't have the burn. Seismic shove.
That's a little bit of anti-synergy right there, baby.
B-Boy over the wall here with the Valk, as Zinni is down to 40% HP.
Why did B-Boy go in the pit?
They want the enemy ride, but they can't quite find him. Masu tags
I know why
you went in the pit. And they lock up the Corki. Flash over the wall, keeps him alive. Seos in some danger.
Oh, wow.
Right back in the unraveled earth. And
Cryogen, baby, you gotta land those.
Nicely done there by FlyQuest. Shopify really committed to trying to burst down Griffin, but the E came down. He got that shield before they could actually get the kill off. Contracts and Seos both flashed on him to try to one-shot him there, but they couldn't get the kill. It meant they had to commit so much more to killing off this Volibear. And while you're chasing after this no HP Volibear in the back of the pit, you are getting roasted by the rest of the team.
Yeah, I mean, that gave Talia kind of a perfect window to get in here and do damage. As you see those flashes going down, Quad is just going to lay down this wall, hit the knockback right there, which really just sets up the rest of this fight. I also really liked Cryogen in this fight, really trying to set things up on the
He
Thresh.
tried.
And yeah, I mean...
But he didn't land nothing.
There we go.
The flay on the unraveled earth is
really good. And knockback is really good from the
Talia Thresh combo. I'm rooting for FlyQuest.
To make sure that he is on the same page with Quad, with who's doing what in what order, right? Because the first seismic shove pushed the hook out of the way. The flay can do the same thing, but really nice combo. Great skirmishing early on here, and Gakkos definitely taking a bit of a beating. Fudge is going to continue trying to trade aggressively here. And this is what you want to do. You want to be in their face nonstop. Every time you're transforming into Mega, you're getting health back. He has the fleet.
Okay, Griffin's in trouble again, though. Has to use the ulti defensively over the wall as Shopify invade for the second spawn of the red buff here in the FlyQuest jungle. Contracts is going to get away with claiming that one, as now Griffin missing the ulti. Significantly less threat for his plays.
Yeah, and this should be able to set up Dragon for Shopify. I was wondering, okay, when we see these mid laners roam, right, Quad joining that river fight previously, Zinni using the Realm Warp to get onto Griffin, keep him down, and then be able to rotate up for Shopify to take this first Drake. So I like that we're already seeing the mid laners using both of their semi-globals to join up with the rest of their team.
Yeah, I really like it. And I also just like the fact that Contracts is playing around a better buy. The Sheen has been purchased now for Griffin. But one of the awkward things about Dusk and Dawn is the build path is a little bit weird. So, you know, you're sitting on a Kindle Gem when they have Tunneler on the other side, or a Kindle Gem and a Dagger. It's just not that same amount of power that you are going to be having over on the side of the Xin Zhao. So Contracts, knowing he has that better buy, you know, using that mid lane movement from Zinni and just kind of getting in the face of the opponents here.
But once that item's complete, man, you are feeling pretty strong. Dusk and Dawn is definitely one of the winners, it feels like, from all of the new season changes. As Void Grubs are claimed
Everybody loves that item.
Here for the side of FlyQuest.
Dude, I was loving that item on freaking
next to the Wraith camp there, the Chicken camp. I still sometimes call it the Wraith camp from all those years ago.
I still call it
I accept both.
Because like Bird Camp covers all birds.
Are Wraiths birds?
I don't know. They're bird-like.
Thought they were like ghosts.
Yeah, isn't a Wraith a god?
I don't think they're
ghosts.
They could be bird ghosts.
Oh yeah, what if it's the ghosts of all the birds that got killed in the camp before?
That's kind of grim.
Especially
I
since
just
it's
always
backwards.
call them, like when I do jungle pathing spreadsheets, I just call them birds.
I mean, to be fair,
I
that
don't
fits
think they're
in the little, what do you call them, columns or boxes or nodes or whatever on a spreadsheet better than chickens does, right?
Yeah.
You're the expert on this.
There you go.
I only asked one syllable, too. Birds.
Yeah, there you go. All right, well, we've also only got one kill on the side of Shopify Rebellion. It's been a pretty quiet early game from them, and FlyQuest are enjoying more than 1,000 gold lead because of it. The single Drake claims so far.
He saw the E in the early smote and lost it.
Unlucky.
Oh, well.
We'll look the other way. We didn't see it.
Quad knows he's behind him, though. That's dangerous stuff.
Yeah, Quad throwing out the Unraveled Earth there prevents Contracts from being able to charge audaciously towards the FlyQuest mid laner, and Quad is just fine. Does pop his Ghost there, though.
Yep, is going to have to use that Ghost. Has the phase rush as well, so obviously a lot of movement speed here when that does get going. And as much as every time we pan up to top lane, Fudge, it feels like is just smacking Gakkos around. It is 101 CS to 101 CS, and now your selection of counter pick here instead of first pick starts to feel like, all right, what did we really get done?
All right, Griffin's going in, immediately stuns up Zinni. There is your size.
All right, Quad. He's fighting back. Bot lane, fighting back.
2v2 is a dub for
I love to see it.
5-1 game now as Shopify falls flat in two separate lanes at the same time. And Cryogen threads the needle there with the death
Okay, he's landing the hooks now.
A little bit more damage to finish off the kill, and the single auto attack will do it. FlyQuest.
He's landing the hooks now. We're rooting for FlyQuest.
This FlyQuest bot lane is so fun to watch. Really making the most of this Aphelios Thresh. They just seem so well coordinated and are taking every opportunity to try to make B-Boy and Seos' life absolutely miserable.
I mean, that was just so well done. They get the initial kill. We missed most of that, but then the sniper Q threads through onto B-Boy to be able to allow him to get the Gravitum root. So he roots him up, sets up for that hook that Cryogen then nails. They get another kill. That is beautiful stuff. Lane dominance coming through back-to-back games from the FlyQuest bot lane. Last time they had to come back. This time they are just slamming them. So both of them, again, same thing, setting it up. I guess he had no clone. Maybe you can't use the clone while you're rooted. That's something I'm not actually sure about. You know, I don't know how that interaction works, but I'm assuming he just didn't have it. Masu just back-to-back sniper Qs, setting up Gravitum roots and perfect hooks there to follow from Cryogen. And then he realizes the minions are still tanking. I can just walk through with the Ghost. Tower shot not enough to knock him down.
Good shit, Masu. We're fine.
I agree. That's probably about how I would summarize
Bro
it
is
as
too locked in. Masu didn't even. It's like, I know.
Masu doesn't have time to chat.
3 words is all you need.
I feel like that's such an ADC thing, though,
Brother, there's minions to kill. I can't be talking.
When we panned
More click, less talk.
When we panned to Sajid yesterday, and they were like, Lions was hyping him up. Sajid's just like stony-faced, farming.
So the observers did confirm. So his Nico clone was just on cooldown. So he must have used it. You know.
So
in a
like
trade
when
earlier,
I
maybe
play
trying to block
ADC, I
a hook or
normally
something earlier. But
I normally
didn't
talk
have
a
it
lot.
and does get
I
punished.
do.
Okay, so quickly we've got the second Drake of the game about to spawn here in 15 seconds. Mid lane and bottom lane quests are completed.
I don't know if I
FlyQuest.
necessarily
they are not
agree
for Shopify Rebellion. Pretty big
with
difference
those
in power there,
statements.
as FlyQuest have to be a little bit mindful of Quad's position. Seos does hit him up there.
So,
With
what do you mean? Yeah, you
ulti,
do.
But no, it's Seos' Nico.
No, I don't.
As Griffin
I was
goes forward,
joking.
he finds the kill. Jumps back over the wall there with the lantern. Stay
No, I
alive
don't.
for now. Shopify trying to escape. Fudge knocked back with the seismic shove. Zenny's your next target. He goes with the blast cone, clears the wall. Nice placement on that one,
Not
but still,
the-
it's only a consolation prize. They've already lost their support, and the control over the bot side river belongs to Fly. Quad still looking for a little bit more. Wants seismic shove, won't find it. Decimating smash prevents the counterattack from Shopify, and FlyQuest continues looking for any more opportunities. They're already 3,500 gold ahead, and they just claimed the Drake.
I love this aggression coming out of FlyQuest, right? Because on the back half of that, where they're still trying to chase after Zinni in this mid lane, they're also getting the Drake at the same time. Really great use of all this bot side pressure they've been able to establish previously. And as soon as they see the ability to go in, Seos has to use this defensively. The rest of his team is not there yet, so he dies immediately on the back half of this fight.
Yep, pops the clone, does try to get out, but Griffin guesses right and bites him in half. Had the Dusk and Dawn for this fight. And you can see when Gakkos comes in, they have this kind of continued fight in mid lane that I guess we're not going to watch, but yes, there is some AP damage on the other side. Like Zinni is a rise, but for that fight, he had Merc Treads, a Tier, and a Catalyst. So you are not doing anything at that point.
And I like the choice Griffin made with the clones, because the other clone, if that was the right one, it's flung into the waiting arms of your teammates. Even if he hits the blast cone, he's dead anyway.
Yep.
The bottom right clone is the only one that had a chance of maybe escaping. So I think that Griffin made the right choice there 10 times out of 10. FlyQuest up 3,000 gold still, just about 15 minutes on the clock. 7-1 scoreline early on here in this second game. And Shopify has quickly got to find a way to stop this bleeding, my friends, because if it gets much worse, they're going to be praying for FlyQuest mistakes, and that's it.
Yeah, and what a different tale of the mid lane in this game, right? Because Quad, we talked about him getting involved early with his team, with that Talia wall, as they're going to look to get on Fudge.
Yeah, Fudge has got to be careful here. Does manage to clear a little bit further. Death Sentence does not hit the Gnar. Masu has Graviton, but he's got to be a bit careful as Contract shows up and the wind becomes lightning, doesn't find the right target. Griffin is going to be left for dead. Pop Blossom from Seos.
He's surviving for a while, though.
Griffin,
Yeah,
the
this
only
doesn't look
casualty
very
so far.
good.
The minion wave has crashed into the tier 1 turret. FlyQuest wants to try to get away. Masu surely knows he's dead here, but a beautiful Death Sentence means he doesn't die alone. Cryogen will fall, and honestly, big punish coming out of Shopify there in a 3-for-1.
Yeah, and just as we
I
were
wonder what
praising
Griffin's
FlyQuest
saying.
for being kind of aggressive within reason, they really overextend on that topside play where the rest of Shopify were able to
Your
get
comms
in,
are
as
either
we see Gakkos
super
is
high
gonna be
or
able to
just
push in,
side eye to
this
camera, and we can all
bot
hear your
wave. But yeah,
thoughts
this is a
during
nice
that.
little
Exactly.
counterpunch from Shopify.
Exactly.
The Dusk and Dawn really goes to your head, you know? he was
I'm full build, guys.
He was feeling himself. I mean, it's a pretty big overchase. The Q is going to expire. He ults in, but the Q stun expires before he even gets there. Then the Flay comes out. Great sidestep by Fudge. And now you are between two towers with everyone from Shopify coming in. Masu needs to kite away from them, but if he kites too far back, he's getting hit by the tower. So it's kind of just an impossible to play fight. They almost burst down contracts. He flashes away from Masu's ulti, but we're back fighting again.
Yeah, we're already back to live. It was flash from Griffin, flash from Zinni, and there's enough damage left on the Volley Bear to finish the kill on the rise. 30-second
They're
death
still
timer,
going.
but what else can they get from it? There is still turrets standing at the tier 1 level, top lane and mid lane. You can see Quad pushing out that top lane right now. No neutrals to fight over, but a little bit of plate money on your already fed Talia could help FlyQuest to accelerate this lead even more.
And we're talking about all the move speed from Masu last game. He's got a lot this game too. Stormrazor Rush, he's playing Fleet, and he went Swifties, right? So he has a tremendous amount of move speed, especially on those procs for the Fleet, as well as that Stormrazor.
I need to get
which
a
is
little
going to make it a
paper
lot
towel.
more difficult to stick to him. It's super valuable against champions like the Xin, like the Gnar, who, you know, are going to have trouble actually getting through the Thresh, right? You're trying to get in onto this guy through box, through Flay, through Lantern, and that is going to make things really, really tough.
biggest individual lead this game is nearly 1,500 gold. Here in the mid lane, 4 quads Talia, Rylai's,
As I
Seraph's,
continue to
Enchanted
clean my
Mercury
desk.
Treads. This Talia is feeling so strong, and with 60 seconds on the clock until the 3rd Drake of the game, I have to feel like FlyQuest as a whole is feeling confident in their ability to just say, if it's a fight on even terms, we win.
Yeah, I mean, I just think it's so tough for all of these kind of shorter range champions to be able to find those entrants into fights.
Okay, immediate ulti coming out from Griffin here with a seismic shove on Contracts, knocks him back into the team. You want to
And there
take
goes
a free
Contracts.
dragon,
Not this rookie is over here showing this veteran how to play League of Legends.
Zinni's dead here too, and things just aren't getting any better for Shopify Rebellion. A TP also
Not
coming
this
in now from
rookie is
FlyQuest
saying,
to
hey,
reinforce the
this
top
is how
lane,
you
so Fudge doesn't
jungle.
get anything on the other side of the map.
Oh my god.
And see if they want to go after Seus.
Yes,
Griffin's
Seus.
going in.
The flash into the stun
Oh my
immediately
gosh,
locks him up. Seus with
Griffin.
a flash away from the lightning crash
Chill.
means that he will not die
Let
there.
him get
But
up.
man,
Let him
FlyQuest are not giving him
breathe.
room to breathe.
This is just such a fun team to watch, right? Like, they're saying, we're stronger, we're just going to fight you. They're not giving him any room to breathe, as you said.
None.
Just constantly in their face, non-stop forcing fights here. You know, Fudge wants to play like a slow game through side lanes and whittle down towers. You are not getting a chance. And if they catch you, your Rylai's slowed and you are not getting away either.
All right, Dragon is the target here for Shopify, trying to get anything they can in a game that is getting further and further away from their grasp. But FlyQuest have brought the whole party here too. Fudge running low on the Narbar as Cryogen's the target for B-Boy, but he's not low enough health to try to burst him down. Mountain Drake claimed by Shopify. Big move there from Contracts, hitting the smite.
Now,
But
how
can
did they do
FlyQuest
that?
find anything afterwards? It doesn't quite look like it. They're going to walk away. So chalk that one up as a win for the Rebellion.
Yeah, I feel like Cryogen was really out of position there. You know, you're not playing Alistar, you're not a flanking champion, right? You need to kind of be with the team to step forward and have that threat of the hook to create space for your team. So being on the wrong side, I think B-Boy plays that well. He realizes, who cares? You can hook me. You're by yourself. I'll kill you. So just pushes him out, makes it be that just that flip for the Dragon, and this time Contracts gets the better of Griffin, able to take that away, which is really nice after what happened last game.
Yeah, and B-Boy was previously down over 1K, right? He's completely back in the game, I believe, after that topside fight. So if he does get isolated with someone like Cryogen, it's going to hurt. Like, he will be easily be able to kill him off. And that was kind of the... This FlyQuest team is super fun to watch. I do think we will see some more tiny moments like that, right, where someone's on the slightly wrong side of the fight. But I am really loving just how they're establishing pressure on the map, kind of moving together in
Griffin looks like he's been pro for years and making the multi-year pros look like rookies. Actually, he really is. Now remember, this is the guy who was over here fighting for rank 1 in Korea. I don't know if he actually hit rank 1. I don't think he did. I think he like peaked at 9 or 3.
Right? You know, even talking to the teams, they thought it was going to take some time. I did the draw show.
Homeboy's been popping off in LLA as well on Loud. Like, he's no rookie to pro stage.
But see, this kind of start,
I'm just glad he's putting on for the freaking stew right now.
It's what you want from a young team.
He used to be on T1. Yeah, he was coached by LS.
Try to outplay your opponents, and you can kind of learn the rest of the nuances of the game over time.
I feel like if there's any time to play fast and loose and see how far your hands are going to take you, it's lock-in tournament. It's the start of the year. Figure out what your current limitations and your goals to break those should look like. And right now, FlyQuest is putting on a solid early showing. We have less than 3 minutes until the next Drake spawns. Baron obviously on the Rift with a little bit of vision from both teams around that top side area, but it is more favoring FlyQuest. Fudge wants to go for the Mega Gnar into the wall there. Does force the flash out of quad in response. We'll see if Shopify can turn that into an opportunity to target that Talia in a future team fight.
Yeah, and so Griffin is just going to go more of a competitive style build. Dusk and Dawn into tank, you know, has that unending despair. So not doing anything too crazy. No quick
item
blades
really
like
is everybody's favorite item.
And sometimes, you know, you're going to see even that and then more AP. But obviously like Cosmic Drive and things like that. But this is more standard and is still going to give him some dueling power.
Okay, quad again, going to be targeted by Fudge, who flashes away from the seismic shove, wants to guarantee the kill on the FlyQuest mid laner here, nearly gets it, but close isn't good enough. Quad survives 100 HP.
Phase Rush, Ghost, Rylai's. It is a big move speed difference. He just kind of popped Ghost and ran right past him, even without being able to hit that seismic shove. So Fudge forces a flash, but then loses his flash on the next play.
Yeah, and while we have seen Fudge be trying to go for these kills as early as just the super early 1v1 top lane, right? It always seems like his opponent has been able to escape
just barely
somehow. Yeah, and you and I were talking about this off camera yesterday, Isaac, about
Thank you, Alpha.
Sion,
how are you doing?
and how difficult, like just what a valuable champion he is for so many compositions, how strong he is coming out of this top lane, and then also how difficult it is to keep him down, because the only answer is to just kind of repeatedly dive him or really, really shove him into the ground early.
Yeah. Which is so hard to do because you have a champion, a tank that has 3 AoE abilities and an ult that does AoE damage and can get back to you lane faster, and a passive
cancel.
that also
but also,
lets you
yeah,
get
you're kind
experience
of
and clear up the
on
wave
that
even if you
money,
die.
I
So
guess.
Fudge now, maybe gonna get chased down.
But
yeah, the decimating
I think you should take the good with the bad and enjoy your day off.
By the Mega Gnar ulti, the Volley Bear is right back in business with a point-and-click stun. Decimating smash on top of it makes it all too easy to land every other skill shot. Griffin's gonna take his 3rd kill of the game.
Yeah, it always just feels like in Sion matchups, you get to a point you're like, all right, you have 5 CS lead. He has 1,000 free health.
Yeah, doesn't feel great, but FlyQuest are loving the way things are right now. 3,500 gold lead. Wave crashing into the tier 2 turret mid. 25 seconds on the clock until the next Drake spawns.
Sorry, I just don't like having
more
that
money from the tier 2 in
up.
the bottom lane as well. And with mid and bot lane both shoved up, the map is in the state you would want it to be for a dragon spawn.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked with, they had that slightly over-aggressive play on the top side, right? But even with how they've been willing to hit the go button so frequently, they've actually been playing out this mid game pretty patiently, really trying to set up their side lanes, getting picks when they can in them, and that's set up for this completely uncontested Drake, and now they're on Soul Point.
Yeah, and I'm just really concerned for Shopify, because even though Ryze does scale well, can be really powerful, you know, later on into the game, you're so short range and there's so much CC over on the other team that it is really hard to think about a fight where he can actually get into the back line, be hitting these carries without just getting like flayed into Unraveled Earth and stunned, and then Volibear stun, and then Sion stun, and then, you know, like all of this CC is really, really tough. So it feels like you are
really?
now
State
on
of
Zeus
emergency?
and Fudge. Like you need
Is it that serious?
Engages, you need that big pop blossom on the back line.
Is anybody in Georgia?
Mega Gnar to kind of create that chaos
Or like
and that
any of
space
the
where
South,
Zinni and
like
B-Boy and Contracts can
Georgia,
thrive.
Florida,
Because otherwise,
North
like
Carolina,
you try to walk at them, there's just no chance it's ever going to
Alabama,
work. And you're
any
looking at luxury items
Southerners in
coming
here?
through, things like the Mikhails to try to keep them safe, the Lantern, all those kind of extra tools are there that are going to make it so
North Carolina?
tough to knock down someone like Masu, who's on this
super snowy?
high DPS build. LDR is completed,
Arson, is
already
it
had his
super
IE
snowy as
second.
well?
So it's going to be really, really tough for Shopify. It requires them to have
For my
deep vision, great teleports,
ATLians
I think,
and
to
North
really have a chance.
Carolinians. You're in South Carolina, the stores are really empty, but it's not snowy yet.
Over
Really?
on the other side, you can see also
Yeah,
available for Gakos.
everybody's
Both
telling me
mid laners
that
are
like
running Ghost
they
this
just
game with
bought
no
out the
Summoner's
grocery
Spellbook.
stores.
It means that's really the only big match
Oh, Florida's
for
not
Summoners
getting
we're
hit?
looking
Okay.
at this game, and both the
Normally
Gnar
pretty
and the
hot there.
Sion are now set up in the bottom lane.
A lot of
Still 3.5
ice.
minutes
Be
until the next Drake spawns
careful.
means that nobody else
Do
really
not
needs to hang
drive.
out around here.
Oh my gosh, I
FlyQuest
remember
do
one
have
time when I
control
was
of
in
the top side
college,
river and the
it
Baron
was
pit
during
here
that
at the same
big
time. There is that
snowstorm.
one
I
ward
don't know
from
if y'all
Shopify.
remember.
It's immediately seen now
But
by the
basically
control
when
ward
all
from
of Georgia
FlyQuest, so
shut
that's
down,
gonna get cleared out too.
and
now the
oh my
pressure
gosh,
also starts
I
to
hit an
mount for
ice
Shopify
pack,
Rebellion. Could they
and
be
y'all,
sneaking
my
Baron? We've
wheels
gotta make sure that
locked,
we've got vision
and
on
I
this. Don't let
started
them get away
just
with it, as
space
it feels like
gliding,
the
bro.
map and
I
their
didn't know what to
influence
do,
of it
so I hit the
continues to
curb
shrink.
real hard,
it makes it
and it was
super
near a
dangerous
bus
for
stop too.
Shopify
But luckily,
kind of
because of
go
the
in,
snowstorm,
as you
nobody
see
was outside, so I don't think
still
anybody saw me.
tracking Seos,
But it
fighting
was
over vision
scary,
in
bro.
this Baron pit,
Holy moly!
with
I remember I
how
rammed that
pick-heavy
corner,
and just
bro.
how much
Oh
this
my
FlyQuest
gosh!
composition can lock you down. It just makes it even
Felt like I was in like a
scarier
real
for
life car
Shopify to
accident.
kind of go in and check these darker parts of the map.
And they're just going to be hitting the Baron. Seos is going to get eyes on it, so they're aware of it. But the question is, can they do anything? Fudge is moving up. We'll see how quickly he can get there.
Yeah, FlyQuest wants to just get some kind of resources out of Shopify, some kind of movement. Contracts just loses a massive chunk of HP there, about a quarter of his health. The single auto attack from Masu. Griffin's doing a lot of damage here to the Baron. Cryogen finds a death sentence onto Zinni. Chunks him down, but Cryogen's also low now. Gat goes in the middle of everybody. Griffin coming around from the side and locks up Zinni again. Seos on the approach, but here comes the Weaver's Wall. Quad has arrived into the fight as Shopify scatter and try to escape. Lock up onto only the clone there.
No
and
kills.
Everyone from Shopify gets out. Zinni and Fudge, both Shopify Rebellion solo laners, very low on HP.
But look at the flashes. 4 missing flashes from Shopify. So they had to spend so many of those tools, and 4 are still available on the other side. They're just going to go right back to the Baron, give them no time at all.
Wow.
And this is something I was talking about earlier with the lack of
neck.
teleports in this game. It's much harder for Zinni to get in here. He has Realm Warp to try to close the distance if he can. Sayo's still on the flank. Fudge and B-Boy looking for the opportunity, but Fudge has no Gnar bar. He has to fight as many Gnar if they want to go in. Contracts being chased back away by Griffin as the Baron will partially reset. Griffin's over the wall, nearly kills Contracts instantly, goes
Jungler dead.
Right back over to grab his E off, and Griffin is beast mode on the volley bear.
Wait, why are y'all so low?
As he knocks down B-Boy,
what happened?
Just don't care.
No, Volley Bear is just him.
But it's a good death.
Oh my God, Griffin just straight up like 1v2'd them there, man.
All right, guys, get ready for Volley Bears in your games.
Contracts and then takes even more. The team won't stop.
They are not done yet. A rampage for Quad as Sayos cannot escape the fallout of the fight. Zinni continues pushing up the mid lane here, but he's greeted by Masu, who does have purple gun. Nobody else around.
Get ready for Volley Bears in your games.
Yeah, as we see this again,
I wish that LCS would do the live comms replays like the same way that Valorant does.
Out of this, right?
I know they do it sometimes, but like I wish we got it more often.
To be able to get that kill into Contracts, goes right back in onto B-Boy.
Well, the biggest thing there for me is the fact that as he was going in, he ults in, and then he flashes back into his Sky Splitter. That's why he instant flashed back over the wall, because the E was coming down. So he flashes back into the Sky Splitter, gets the shield, is able to keep that fully stacked lethal tempo up, and just knocks down another one. That was sick from Griffin. And that is the power of the Dusk and Dawn. This item is ridiculously powerful in the right hands. And that is clone after clone.
Good catch there from Cryogen, finds Sayos, and that is the real Nico. Trying to get away, not gonna happen. Quad is unstoppable, and that Sky Splitter that you're talking about, Azale, that is the difference between getting the second kill and not. It was such a small amount of HP, Sky Splitter more than accounts for that. As now with the enemy support dead, one of those huge, big engage mechanisms, there's no way for Shopify to approach the Baron, and that's Baron going the way of FlyQuest, as Shopify are gonna try to take the consolation prize of the Drake. This will set them to Soul Point, but now they've got to weather the Baron Storm for the next 3 minutes.
And I just love how
we're doing it.
After that duel that he had, he's like, you know what? I will build Navori.
Will he even get to it before they close out this game?
He is looking fearsome, though. What a great debut so far for Griffin. Had a slower start in game 1, but ended up being huge for them throughout the later stages.
I'm glad he's having a great debut.
Game, he has been massive. You know, Zinni is trying to split push,
He's
trying
been
to get something
so
going.
present in this
I just
game.
feel like they don't care at all.
In this series.
Got everybody from
last game as well.
Minus Gakgos pushing up this mid lane. That inhibitor gets claimed. Gakgos is over in mid, getting the second lane primed and ready to go for the push to rotate over right after. Fudge is going to try to stop this one as FlyQuest decide they are not going to continue full pressing on this. They're going to reset. They're going to purchase, spend some of that money. Still deathless on Quad's Talia here in the mid lane. Deathless on Gakgos' Scion up there in the top side.
This FlyQuest team is so fun. I know we've said this so many times, but like it is amazing to just watch a team that just believes in their own mechanics so much. The shocking thing for me is I just didn't think they'd be this well coordinated.
Yeah. Me neither.
Especially with how
day one.
Yeah, with how they've played. They've
I
actually,
didn't
like,
expect
played
them
out
to
the
be
map. Like,
this
team fights,
synergetic.
yes, but just how they've played out their lead has been so
being
impressive
a new team.
for a team that's been together for such a short amount of time.
Yeah.
It really is. I feel like they're kind of just playing, you know, in this one way where they're feeling like, okay, we are stronger. We are going to force fights. That is what we are going to do. Quick plays are now done. So Griffin wants to fight anyone on the map. You pretty much don't lose 1v1s as long as you can hit. Actualizer is done for Zinni, so that is a pretty big spike if you can find that perfect combo with that item active.
Yeah, Actualizer is pretty nutty
What's up,
on
Sky?
Rise. You can get over 6,000 mana with this
doing,
ridiculous
boo?
thing. You have 2 tier items alongside it, but it's still a very, very uphill battle for the Shopify side. Down over 5,000 gold. At least they do have Soul Point. I feel like if maybe they can hold out and somehow secure the Mountain Soul, that's pretty much the only chance they've got here. But FlyQuest have just been playing much more of a coordinated game. Masu staying safe there. pulled back to safety. Shopify Rebellion will defend the mid lane inhibitor, but not the turret that protects it.
They did get the Mikhails there off of Cryogen, so they did force that out onto Masu, but Masu's just kind of healing right back up. The actualizer right now, when popped, it's 33% more damage.
Work
as well as
canceled for tomorrow? Oh my god.
Cooldowns. So
everything's really shutting down,
the angle,
huh?
There's always a chance with this item. Are they going to go?
They want the angle right now. They're putting Seos on the flank to try to go in for the Pop Blossom, but FlyQuest sniffs it out as Seos has to try to run away from Griffin. Sky Splitter tags him for a little chunk of damage, but he does escape the CC. And that's Realm Warp. That's your chance of catching somebody off guard, and it just completely flounders.
Yeah, it was kind of interesting because they clearly weren't confident to like fully send it in the middle of FlyQuest. They were kind of trying to do it almost as like a pseudo flank, but that's always going to be marked and found out by one of these strong FlyQuest members. So it just didn't feel like they were willing to fully commit to it, and if you're not, you don't have a chance.
And Griffin will make sure that he auto attacks down this mid lane inhibitor. Nearly gets it, but it actually survives at 5 HP as Griffin has to defensively ult away to stay alive.
Nice try,
City does not get hooked by the death sentence. Wave crashing into the tier 3 turret in the bottom lane here at the same time, but that one's still got plenty of plates left. FlyQuest splitting attention
really
between
fishing
this
right
mid lane
now.
inhibitor that only needs a quick tap to knock it over, and the bottom lane inhibitor turret where Masu's trying to keep the waves crashing in. Honestly, a little bit of a tragedy here for FlyQuest as that mid lane inhib stays standing, and Shopify will take everything they can get.
Yeah, I mean, it could matter here in a minute because you talked about the potential win condition for Shopify is still probably getting Mountain Soul. You're praying that you get a Mountain Soul somehow, that you can stabilize the game, and meaning that they have that extra inhib up. But yeah, they still lost the top one, but at least it won't be those 2 inhibs down for when you're having to deal with that on the other side of the map.
Okay, could be a catch here. Quad knocked up into the air by the 3-talon strike. Flash over the seismic shove from Contracts. A stasis from Quad to buy an extra moment, but he is shut down. That's 1,000 gold in the Xin Zhao's pocket. Wind becomes lightning and Griffin
Kinda inty, not gonna lie.
Take Griffin out as well, but Zinni dies in trade.
Kinda inty.
Brings in the reinforcements.
Come on, guys, don't throw your game like this.
Zeus and Bevo are here. If they overchase, they can actually walk right into this Nico. We'll see.
And there's Monzu. He's caught immediately. The burst is down.
They're throwing.
And there goes the 80 carry from FlyQuest.
They're throwing.
At a massive moment. And with 20 seconds on the clock for the Mountain Soul, Shopify have found their hope.
And they are going to be sprinting towards that Drake pit. In that initial fight, Zinni survives for so long when Griffin kind of makes the choice, okay, Quad, you're gonna die anyway, I'm going to jump onto the Rise. He survives just long enough for the rest of Shopify. Here's where they think they get the catch onto Quad.
I mean, I just think Quad was playing with fire here. Like, what was he doing? He saw them in his face, and he just kind of stayed around for so long, gives over that 1K, everyone gets pulled in. Griffin is an insanely powerful duelist at this point of the game, but only if you can hit. He's just getting chain CC'd as Fudge arrives, and then they just lost track of where Seos and B-Boy could be. They had no vision in the jungle, walk straight in. B-Boy and Seos delete Masu. That is their only carry. And this was all precipitated by this overextension from Quad. He's just way too far up. He's playing with fire, dies for free, and now Soul is on the other team, and you're in danger of potentially losing this game.
The Think Card head scratch is the most appropriate emote for that sequence, I feel like, for a lot of FlyQuest fans, because it does just seem like a silly blunder compared to the coordination they've had for the rest of the game. But now it does give Shopify a fighting chance here in game
like,
2.
you don't want to give your opponent any hope.
Gold, but with the
we're giving them
in their
hope.
possession, it pretty much makes up for that. So let's see who's going to have the better team fight here as FlyQuest again seek to control the topside river around the Baron pit.
Yeah, and that Drake, that contract secured earlier in the game, becoming absolutely crucial, allowing Shopify to catch, to really make the most out of that mistake from Quad on the top side. Now they're right back into this.
Oh, Gakkos
we'll see what Fire doing.
Okay, there it is. Gakkos coming around from the side, wants to look at only a clone. Not really anything valuable there for FlyQuest to claim. They will at least secure the Scuttle Crab as their reward, but Shopify disengaged there very cleanly. Another clone going to be used for scouting purposes. Finds the control ward in the brush. Death sentence attempted there in case Shopify got a little bit too antsy with their vision clearing.
And now Zinni, since we last checked in, has a full Void Staff. So he is really going to be starting to hurt the front line. Has the actualizer, obviously is on those 4 fully completed items. Masu's still a very big lead down on that bot side, though. Griffin as well. So they are still, I feel like, somewhat in the driver's seat, but Mountain Soul making this very close after it felt like it was going to be a Game 2 stomp.
And based on what you said earlier, when we saw the mistake play, the throw up in the top lane from FlyQuest, Azael, if Griffin is not chain CC'd, this volley bear is a nightmare to try to kill. Navori fully completed, the cooldowns are virtually non-existent, but if they can lock him up, he's not super durable. As now, Shopify have begun the Baron. They've got it down to 1/3 HP. Are they going to try to burst this, or are they going to risk a flip? Seo's coming around for the flank, Contracts in the middle of everybody, but where's the follow-up Pop Blossom? Shopify got to be careful now as FlyQuest continue to defend. B-Boy firing off some rockets. Quad goes over the wall. The Weaver's wall trying to create some chaos. Fudge is locked up. The Meganar transforms.
He's gonna die, but he did stall Griffin for a little bit. Now,
Fudge is gone. A kill for Masu.
I think the whole team will die.
And Shopify Rebellion are now caught on the wrong side of the map.
Go, Griffin, go!
Seos and B-Boy in a 3v5. They're gonna need some kind of miracle
here. Get him, Griffin, get him!
Masu's gonna go mid because these death timers will be delayed. The rest of FlyQuest is confident in their ability to 4v3. There's still 40 seconds on both dead players for the Rebellion, and now the
is Masu just gonna end?
Onto Griffin.
He's got minions.
Here as B-Boy's first to die. Resurrection comes through on Contracts, and Seos is gonna drop next. Contracts can't get away.
TP in.
Masu's position in the enemy base
That's
sets
game.
FlyQuest up for the win. Masu will do plenty of work. Gakos is going to show up with the TP to help him. And FlyQuest, recognizing their chance, will stop any Shopify hope. And the new FlyQuest
go fly,
rebuild
go fly, go fly, go fly.
Win.
What are you talking about rebuild? They're already online. They're already here.
This team was so much fun to watch, so much aggression, had some mistakes, but just kind of fought through it. They just kept going. So much aggression from these youngsters on FlyQuest really just made it a super exciting series.
And the most important thing isn't that you never make mistakes, right? Because you're always going to make mistakes in any game of League of Legends. But the most important part is just how this team bounced back after being set behind in game 1, after that kind of iffy quad getting caught out on the top side in game 2, they still stuck together, were able to follow up.
Go fly, go fly.
What a debut.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff from a new roster, the youngest roster like we already talked about. Clearly, the lights aren't too bright, the nerves aren't too intense. They're seeming to have a great time out here. And for Shopify, I think you can look at that first 15 minutes of game 1 and be happy with how it played out, even though you obviously need to be critical of the team fighting and the team decision-making later on in that one. Even in game number 2, when they were presented with the opportunities to get back into the game, when FlyQuest did give them the angle, they fought back. But obviously, still plenty more practice, plenty more VOD review in the future here for Shopify.
Yeah, and I think Shopify's bot lane is not going to be happy with how the series went today. They got absolutely clapped. It felt like in both of the games, really got blown out. Here is that final fight. You know, Shopify decided they're going to try to look for a turn here, but to me, so much of this fight was about Masu and what he is able to get done. He is so strong at this point that he can kind of just go for it and look for a duel.
I don't think you can beat yourself up too bad about going versus Masu.
But at the top of the screen, Masu has so many Chakram stacks that he just kind of goes in, flashes on Zinni's face, knocks down the Rise. Everyone else is then isolated, and they recognize, all right, we don't even have to kill them at this point. Masu just goes towards mid. The rest of you just need to make sure they can't base and the game is over.
Yeah, I feel like the play with Masu here
it would have been a dope duo,
Damio. All the time that Shopify is now wasting of FlyQuest, the shoes on the other foot. It's Shopify's wasted time that they really wish they were home right now. But it didn't work out for them. FlyQuest took the win, and we're joining Jat at the fan zone for an interview.
Griffin?
Thanks, Powers. I'm here with Cryogen after that win here in the fan zone. Karma and Thresh, but more importantly, a 2-0. How are you feeling after the debut?
Honestly, it feels really good to come into my first match and kind of like, I mean, I think we kind of dominated them. I think we played really well. It really showed off how much we've been practicing in scrims, and I'm glad that we came out with it up today.
Watching it, it seemed like you guys were fearless and very aggressive. How have you adopted this mindset as such a young team to have so much confidence and just kind of, it seems like you're just full sending it at every moment?
I think a lot of the calls come from the confidence of Griffin. Griffin gives us a lot of like adrenaline when it comes to these fights. Sometimes we can hold back a bit, but usually with the fights we take, we make sure that we are playing accordingly and still playing to our plan and our team comp.
End of that last game got a little bit interesting. You guys gave away the soul. It looked.
I think
rough,
it's a
but then you were able to
birthmark.
clutch it up at the end. How were the nerves late in that game too? As it seemed like the lead might have been going away.
I mean, I think we were still all really confident in winning the game. We had Masi was really fed, and he was playing fearless, and he's like 6 items. So, although like we did kind of had a mess up at the red buff or wherever it was, I think we were still confident in winning the game.
Awesome, and I know a lot of expectations. People didn't know what to expect with this FlyQuest team because you guys are too young. But you behind the scenes playing scrims, being with this team, what are your expectations now for this year?
I think we're gonna do great this year. Like especially this first split, everyone was kind of, doubting us and having like lower expectations than obviously the old roster, which is pretty fair. But I think what people forget is that we're all still really talented and really young, and we're here to fight. So I'm really confident about this year.
Amazing.
Yay!
Welcome to the LCS. Great seeing you guys play that first game. We're gonna head to break now. On the other side, we're gonna have Lion versus Dignitas making their debut.
Woo! Berserker!
Hard outscale. No mercy. I agree. So if slow game, man, we're rapping. No R. Nice. Try to flip.
Trolling guys.
It's just too deep, guys. Yeah. Well done. Yeah. It's okay, Scan. Game slow. It's okay, Scan. Game slow. Shut up. No, or not shut up. Sorry. Focus. I have no smite though. Is the problem. Wait. Kill. Sis out.
No flash.
Fucking sis out. I'm good. Play for yourself. Play for yourself.
Nice.
Look here.
Take throw. Okay, we play slow.
Just look where.
Can we get this go? Corky nice.
I wish I put in to interview Griffin now. Oh my gosh, that is.
Get Baron for BM.
Get Baron for BM? Brother, what the fricky? That is hilarious. That is hilarious. Oh my gosh, I freaking love. Oh, I wish I put in to interview Griffin, bro. Oh, I wish I put in to interview Griffin, bro. He said, shut up. Not shut up. Focus. I think he was talking to himself low key. I think he was talking to himself and he was like telling himself to not think negatively. Oh my gosh, that is hilarious. Holy, that's so funny, bro. That was funny. Such a good debut. I think they should be really proud of themselves. That's still so funny. No, I totally agree. I really wish I put in for an interview, dude. We only have a certain amount of time that we're allowed to request interviews, and unfortunately, it had passed by the time that went up. I low-key wasn't even thinking about it. I honestly forgot that we could interview people this year because it's such a new thing. It's a new thing last year. I want to put in to interview Berserker this game. I really want to interview Homeboy.
Still have to talk about that last game. I'm in front of the telestrator, blocking some crucial stats. Aphelios is fed, right? Big point of the game.
Yeah, like a max item Aphelios.
Yeah, most damage goes to Volibear. 28.2k to the 25k of Aphelios. He was actually so strong, Griffin, this game. It was wild to see.
They did a little bit of a throw ski, but they were fine in the end. A 2-0. I think that's going to happen, right? I mean, it's the best situation to be in when you're a young team who makes the mistakes, but then doesn't get punished for it.
Yeah.
Right? Like, Griffin flipped Crab in game 1, lost the flip, lost to a level 6 Malphite, died, came back, won this game. They give away Soul because of some bad decisions, win again. Player of the game for both games in that series is actually the young gun Griffin.
Go straight to him, yeah.
What a debut in the LCS for the entire FlyQuest team. I
Griffin,
talked to
bro.
Crowd afterwards. He's also
I
super
love
confident, but
that.
Griffin is the standout. Look at that. He had 800 DPM on the Wukong and 700 DPM on the Volibear, which is insane.
I do want to give Cryogen a little shout out though. That Aphelios Thresh lane was going so well for them, and his coordination with Masu looked really, really good.
That is the expectation changer immediately. The fact that
the tights,
I felt like
the
he
red
strong last year from
bottoms.
Seos and
Yes.
B-Boy.
Actually,
They go into game 2, get completely stomped by the Aphelios and Thresh. Like Cryogen, I
Actually,
think, came into the split looking amazing just off of right out the get-go alongside Masu. So any expectation of how this bot lane would go, I think immediately is kind of cast aside. But also, this team being as
took out
scrappy
your
as they
VPN. Are you
they
serious?
have a crazy chance of being able to claw back into game. But yeah.
I'm feeling good about at least some of my predictions because I had Sentinels at the 4 in the power rankings. They lost to DSG, who had 8. But I put FlyQuest 3rd. Because I'm like, people are sleeping on Masu and Quad. Those guys are actually still good.
Yeah.
We gave them first team and second team All-Pro all year for a reason. It wasn't just because they won games. It's because they were good, and the young guys seem good. But we should move on to our next game.
My fantasy's cooked.
Yeah, I was going to say, me and Raz not doing so well.
I triple dipped into Shopify.
Dignitas. XU's back on Dignitas. Palafox
XU being back on Dignitas after absolutely doing nothing but flaming them all day. Let's go, Doklo!
On his new team, Inspired.
Gucci down to my socks. Where's Berserker?
The top lane. Also, former LCS MVP Berserker.
Was he there?
Returning to this.
He just got in.
So Lion is throwing down. They completely shifted things. They only bring back one player from last
That's a little bit
year.
embarrassing. I'm not going to lie to you.
This year,
They are. I mean, you are going for your big 3 in Berserker, Saint, and Inspired. Like, with how well Saint performed last year, the biggest question was going to be if they were going to basically pick up a championship team around him, and if Lion could do that. They said, hell yes, we can do that, and then some. So I felt like this roster immediately created a lot of excitement, not in from the Latin American
He's just so happy to be there, bro. I freaking love.
Just came into the league and immediately is making that big play.
Yeah, and then obviously Dokla coming in for Zamudio. I was shocked when Dokla didn't find a team going into this split.
Yeah.
I thought not only was he such a huge difference maker for 100 Thieves domestically, but he performed really well.
I wonder if he'll make Lion a winning team. Because
a couple things that
I don't think he was only the best jungler
predicting Lion, mainly because
in
of
the West.
Former MVPs on the
I think he was the best player.
Not only do they not have their intended bot lane, they don't even have their coach here as well.
Swiffer,
is dealing with visa issues as well. So we're 2-0s across the board. But the big thing that I've been watching for Lion in this game is who are they playing through?
Yeah.
Because the biggest change for Inspired
so
is
they don't have their coach or a player.
Of pressure. He created so much space in the top lane. And Dokla was amazing on 100 Thieves because of his ability to play weak side and absorb pressure rather than create pressure. So I want to see, is their bottom lane going to be able to get advantages? Is Saint going to be able to play very aggressive? And what is this new look going to be for Inspired with completely different laners? Because we know how smart he is about the game.
That's a great question. Because for me, I think they should be playing through their bot lane. I think Berserker and Isles has a great mind for the game. And even though he was on like pretty rough teams in the past, I think this is a great opportunity to be with a former MVP. in Berserker, like that's a crazy bot lane to be able to play through. That being said, Inspired in all points of his career has had like a mid laner that he's always played alongside.
True.
So it's tough to see.
Yeah, for me, I'm most curious about jungle mid, right? Because we already identified Saint as this.
And
really
y'all, I think we all know Inspired might be a little bit toxic. So,
and I am curious to see. Again, these are two people who definitely want resources.
Yeah, no, exactly,
whether
Damio.
they're able to coordinate. If they are, that's going to be really difficult for other LCS teams to deal with.
Yeah, I believe we have a little bit more time. I thought we were going to be heading straight to the game, but I think there's a slight delay. So Dignitas is a fascinating team for me because of Palafox.
Yeah.
Listen, like the Palafox story last year was so fascinating to me because this is a former LCS champion, but statistically last year, there were only 8.
Yeah.
Well, there's 9 because I think someone played as a sub. Somehow he's 9th in goal difference at 14. So he was just not doing well statistically, but he has confidence in himself. He believes he brings intangibles to the team. And at the same time, everyone was talking about this big upgrade that Shopify was going to make, getting rid of Palafox, bringing in Zinni.
Toxic Cow? There's word on the street
left versus the trajectory of the team
Inspired
is going to be a hot topic of conversation because fans love to talk about Palafox when he does badly, but he has won a lot of games in the past. So it's
things
he's just a fascinating character for me.
To his teammates.
Hot topic of conversation is XU.
I mean, I don't even think it's like a secret. I think he made it very apparent in World's interviews,
I know things have
in
changed
World's
around the management
content.
Of the team. So XU kind of returning
I don't think it's a secret.
That initial org. I'm also curious to see how he does with Palafox. I guess I'm always looking at jungle mid. Mid being just such an important part on the map.
But like, I think you're very valid to do so because like both of these players have had moments, right?
Yeah.
Like the Silas plays from XU and also like the LeBlanc into the Ziggs from APA. So like they have moments. If they can put it together, we got to see it. I want to see it, so we're going straight to the games.
Hello and welcome back to the Riot Games Arena for our second matchup of the day. Lion versus Dignitas. Let's go ahead and meet the teams, starting with the LATAM representatives, Lion. In the top lane, Dokla. Jungle, Inspired. Mid lane, Saint. Bot, Berserker. And in support, Isle.
Is that Berserker? Did he just like get a brand new haircut?
And opposite them on the Rift today are Dignitas in the top lane.
Is that him?
Photon, Jungle,
yeah, no, I'm used to his long hair pulled back into a little ponytail. Is that really him?
And support, Breezy. Give it up one more time for Dignitas, taking on Lion.
FlyQuest, also hello, Monkey. You better watch it before this gets flipped. He sees it, he accepts your interview, and then curses you out. The way I think that is actually
trying to return as a very different looking team. You see, what do you like about
the way that would go down.
They changed the font to cursive to be more classy as well.
They got the collars.
Yeah,
it's all looking good.
This organization is, gets a lot of criticism.
Y'all better lock in. Don't let Inspired catch y'all.
Tried to rebuild everything.
Saying
and it feels
nothing.
like this year they're trying to change the whole story around.
Y'all better lock
Dignitas,
in
where
now.
It has been very negative for a while. But bringing in Jonathan as a new GM.
I want them to show Berserker's face. I gotta do like some face ID on him, bro. That was not Berserker.
We might have brought a couple in. We do have 2 E-subs in the bot lane, but we are expecting FBI and Ignar later on. But I like to bring up, it's a rebuild from the top down, because I was looking back at the tapes. This is Dignitas' 6th major rebuild in 6 years. Since rejoining
I'm doing well,
the
Munchie. Thank you for
franchise
asking.
league, they have had 3 or more roster changes every offseason. Yet again now with only Photon technically returning, who was kind of a sub for them in the summer coming in late. But it's a top-down rebuild. Jonathan, new GM coming in, which is something to be excited about. But it's also a rebuild for the opposition in Lion as well.
A rich rebuild.
Can they show me his face?
It feels like for Lion, because they came in and they just dropped
Hey,
cash.
there's
Big
the
bags of
caffeine
cash.
gun
They're
that
like,
Inspired was talking about.
Inspired is the MVP of your whole league. We're gonna buy Inspired. Oh, Berserker, he was an MVP of your league. League, we'll bring him back.
We'll get him back. He never missed out on LCS.
That's him.
Technically, always been here.
That's him.
They tried.
He done changed his hair, just like.
Zamudo with some more visa
Ooh,
issues,
it's crazy
and so
how
they
your
decided,
hair
Dokla
can
is big
like
in China, okay? He got a lot of views, big on social media.
Get those clicks.
So we get big Dokes
night and
back here
day
as well, and it
type
just
of
feels
deal.
like,
It's so crazy how that
Lion
happens.
have come into this season and said, hey, this is our time. We are going to make a bid to win the LCS.
They've been very vocal about that.
Saint was an extremely good carry for this team, so they kept him in mid lane, and they want to build so much around it here, get some more threats on the team, and spending bid to buy Inspired. Let's see if it works out on the Rift, because a lot of people are a little bit worried if the personalities will mesh on this team, despite everyone recognizing that the skill level of individual players over there is very high.
If you just look at
what
on
I
paper,
said.
it's a great roster. Even Isles, who we haven't mentioned yet, has played with Berserker way back on Cloud9 when he was switching
it
time
may
with
not.
Winsome. So reuniting in the bot lane, we've seen how good they've looked, but how good will the team mesh together? We're going to get our first glimpse of that now.
And I'm definitely looking at top lane. As you mentioned, Photon stays on the team. Rumble here. Rumble is a primary pick for top lane right now. It is worth investing in. They're going to go for the Orianna side of the Azir trade because Azir is banned, and so then you're forced into something like, are we going to do a Ryze or Talia angle here for Lion? Personally, I like when Saint is on some real hard carry champions with mobility as well. Saint loves to play high resources. He's like, give me the money.
Yep.
I'm also
I
gonna
love
win
how
you the game. I'm
Dokla
gonna make some
hovers
big
off
plays.
time.
And so we'll see. So it ends
Like,
up being that
come
trade I was
on.
talking about.
Come on with
They
it.
do go for Dokla having
I'm
the
gonna
Rumble.
I'm gonna stand every
And
time.
There's a lot of options you can go for with Rumble. You can build like a Yone for Saint and try and do one of these dive comps.
True.
That would definitely fit the bill of what I was talking about, where Saint, some of these big carries that have lots of mobility there as well. Classic combination though, the spicy hot pot with Jarvan Cataclysm.
Yeah. We've seen this one before. It would not be surprised to see that locked in. And there we have it, top and jungle for Lion, which means Dignitas. They already have that Orianna. They won't have the J4 combination with it. But whenever I see this mid laner, I
being
always
back
think,
on
how can you
Dignitas
pair
is
with
still
it?
the
XU and Palafox,
biggest gag
the
of
yeah,
2026.
Bring that one back. Or the Woo Wave.
The Woo Wave.
The Woo Wave, yeah.
The fact that Dignitas even wanted him back after he talked so much trash, and the fact that he accepted after talking so much trash.
Pass that
oh
Wukong
my
the
god.
ball and get some big engages. Anyways, Photon goes for the Cassante.
He did. He said the check is going.
But it does get the job
either
done.
way.
Gives you that safe tank up there.
Interesting to know, because I was looking at Photon Shampoo last year. We only saw him for one summer. He only played a tank once out of all of his games. He's usually bruisers. He played even like Kled, things that were a little more unique. So I would say not the normal or average look from what we saw last year, Photon, but of course, different build of Dignitas, more practice with him.
This is right in line what we want from Saint. Big damage carry with lots of mobility.
Yep.
He's got the playmaking, he has the mobility, and Akali has side lane supremacy over Orianna. Yes, like you can gank with Jarvan and you can try and get kill windows, blow Orianna flash early on for the Akali, and see if you can get a kill angle there. But especially later into the game, you can definitely have a lot of threat for side lanes, and it gets a little bit dangerous for the Orianna. So I like Lion here with the attack focus. They've got lots of dive angles. Akali, Rumble, and Jarvan all very good at diving low mobility carries like the Orianna.
It is 2 AP solo laners. So that means easy itemization for Photon.
All
but
names
Palafox is gonna be
I
the
do
one
not
with the
know,
target on
except
his
for
head. And now
Sajid.
Lion get to ban away some of these more high mobility AD carries, because like you had mentioned, if you have low
Berserker, play
mobility as a
something
team,
fun for
this team from
us.
Lion can get on top of you.
Play
Ezreal
something
taken off the
fun
table
for us,
already.
Berserker.
Wouldn't be surprised if we see more in line with
Play
that.
something fun for
There.
us.
Meanwhile, for the supports here, banning up the Lulu, so they're expecting some hyper carry on the side of Lion. That is the style that everyone knows and loves from Berserker. How
This area,
it's how he earned his MVP over here. So, Dignitas, very wary of that, and they're not targeting Berserker's actual AD carries. It's the supports that are going to go along with that, and taking away that Lulu.
Okay, yeah, this is another kind of defensive tool. Not
If you
necessarily
lock
in
in
the carrier's
Quirky,
hands,
I'm
but it can
AFK.
help protect
I'm not.
an AD carry.
I actually want to
Doesn't
see
mean
this
some
game
of the more
pretty badly.
defensive options are still available. If Breezy wanted to play something like Thresh, I do know him for that. But when I look at a player like Mobility, remember this is also the E-subs in the bot lane for Dignitas. I think it's important to mention that. Mobility's
Berserker, play something fun.
Facilitator side.
Play
Jin is the
something
big one to
fun.
think of when it comes to
Play
mobility. A
something
collegiate
fun.
bot laner coming in here. It's not that often that we see the kind of collegiate to pro pipeline. But mobility is a
Okay,
Winthrop
you were correct about the
University alumni,
Inara.
so Throps out. Shout out everybody.
There's
who
our hyper
watches
carry
CLOL.
that we were looking for, though, for Berserker. Yunara, the
I
hyper carry of the patch.
I'm so sorry, but
my
I
friend.
don't like
The
Yanara
hyper
right
carry
now.
of the patch also has her own. Man, it actually does suck that we have a player named Mobility now, because we do use that term.
We do use that term
fairly
but,
frequently.
Oh, and he did lock in a champion that has mobility in the kit as well. So
Fair enough. They've got dive on both sides.
Yeah.
Ooh,
You
Alistar.
get the Wukong Oriana.
Are they the
Shockwave
team of the white
initiation and
boys?
the Kaisa
There's a lot of
follow-up
white
here.
boys
Think-
on
think
Dignitas.
Alistar's a no-brainer here for Breezy.
yeah, and I love the idea that we kept thinking, oh, high mobility, you kept trying to
Are
cut
they
back,
just
dodge
the
away
white
from the engage.
boys
No,
over
just
there?
follow up on your own engage because they have so many tools on Dignitas' side now that
Munchie, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime and the 2 years of support.
On their
Hope you're having a beautiful day today. Filled with
again,
nothing but sunshine and
definitely
rainbows.
skewing more lion side just based on the names on screen with Bard as the
Who
final
else
pick
they got
here
over
for
there?
Isles.
Who's in their
So
top
many
lane?
things that Lion have where they can burn Oriana Flash. Bard ultimates and Jarvan ganks.
Oh, they got
Jarvan
XU.
and Bard are so good
Okay,
at
XU and top
attacking
laner.
Oriana. So I think Lion here,
like,
they've got a very
that's a
clear
full
game plan.
team.
You know that Saint likes to win the game, for being very rich and being the focus of the team.
I'm
And
used
so
to Isles
they are gonna
being
put a
on
lot of pressure
Dignitas.
on Palafox's, I would say F key, but maybe he put it on D.
Maybe he puts it on D, yeah,
Maybe
you
he
never
put it on
know.
D.
I'm an F key gamer, personally, F for Flash. But I love that that was first pick for Dignitas. For Palafox, the player that we just heard the lounge talking
I wonder
about.
if
Those were
Berserker
stats.
is
He was ninth
happy
place
to
in
be
one of
back
those stats.
in
And
NA
league with 8
or
teams
upset
because of the
to be back
multiple
in
mid laners
NA.
that we saw throughout the year. He did not have a great 2025. He's hoping to turn it around now, but some clear focus from Lion to say,
FBI
isolate the
was
Oriana, lock him
100
down.
Thieves
It's going to be a tough game
until
for
100
Palafox. Take it
Thieves
back
let
to
go
the
of their
stage here in
roster.
2026.
And people really anticipating that it might be a full tough series for Dignitas, but Jonathan here
Shout
with
out
the
Jonathan,
shades.
by the way. He has to be the coach on stage because they couldn't get their coach in either. He mentioned to me last week, he's like, yeah, I'm going to be doing my best with draft, but it'll be mostly the players. So I'm expecting a lot of comfort picks today.
Yeah.
I'm sure he was like, all right,
Also,
guys,
Dignitas, again,
do what
with
you
the
think
new
is
look.
best. I trust y'all.
They got the new jerseys. Jonathan
Oh my
wearing
gosh,
the shades
I'm
on
so
stage, trying to be
scared,
intimidating.
Captain. I'm so scared.
Something like that. Something like that. Hey, at least they win with the jerseys, though.
I wonder
That
if
is the
maybe I
biggest
can
thing
put in for an
Dignitas
interview
right now
for
is the
I
drip
will
on
form
stage, and
questions
now a hope and a dream
for
against a roster built to challenge for the
Inspired,
Kangas,
Berserker, and Dokla.
Game one, they got the ward
I will
down,
fish
but
for
it's an
those.
early game Alistar and already Isles landing the stun. Mobility uses the
Inspired.
barrier, so that summoner spell down to start off laning phase.
Why did they just back off? They put a ward
Dokla.
in there and it got swept.
Yeah.
You know you lose. You're level 1 Alistar.
Hey, it's about sending a message.
What was our
Berserker.
message? Our message is we
Stand
don't,
your ground.
we don't care about barrier. That's our message. We don't need summoner
They don't need it.
I feel like
Ooh, Breezy
those
also
are
taking a
the
rough
people
trade
we
there.
would be
And,
really
we're gonna
interested
be
in
watching
talking
some
to.
bot lane early on here. A reminder for everybody still that this is an emergency sub bot lane situation for Dignitas. I got to chat with Breezy ahead of the game. He did have a decent enough practice with them, but
Oh, is it a visa? A visa issue?
You're hitting the button already? Oh boy.
He's using his potion. He has no barrier.
Because FBI
already.
is
Holy moly. Okay, back to your story though. I like a good story, Kangas.
So
FBI is
as we see Breezy trying his best to keep
Australian.
mobility safe down here.
Yeah.
Welcome to LCS, Mobility and Breezy. Both their first time. Actually, it's Breezy's second time. He
visa
did
problems.
play for CLG Academy back in the day and got one stage game in LCS. I like to call Breezy kind of the best support you've never heard of because he's played for so many years in Tier 2 at the Academy Challenger level and is now getting another shot here to show what he can do at the LCS stage. Well, hopefully the rest of laning phase goes better for them. Alistar early on, notoriously weak, and they're already down a lot.
Yeah, it's all good. All good. No heal, no barrier. But they got their flashes. No potions either for them. Meanwhile, in the mid lane,
It's
also
going good.
trading very heavily here. So Let's see if, you know, first angle for Jarvan is going to be towards mid. Oftentimes, when mid laners ward your Raptors like this, if you look at the mini-map and just dropping the ward inside Raptors, it still leaves a lot of angles, especially for champs like Jarvan.
Yeah.
In the early game here, there's going to be some decent options for Inspired. Of course, Inspired, as you know, always wants to keep up his farm and be very efficient. So you get a little bit of time after your full clear and your first crab. And we'll see at the moment, because bottom lane pushing up for Lion. Plenty of defensive wards here for Dignitas through that side, but the wards are just going to give them info that, yes, Inspired is taking the bottom side crab, so XU can just trade on top side. Palafox, speaking of trading,
is in some trouble right now, but has XU behind him. XU is already going up towards that top scuttle. His bot lane's already shoved in, so does not want to contest for that one. And Palafox very low.
I want to see some flash plays here in mid lane. Oh, I want to see some. You can tell he's eyeballing that kill angle. Okay, we'll go for the recall. Wave is pushing towards Saint, so he's feeling good on the Akali. Just recall back both of them. And both junglers here getting their respective crabs, so no extra damage done there.
Well, he didn't go for the flash play, but I'm hearing that we actually have a quote from Inspired ahead of the game, giving Saint a little pep talk. So let's listen in on that.
Vibe check. Good vibe.
Mic check.
Vibe check.
Babe check what?
Vibe. Yeah, are you nervous or not nervous?
Hey, you think I'm nervous?
I don't know, bro. I just ask. It's fine, bro. Just think about what do you wanna do. You like when wave come, just think, okay, should I push? Should I not push? Should I trade? And it will be easy.
Little vibe check from Inspired.
All right.
Saint's like, you think I'm nervous? You think I'm nervous? Where's my
Not playing for the vibes. Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah,
please.
I mean, it's fun to see Inspired in a new environment, because obviously we've seen on two different teams. Actually, two of the minions right there. Palafox might have a little window, but playing into the wave, not going to commit to it. So Saint takes a rough trade, has to go for a back there. But I love that Inspired's already taken.
Oh my gosh, should I put that in the question? So I heard you guys were
we saw him go from EG to
playing for the vibes.
Success in that transition. This is now another time that we get to see him move to a new org.
Around $50,000 on the line here. How do we feel about the team synergy thus far?
Who's the better player?
Yeah, because Inspired has such a strong personality and view of the game.
Oh, the shade. Do you think Riot would cancel me for that?
People were curious as to how this Lion roster is going to play out.
Do you think Riot would cancel me for that?
I do like the interaction where we say what's kind of looking at him.
My gosh.
You know, Inspired's telling me to think about what I'm doing.
Yeah, my gosh.
Okay, I got you.
I wonder what's going on in scrims ahead of that.
Thinking about it.
But let's catch up on what's happened elsewhere on the map so far. Top lane is top lane. It's going to be an island for a while. Bot lane, no deaths have come through. It is a sizable lead for Berserker, but Nobility and Breezy
I might do
have
it.
at least been able to survive the early laning phase. Now
you should ask if they're playing for the vibes when they're fighting for a spot at Worlds.
Losing out so far on the trade. Photon, big damage.
There may. I'll intro the question like this.
Side steps the third and Topo strike flashes away. XU with the follow-up. Not enough damage.
Period, Dokla.
The critical sidestep here on the Topo strike. Dokla with the.
As you guys prepare for Worlds, where, must I remind you, there may or may not be more or less than $50,000 on the line. Are you guys going to be playing for the vibes to secure your spot? Do you think the vibes will get you that world spot, or are we going to just really be try-harding, making sure nobody's on their one tricks, yada yada yada?
Your top laner gets ganked, and he not only does he not die, but he goes up summoner spells. So Wukong, this champion that.
100% need that question. Do you think that these League of Legends players know about Marvel Rivals drama?
You know, that's a big Dokes play.
That's another big question.
Won't have flash for the Grubs contest if they want to go for it. And it also just gives so much time for Inspired to get that dragon. So early objective lead now for Lion, plus a small gold lead. Most of that just being in the bottom side here as Berserker and Isles yet again shove in another wave.
Are you serious?
And Dokla is definitely a story that we should you know, take a while on, because I
what did the
honestly
NBA
thought
say?
that with how well he played at Worlds, I know people said, oh, he played for the team, and you know, it was
maybe
more
I do
about
it.
him like leading with objectives and stuff. Honestly, I thought he just actually played really good individually in some 1v1 scenarios as well, and thought it was crazy.
Of course,
that,
it was
he
the
actually
Atlanta
did not,
Hawks.
at the beginning of this
the city of mess.
So it is very
just
unfortunate
pure mess.
for Zamudo, by the way. Again, more visa issues.
I'm not even
He is
surprised.
not going to be here indefinitely, basically. But the bright side of it is that
Atlanta
at least
is the city of
does get in
messiness.
here to the LCS, does get to
So,
return, and already showing
that makes
some
sense.
fancy footwork on top side.
They weren't able to get one most valuable prospect from Tier 2 in, so they got a different most valuable prospect from Tier 2 in. As Dokla, I mean, if you're going to have a substitute top laner, what a great one to pick up. I echo your sentiment of how good he looked at Worlds, and I think that he's the type of personality that can also work with a team like Lion, where it's going to have a lot of hot personalities. When we hear players talk about Dokla, it's usually
Who's
like
the league equivalent of a Black Widow lock-in? I think it's just like the equivalent of being an ADC one trick.
The Grubs are
but
on
not
the
doing
rift,
well.
but neither jungler there right now. It looked like supports might be roaming up towards it, but they will head back to bot lane instead.
Because I think Black Widow is supposed to be like a hyper carry,
Inspired already,
like a squishy
got
hyper
the
carry.
objectives under control here. He's got topside Scuttle Crab as well as the Grubs, and his top laner Rumble over here has ultimate. Rumble can have a very big impact from very far away. Saint's got to get away from this damage.
Yeah, he has the perfect execution. Cyclone's available for XU, and Inspired's there in the back pocket. So Saint does not have to burn anything big. We'll just back away, but that doesn't mean Inspired will not get all three Grubs uncontested. He gets the first one. Now XU contesting for another. Smite's coming up soon, and now Inspired has it, but one taken away. XU picks that up. Engage comes in from Saint. Cyclone defensively. XU has to jump over the wall with the Warrior Trickster, and that means Lion now can go
I think she said that she played other champions or whatever you call them in Marvel Rivals, but I think it was really just a battle of ego
No Orianna Flash.
at the end of the
Remember,
day.
Genghis, when we're drawing up these team comps, that was one of the points where it does seem
I think it was just a battle of ego. I don't think that they liked a random man telling them what they should play. But personally, and I've had to deal with this, if a rank 1 player,
look for kill angles.
if a rank 1 player, if I'm in a tournament and I'm on the same team as a rank 1 player, if the rank 1 player tells me to lock in Yumi and just run circles around Fountain, you know what I'm going to do? Immediately, I'm locking in Yumi and I'm running I'm running laps, baby. Laps. And I'm taking Flash Ghost to make sure I do extra laps. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I've had to do that in tournaments. Like, even though I'm a Jinx main or a Tristana main, I think it was Aoki at one point was like, lock in Ashe Misfortune, and you sit at the back and you use your ulti and you spam W. And you know what I did? I Ashed in Misfortune, bro.
They are both ninjas.
Like, I'm not about to argue with somebody who's rank 1. If the rank 1 player tells me to stand up, turn around, and do a little hop, I'm gonna stand up, turn around, and do 2 hops. Right, overachiever.
Yeah,
overachiever.
Yeah,
we need one.
Like,
we need more ninjas.
I just don't understand. But on top of that,
let's see about Inspired though, because all
like
his camps
bump
have
and
been cleared.
ego.
That's when you know he's
Babes,
looking
you're
for some
playing on
action.
250 ping.
Jarvan here, get back out to it, and we do still have
Come
no
on.
flash on Palfox. He should stay
He
fairly
said
close
he
to
wanted
tower,
somebody to play,
safe,
what was it,
but
Death
Inspired
Mar,
is kind of hovering 'cause he has
Death
the
Mar,
extra time to look.
Death something,
Yeah,
Death Note support or whatever, tank support. Babes, lock in that tank support and support your rank 1 carry. Like, do you not care about money?
There's more information for Palafox as Photon uses
You're on 250 ping
there, and
playing
Dokla
from
not
Europe.
really in danger.
XU's coming back though, so the danger increases exponentially when
Playing
the jungler
from
gets here. The wave is already
Europe.
cleared though.
Yeah, and he's got
Yeah,
the
no,
equalizer for
it's
the next
ego.
wave.
It was all ego. It was just a battle of the egos.
Target twice now. Are they still going to commit to this? They don't have the wave.
Girl,
Flash of XU,
I don't know what the
Photon's
character
trying
is
to take him
called.
as long as he can, and that is first blood to XU.
Wow.
The turret damage barely not enough, but perfect execution mid.
No, I'd say, sir, yes, sir, absolutely.
If that had actually failed for Dignitas on top lane.
He says, "Lock in Yuumi, and Yuumi I shall be."
Breaker. But thankfully for them, it actually succeeds this time. The only drawback, I guess,
she was
is that
playing
they
from
lost
EU.
so much more on the other side of the map. That's
and
not
mobility
worth
might
it.
just die here as well. The exhaust for the slow will light up the Cosmic Binding.
Nice trade. Good job.
Miles with the kill credit. Gold on the Bard, another kill to Lion.
So you got Dokla, but the cost was...
How is Berserker up 1.6 thousand gold?
But they got Dokla.
They did get big Dokes. Okay, so I'm wondering if... So Dokla, if he walks away from the Wukong a little earlier, because Photon was tanking tower, maybe he avoids that last little bit of damage. But basically, when Photon hits that last Antofo strike, that's the trigger here, and XU then flashes in.
Yeah.
So close to outplaying it. If you maybe if you've been able to flash that, but regardless,
it was still worth.
The plays on the other side of the map were so big for Lion, with them getting that kill on the Orianna, who did not.
I mean,
have
she said
flash,
she
and
didn't
then
need the money.
also getting so much on bottom side
But
of the
what
map.
about your team? It's a team
And
game,
if you think about it,
babes.
it's like
It's a
gold
team
on
game.
the Wukong. You're playing towards your Cassante top lane. Yeah,
In
you're putting
team
the Rumble a little
environments, you
behind,
gotta
but
let go of that
now
ego,
the two
bro. You
dragons
really
stacked for
do.
Lion, and they are getting gold elsewhere on the bottom half of the map, which has been winning out so far. No kill on Berserker yet, so. But he's still 2.3k ahead of mobility just based on laning.
Because towers also count as kills. They added the first blood and first tower bonuses back into the game.
Yep.
And
Yeah, I guess he has a
huge fan of that
36
because
gold.
it really feels meaningful once again.
He's got a
rather than,
36
those
gold
little,
gold
those little
lead,
quests.
or
no
36
plates
gold
taken from
CS lead,
Dignitas'
right?
side. They have been shoved in
So
the
like
entire laning
that's
phase. So
the
that's all
equivalent
the
of like
plates plus the
600
first
gold,
turret gold.
a little bit
Good
more than
catch.
600
Berserker
gold.
is a rich shady carry.
That is the
It's
emergency
truly
button
'cause of
that
the
we were
plates,
spamming
man.
early on. And now
Those
you're in
plates
that
are going
territory where
crazy.
everyone remembers Berserker as the MVP of the league. It was in positions like this. You know, Yunara wasn't actually in the game yet, so it was more like Zeri or something like that. But positions similar to this.
Whoa, that is some damage, baby.
Mobility right there.
Go
Berserker
Berserker,
having a
go
fantastic
Berserker,
start
go
to his return
Berserker,
to the
go
LCS.
Berserker.
You weren't keeping track of the Berserker journey last year. He was playing in the LCK, and now he's back with a solo kill.
Emergency!
Welcome, mobility.
Emergency!
All right, what are some questions we would want to ask
He's
Berserker?
going to get more plates in the mid lane.
We actually do need a giant red emergency button up here.
Just for instances like this.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, XU went past a ward, so he was thinking, all right, Berserker's going to greed on this tower. Maybe I can, you know, get in there with my ultimate, but definitely not going to be the case. So Lion with the game well in hand, and Kangas, this Lion super
Is he
team.
single? See, you know, there are some questions that I'm willing to ask, and there are some that I'm not.
Even without the 2 subs. It was kind of like Disguise versus Dig. A lot of people arguing which one's which in 8th place. I still had them last, and I have Lion in my 4th place spot. I think that they can challenge for a championship if everything clicks together. So, I mean, this is kind of what you want to see from a team that's going to contest for a championship versus a team with 2 E-subs that would be power ranked at the bottom.
100%. Let's see about this Herald fight.
All right, now Dignitas started up, but Lion are approaching. The equalizer goes down onto so many members. Already chunks them out pretty heavily. Isles has the
One of the Valorant players from EG is very, he has made it very known that he's looking for a girlfriend.
He tries to buy space, and he will be sacrificed. Mobility in trouble, has to flash away from the Cataclysm. XU dies, Photon flashes away. Lion are slaughtering Dignitas in their own jungle.
Yeah, I think it feels a little mean now. Especially when you're saying, oh, you had the power ranks at last even before the sub thing. Like, well, that was unnecessary.
I just want to set expectations.
Yeah, and the expectations are being met on the Rift here. Lion, they came into this season, they spent big, getting a lot of superstar power, and even if people think, oh, maybe the personalities won't work out later.
FlyQuest is already gone. Shopify is already gone.
Not an issue.
Do you think Saint took inspired, you know, motivational speech?
The vibe check.
Are the vibes good?
Yeah, vibes are good. Vibes are looking good. Whenever you're winning like this, vibes are always really good. It's very easy. Meanwhile, Saint up there having some fun on a Kali always feels very, very fun to get a lot of extra kills, and your Gunblade is finished, so you have a lot of this extra, you know, CC options here with the slow active from it.
and plenty of damage.
Meanwhile, Palafox on the other side going for a very defensive build. He's got the Magic Resist boots. He's got Rod of Ages stacking up. He's just trying to survive right now. The start of laning phase, he was going pretty well for him. Again, to his credit, but the rest of this game falling slightly behind. But is up in CS, so Palafox actually being more solid for the side of Dignitas alongside Photon, who is the returning member and definitely impressed me last year. Happy to see Photon having a good start to the day.
Yeah. I mean, you can say what you want about the bottom lane, but it's emergency sub situation, you know? So it's definitely, we knew it was going to be difficult.
I might have cast a curse him a little bit right there, as Saint will find his 3rd kill of the game. Now, he doesn't need CS. Palafox can get as much CS as he wants over Saint. Saint's going to pick up the kills instead.
Yeah.
Where's the connect? I got you.
Do you want more story time, Kobe? I have more
Next time he's in chat, I got you. I know it's a generic question, but for us, but Berserker and Isles both joined in December last year, so maybe a generic one like, how do you feel about the synergy with Isles so far?
Didn't have the best end to like his last year in LCS, but still, we're happy to have him
yeah,
back.
I think he's used to Spin being his support.
Just gonna leave that one there.
Oh my gosh, there's a lot of solo kills happening for him.
Obviously popping off, but coming back to NA, the question was going to be which form of Berserker were we going to get? Is it the MVP version? Almost kind of like Impact. We talked about that with him yesterday. Which version do we get? The MVP version or the most recent form? But so far, so good. 3-0-2 plus a over 60 CS advantage.
Yeah, and, as we said, everyone kind of expects this type of, hyper carry style from Berserker. He also played stuff, like Ashe and was decent on some utility options as well. So we've got a 1v1 up here.
Saints losing it right now. Inspired's nearby.
Well, again, that's no fair.
Yeah, Palafox is pretty tanky with the Rod of Ages and the Magic Resist boots. Does have to flash away, and a follow-up from Inspired. We'll get the kill credit for that one.
And they're
Inspired with his casual 6
KP. And then
KP.
get back to their job as usual. Finish up with the rest of the towers on the map.
They really be farming champions.
He ignited. That's just rude. He just ignited Breezy.
Yeah, spell book, baby. Got to get to the next spell in the rotation.
Somebody in the audience just shouted something. I have no idea what it was, but maybe they were cheering on Breezy.
They were going, great job, Kangas. You're doing great out there.
Thank you.
Woo.
Thank you, audience. Woo. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Yeah, there we go. As the turret also falls. That is all 3. I think I heard a boo afterwards, so we're getting conflicting responses.
I was just trying to protect your ego. I've got your best interest at heart. Don't listen to them.
Hey, no, I heard you during the analyst lounge earlier today. You called me out of the Shopify prediction, which, to be fair, they did lose to FlyQuest today.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
Back to Berserker, though. The fiendish, what is it called? The Fiend Hunter Bolts. That hyper carry item, which feels like it was made for him because he loves all of those champs, also got buffed on the patch. So
do we have it? I think we can actually pull it up here to take a look at it because there's a lot of new items. Let's show everybody in case they haven't been playing a lot or checking out any of the new item builds. Is it going to pop up?
Well,
is it going to work?
The button is clicked.
I saw it. I can't confirm. Kobe clicked the button.
Clicked.
That's okay.
However.
All right, we have a bit of a scrap right now as XU finds it. Oh, there it is. Hey!
Looks good to me. Everything you want. More.
Oh, it's a belt. So I've never seen the picture blown up this much.
In the belt.
That's good. I like that. I
or
thought
do you
it was...
wear it across your chest like a what's it called?
Oh yeah, bandolier.
Bandolier.
I think that's what that's called.
Yeah. Could be that kind of action.
That would. How would you wear it, Kobe? Would you go belt or bandolier?
Across your forehead.
I think the bandolier is cooler.
Yeah.
I'd wear it across my forehead.
However he's wearing it, it's working right now.
Like a headband.
Again, mobility has to get pushed back. Lion are 10,000 gold in the lead here at 21 minutes. An absolute shellacking so far. So I want to start to reframe things here, Kobe, because if Lion are going to be a top contending team, this is their goal. They've said that. They spent a lot of money. You said that.
Yeah, I mean, they bought the literal MVP of the league.
Literal MVP of the Americas last year. He won all of the awards. So I think that there's a lot of expectations that come along with that. Let's start to rank them on how they've moved around the map, how they're looking so far. I know it's against a weakened Dignitas to start off the season, but we can still start to get first impressions from them.
Yeah, we can. I don't know if it's super fair Because as we said, it's a sub-bottom lane that they're playing against. And Dignitas, as you had them dead last ranked as well. So, I mean, you could get your first impressions.
I want to go coach stream LCS, and I want to invite like Electro or Stunt in Saber to sit with me. I think that would be really fun.
Rankings based on what we've seen so far.
Genghis. Yeah. Quick swap.
I'm pulling a Jat. He did that with TL and C9. Although, admittedly, that was only 1 spot difference for him. Mine's going to be a bit bigger there. Herald will land, will not take the turret. We have 4 seconds for the next Dragon. This is already Dragon Soul and Dignitas. Really no shot
let me ask them.
it here. So Lion will be able to pick this one up, and this is looking like one of those brutal games where you're just kind of waiting for Lion to find the big avenue in and find the close to this game, because there's so little avenues for Dignitas to find anything.
All right, I've got something for you then.
Okay, what you got?
Since you're trying to like set expectations and stuff for this team, and we can draw some parallels here. From Inspired on Lion over to Inspired last year on
As long as Saber still has his bedhead, bro.
FlyQuest
Alan has been posting on Instagram live right now, and like I'm always like, yeah, go Alan. But what he'll do is he'll be like,
Jat does like these type of things.
He posted something some other day, and I woke up at like 2 a.m. and I saw it. But it was him like, live right now. I'm new to Instagram. Who even sees these? And I was like, Alan, babes,
they definitely
please.
Want to. If you hear them
And then
talk
like
about
the
it,
next night, he posts another going live notification, and it says, "Going live now." How do I flip
the
this?
Better comparison is, can we pull up game
And I'm
1
like, Alan,
of 2025
please,
Inspired stats compared to game 1 of 2026
I can't
Inspired
breathe
stats?
right now,
That,
bro.
That looks really good
He's
for Lion
so
right
freaking
now.
silly.
Although Flag was probably
He's
did they
so
win their first game?
freaking
I'm trying to
silly. I
remember.
love it so much.
Last year, I remember a year ago, isn't it?
He's such a cutie
LTA
patootie.
didn't happen.
The boomer allegations. He's never beating those. He's never beating
They're just
those.
gonna delete it from their memory.
That's what you have to do. I mean, it's hard to say, but in a competitive environment, when this type of situation's happening, you kind of have to find a way to miracle reset mental going into another game, because this one is so far gone. You've been a competitor yourself, Kobe. I know it was a long time ago, but do you ever remember?
Yeah, it was.
It was a long game. You know, maybe this is a stretch. Do you ever remember having a game like this?
No, well, I don't. We actually never lost like this.
Oh, okay.
I've never.
Did you ever win like this?
I've never lost like this. We actually won a gold medal, so
You like to remind people of that.
You remember the stress though, you know, my like legs shaking under the desk. But yeah, this is looking like Lion are taking their time. You know, they've got the luxury of the entire map being
Also,
under their
how is
control.
the audio for today? Is like,
How Fox,
is it
I mean,
too
we could cook
too
up
loud,
some,
too soft,
you know,
or is
Hail
it just
Mary
right?
stuff here, Kangas, but
I always try to make sure the
it's a
audio
10,000 gold lead
sounds
with Dragon
okay,
Soul,
so
and it's
that everybody
25
can hear.
minutes into the game.
Okay,
yeah,
good.
this is just a brutal showing right now. Honestly, for both teams, again, it was a rebuild of a year, but very different looks to the rebuilds. Because Lion, the rebuild, they had a lot of excitement themselves around it. They've been talking a lot of hype, saying we can contest for a top spot. Dignitas' rebuild, it was around Jonathan, a GM, coming in here. Notably from Golden Guardians, from NRG, if you remember the incredible rosters that they had. Golden Guardians made a really deep run with the Licorice roster. NRG also had a great run after they took over for CLG, which was Jonathan's initial roster. Dignitas are going for a little scrap right now, trying to defend their own jungle. Not going to have anything there. So I'm just going to continue the story then. Dignitas' rebuild was all about, let's start all over, let's start fresh with a new environment. Jonathan's been very forward, the new GM, saying, hey, I want our players to be in all the content. I want people to ask us questions. I want people to learn about our team. And one of the things we have learned is that they're just trying their best to make sure that the environment is good for the team, as Baron has started up for Lion.
Inspired goes over the wall.
Breezy in some trouble, has to flash and use ultimate. So he is out of there, and Lion, their Baron was delayed, but not deterred. They will jump right back in.
Yeah, actually full leashed it, but Berserker does so much damage, they can just burn it down with 2 people again anyway. No blast cone now for
Just a quick
Dignitas
little
Dream.
Baron.
They're looking for this miracle here. Basically, XU wants to just full send, jump in the pit, see if he can steal Baron. Actually, they're going to go for a side play.
I mean, Saint's up here.
Can he get in
currently
there?
alone. The Tempered Fate lands on one XU. He's into the Baron pit.
He's by himself. It's a smite battle.
Damage on him. Got it! XU!
and I will be asking Inspired about that. In game 1, you lost a smite battle to XU at Baron.
Wow!
I love it.
Can you
Wait,
give
got a
us
full set.
a little
this is the
insight
only play available. You got full set. You got
onto how that happened?
Flip it, baby. He's able to W the Bard ult and then flashes into the pit, goes after Inspire, knocks him up, burns the Baron down while knocking him up, and then it's a good old-fashioned flip here, baby. He even got exhausted. 99 HP.
90
even got exhausted,
HP.
so you can't Q smite combo as well.
I don't think he should have left Baron either.
Oh my goodness, that was crazy.
They're laughing at me. Yeah, that's our win con. That's our win con. We just got to steal a bunch of stuff.
I think they even said Elder win con, because that is up in a minute.
He's gonna curse you. Y'all are making it sound like Inspired is this big bad meaty pants.
If they're gonna win this game, XU is gonna be on a wanted list somewhere for how much steps he's gonna have to pull off right now. All right, well, hey, shout out to XU.
We have interviewed Inspired
often. But
twice, 3 times, and he has been such a kind young man to us.
Okay.
So I think that he will continue
Baron
to be
makes it hard
such.
to push too, because Baron's gonna bump up your defensive.
She got him with
waves
that
here.
one.
So Dignitas, they got a little time to work with. Try and get some more money on their carries here. Get a little more damage behind this Orianna Wukong combo we were trying to hype up.
Yeah.
If they get some more damage behind it, you know, they can actually make picks. You've got Wukong, Alistar
they're looking
here.
for another one onto Dokla. He has flash available and the equalizer. He has to flash away from Photon. Has the movement speed to jump away. The equalizer goes out, but in comes the mobility. Dokla's actually going to get picked. The Tempered Fate will delay it. Breezy taking a lot of damage himself, but he is trying to keep Dokla alive. He goes into his own stasis. Mobility's trying his best to get the damage down. They got him. TP in now from Saint, and he's immediately seen. What's happening? Dignitas are winning a team fight. 10K goal behind.
It is happening. Elder win con Kangas. It is happening. All right, Inspired, it's your turn now. Can Inspired
Please steal.
Steal. Lion had control.
They don't know. They don't know.
Of the
They know.
entire game, and in 2 minutes, Dignitas have ripped it away from them.
Okay, Alan said he's down for a co-stream at Riot Games headquarters, so I think we'll line that up. We gotta look at the schedule and see what's good. Let's go, Berserker! Oh my gosh, no, we'll be asking him a question about that.
Just like that, the dream comes to an end, Kangas. We all wake up. It was fun while it lasted, though.
That was a really fun 2 minutes right there. Dignitas gave us a reason to believe Photon will fight for his life, but an ace for Lion.
And they did get the Elder Dragon, but they all lost their lives.
Yeah, that is tough right there. Lion
Stunt next. Yeah, I asked him to. We're supposed to be doing like a hangout this week. I'm really excited. I love my boys.
To close it out, not the cleanest with the Baron loss, but a win regardless, as Breezy will try and push them away. They still have one more turret left available. Mobility.
Oh wow, Captain. Talk about getting cursed out.
Breezy will fall. Lion focused up on the turret.
All right, good first game.
Dignitas are respawning.
I don't have any questions for Dokla at the moment, so I think we'll just focus on Inspire and Berserker.
Pushback once again from Berserker. GG.
I have questions about. I have questions for Dokla, but they're not about the game at all. Like, I just want to ask him about what the frick is going on. Why is he not getting picked by teams?
Get your blood pumping at the end there. I like that. That was fun.
That's one of those moments. I mean, we can meme about it, but maybe concern for Lion. But I can't wait to hear what the lounge has to say about that one.
Back to memeing about it. No, maybe it was. I was like, maybe it's Dig season. Maybe it's Elder.
As soon as he said maybe it's Dig season, was when Berserker just started ripping through everyone.
He lost the 5v3. I was believing, bro.
I believed for a little bit, but Berserker too good.
I mean, I'm glad that XU got the moral victory of smiting the Baron and the Elder, and now it's going to be like some trivia question of like, name the game when a team got Baron and Elder but was never ahead.
Hey, don't spoil your own stats. Don't spoil your own stats on week 3.
Wait, what? You should have saved that.
That's your own stats from week 3. I'll remember that one. I'll remember that one.
Not him having tape over his name because he doesn't have his own Dig
jersey.
jersey.
I do want to call out already. We identified Dokla as someone who was super impressive.
Big guy.
Big guy. He was playing weak side top throughout this. The sidestep here,
Big
the
guy,
turning
SpongeBob,
around,
pants
some
okay.
attempted dives. This is what we saw him do for 100
Yo!
Thieves.
Thank you so much for the 1 year. Thank you so much for the 1 year, love. I hope you are having a gorgeous day today, filled with nothing but sunshine and rainbows.
Completely shown on the map that he's not going to be a factor. About 15 seconds later, Isles goes mid lane, generates the kill for Saint. While this is happening, because all the pressure was used top lane, Inspired's finishing Drake and immediately goes bot lane to get a kill. So Dokla absorbing those 2 ganks ended up giving them mid, Drake, and a bot lane kill.
Yeah, and that bot lane was also, we didn't show it because there weren't any like super early kills, but Berserker and Isles took control of that lane from the get-go.
She's kind of got the
Freezing mobility are substituting in, right? So
she's kind of got the
for them. But that bot side pressure was
who is that? New Jeans haircut?
In what Lion were able to do in this early game.
And that was going to be something that we wanted to focus on for Lion coming in, was basically what lane are you going to play through? And also with Berserker coming in so late, was that going to be a factor? Of course, this week he came in, and you can already see them discussing about next game.
Wow.
That is a ridiculous stat line that he was able to have right out the get-go.
Yeah, still managed almost 890 damage per minute. Let's look at the overall game as well here on the screen. So not a super high action game, but Berserker still managed to pump out a bunch of damage. You never see a difference in the role quests very much, but a 2-minute difference in him completing role quest versus the AD carry, which I've been tracking this a little bit all week. Yeah. That's the biggest differential that we've seen.
For sure.
So it comes with a little bit of an asterisk because these are not just 1, but 2 last-minute substitutions from Dignitas because their intended bot lane is going to be FBI and Ignar. But the overall champ damage, as well as how quickly he acquired that role quest and how individually he was just extremely ahead in gold. I have
all right, buddy.
Looking at the gold lead that he had just by himself, 4,500 gold over the other AD carry at 20 minutes into the game. The bot lane just completely dominated this game for Lion.
Yeah, and one thing I do want to shout out for Berserker is that I know he was kind of on a bit of a downturn when we last saw him in LCS compared to the Berserker we knew. However, when he was on in the LCK, his team was a little rough. But for
a lot rough.
Oh yeah, putting it lightly. But he was still an absolute standout. Like whenever I was watching their games, I'd be like, oh my gosh, Berserker is still doing really, really well, especially in the beginning of the season. It got a little bit dicey towards the end. But to come out and have this debut back in the LCS is a really great sign for Lion.
Yeah, 100%. And you know what's hilarious? Both of these bot laners, specifically him and Isles, had that experience of being on team. Like just last year, being on a team was like, oh, this is ass. This is really bad. Like, I don't have a chance of winning. Isles' entire career in Tier 1 was like, I don't know. I'm not in an environment in which we are winning. This must be a completely different experience for him to be we're hard stomping bot lane, and this is a clear path to victory.
He spent 2 straight years on Dignitas. So he was Dig season, then all the famous players leave. He's there for an even worse Dig season.
Yes. He's going up against his former team, and it feels good.
XU leaves DSG, who has an amazing glow up in week 1.
True.
To then have the biggest visa issues of any team. It's only week 1. Like, I'm not expecting Dig to do much. They select second pick. Lion's going to select blue side for next game. They also don't even have their coach. Like, they have their GM on stage as the stand-in head coach.
He's a substitute teacher.
This is not Dignitas' final form.
It isn't.
No.
Definitely not.
The question is, like, especially has to feel bad for the players if you're in that mindset.
Berserker's hair makes him look taller.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, can I play seriously? Is
like,
it worth practicing?
because
All
of the
these
bangs,
pile up,
and the
especially when there's not
bangs
a
have
clear
so much
pathway,
volume.
And it's Swiss stage. If you get knocked out 2
like
series
it
in a
makes
row,
it makes
feels
his
really
head
good. So you just have to be in the right
elongated
mental space.
and taller.
Hopefully it starts in game 2.
That's why I think it's interesting that they selected.
You see what I'm saying?
Which tells me
I think that's why I couldn't tell that it was Berserker, because it kind of changes his face shape.
We will see if
I don't think they're all short. I'm pretty sure Dokla is 6 foot. I can ask him that. How tall are you? We need the stats, or maybe I can just Google it.
So good, boss. Tell me about it.
How
it's a real
tall
inferno
is
down here. But I'm burnt out.
Here, try a Red
Aw,
Bull.
he's
It's
5'10".
devilishly good.
Red
No,
Bull?
not that. He's 5'10"
That
apparently.
tastes heavenly. Wait a minute.
Dang, I tried to give him the
What's
6
this?
foot.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Wings?
Wings? Sheep?
I can't have wings.
Who's a sheep?
Not in my position.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Who's a sheep, y'all? Orn? I feel like Orn's the only one. Zoe. All right. Kindred. Lilia is a deer. What's up, Neo? I'm gonna do. Oh, it's Kindred.
Yeah, that's good.
Dang.
Look good?
Yeah, looks good.
Oriana low.
Try to
Just
kill.
Oriana in
I don't have smite, I don't have smite.
What in the Vladimir?
We should kill him too now?
Yeah.
I have portal here in 2 seconds. Come.
He put it, I think.
They seem calm.
The wall now.
I don't know if he has it, does he?
Yeah, he has.
Okay.
Combine 4.
Maybe we can't end, I guess.
We can try.
I think we can try. Only Alista.
GG! Lion will take game number 1.
I don't know which one this is. Dang it. I gave it my all, guys. All right, guys. Any other questions for... I'm going to prio Berserker. But any other questions for Berserker or Inspired? I was thinking sheep, sleep, Zoe. Oh, okay. Like you're counting sheep. Okay. If it was sheep and then like the little ZZZ emoji, I would understand. I was like, sheep, Zoe, girl. She's so for real. She's so for real. Okay, so it sounds like we want to prio Berserker. Any other questions for Berserker? Any other questions for Berserker? Recap the current questions. So I'm gonna ask, I'm not gonna tell you the build up that I'm gonna do, but like the TLDR. How was your first series back on the LCS stage? Did you feel strong? The second question is going to be, talk to us about your synergy with your new support. How is this synergy? Do you expect to dominate bot lane for this entire split like you did today? And then I'll go into talking about the synergy with the entire team.
Mid-jungle in the league, but still they know how to play the game. And I think Photon, all the changes benefited him a lot. He always been
so those are 3 questions.
For lane, and then
if anybody has any more before I start making up some.
So all the changes are just perfect. So for sure we
as long as you got, was it for the vibes? So I was gonna save that for Inspired if they give me Inspired.
So much different than how it felt last year.
Because like there's a little bit more build up, but yeah.
To adjust to everything. See how other teams in the world
I feel like Berserker for sure won't get the reference, but I can still do the build up.
Really know what's exact level of the skill of all the teams in the league. I need to play against them and get some information in order to build my confidence, because right now I'm kind of at like
are you single?
I don't know how strong
you know I don't know if I'll do that one.
Working on confidence there for Inspired.
Also, the only, like, well, I guess he said 2 positive things about Dignitas. He said Photon, benefited from the changes, which is definitely true. And then he mentioned the bottom lane of FBI and Ignar, who are obviously the ones that are not here and had to get emergency subs for. So, unfortunate there for Dignitas that, for their kind of one of their strong areas that Inspired was trying to recognize is actually not there. And it ended up being the biggest weak point on the entire map, because straight from level 1, Berserker and Isles had no problems. I mean, they just walked up, swept the ward, and then still were able to get the Bard stun on both of them as they're walking away and get this huge health trade, plus getting a free barrier out really early on, and they just kept the pressure up the entire time on bottom lane. They're able to play off it. They get the whole tower bottom lane, and before you know it, Berserker is rich out of his mind.
We see a rework Singe. Hey, we got a Breezy jersey. Let's go. Shout out from his time on 100 Thieves. He actually did Take Two Academy stage here. That's his first time playing, I believe, on stage here. Was when he was on
FlyQuest was so good,
finals back in the day, 2019.
Griffin was player of the game for both games. He was so good. Absolutely dominating.
But still stepping in as an emergency sub for Ignar.
Ni hao.
Not a bad one to pick up.
Dokla's big in China.
Yeah.
He was getting millions of views.
It was crazy.
He was just pumping out content, video after video, millions and millions of views.
My feed, all worlds, was just him shirtless.
Yeah.
I like
shoulders up.
By the way, they have these. The Lion are handing out these crowns.
Yeah.
So
they made. I guess somebody made their own Dignitas one.
Well, he just flipped it around, Kangas.
Oh, that's what he did.
It's the other side. It's
Yes, don't nerf Mel.
So he's using Lion's
Don't nerf Mel. Yes.
War crown. I'm trying to see on the.
I can't believe they booed that. Okay, I'm making a video about the nerf Mels. Make video about Mel nerfs. I'm making them.
Did XU hover Katarina?
That may or may not be his girlfriend.
I was gonna say, did he hover? I didn't notice a Katarina hover, and usually that happens.
Uh-oh. We better see a Katarina hover up there real quick here.
Well, he's gonna be up next here as it's
Not they call out the freaking breakup, bro. What the frick?
And then Malphite taking off the
Did they actually break up?
Nico and Jace on Dignitas' side.
So we assume the usual answer is Talia for Talia Rise matchup here. And it looks like that's instantly going to be the direction that they go for. And then when you have Talia, you want to build with that some hard CC to set up Seismic Shove. So, you know, Vi, Pantheon are two of the best, like, junglers that pair with it.
There we go.
And there we go.
No Katarina hover.
It's almost like this formula has been very similar for a long time, King.
All right, I'm going to call XU out for this later. But yes, the formula has been used time and time again.
That's awkward.
And
let me check his Twitter, because I think he had her.
What happened to your fantasy LCS points?
I mean,
in his
they
Twitter.
did pretty well in the first game.
They did.
XQ.
I'm just wondering, they must have had a lot of Sentinels and TL players.
Berserker Aphelios returns.
Yeah, we've seen this one before. Known for his Zeri, known for his Aphelios, known for his hyper team fight carries. Oh, we got the J4 guy with the J4 crown. That was awesome, actually. Just realized. Lulu to pair with.
They actually decided, they consulted him on what merch we should make for our first match.
True. It's a good one to go for. Oh, this curse thing again. Oh, I remember that from last year.
The dog.
The dog.
The hot dog.
Yeah.
We actually
No, he still got her in his bio.
35% on card insurance.
Palafox working multiple jobs, Kangas, okay?
He still got her in his bio.
He's selling insurance. He's
consulting.
Playing mid lane.
Yeah. I just love also seeing the general manager for Dignitas up there having to be coach, as they were also having these issues with the coaching staff coming in. But now, hey, Breezy on the Alistair earlier. It's a rough early laning phase support to play. Nautilus not going to have that same weakness necessarily.
Zed, a fan in the audience as well. Zed Jungle just got nerfed with the monster damage multiplier, which I'm happy about.
We had a Aphelios played by
do we see
Masu.
it in the actual LCS.
I don't.
A little bit better chance
I don't miss the throws at Otacon. I'm so glad they're gone.
I mean, I just miss Otacon in general. I thought.
I don't.
I was a fan. I like having a different sort of fight. You know. Different area. There's some mechanics that teams, took a little bit to get used to. Back to this game, though, because, yeah, Otacon is gone forever. This Gwen ban is respect to Photon. Remember, that was his favorite champion. He mentioned it himself, and he also spammed it every single game.
Support NACL. Sorry, I just had to shout that out. But yes, Photon loves Gwen.
From the heart. From the heart right there.
That's where I'm from, baby.
That's one of those memes, this is where I grew up memes. I grew up on these streets. That's what it is.
I grew up on the NACL streets. It was Academy, it was Challengers League. Before that, shout out, Compete League, Big League. It goes back. It goes way back. I mean, players like Breezy, players like Dokla has played throughout a lot of those Tier 3, Tier 2 leagues as well. The Tier 2 ecosystem, very important for the health of the league. So thank you, fan, for that sign.
Yes!
I got bad news for this fan.
Oh, I mean, honestly, do you still believe in Santa Claus? Because they play tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
Tune in tomorrow. We got that TSM.
Guys, we're getting a good game of League of Legends
Meanwhile,
here.
in this game, we got the Jinx locked in here for mobility alongside the Nautilus, and then Pantheon.
I hope my favorite
right
streamer
now
sees
for
this.
Lion.
Who's your favorite streamer,
Interesting to
Pookie
see
Poo?
right there, as it is locked, so that's going to be the jungler now.
Personally, I think
Who's
Jinx
your
is
favorite
actually
streamer?
busted right now. I think Jinx in solo queue definitely is having a lot of success. I think should be utilized more in pro play.
Jinx is about to get her
I actually think
cheeks
she's
absolutely
really powerful
annihilated.
at the moment if you can keep her safe. And they do have good like pick with the rest of their team. You know, Talia, Vi, and Nautilus is like really offensive CC. So we'll see. Can they create the space? If you can get the pick, then you get Jinx excited off the one kill. And that could be your recipe for team fights, Kangas.
You just need that one reset, that one kill. Burst somebody down with the Vi ult, the Nautilus ult, the flick back, and now maybe even more frontline here if they lock in a tank. Again, for Photon, he was mostly playing carries.
The ninjas we were talking about.
The ninjas! We saw this over in LEC week 1, the counter pick into Renekton. Let's see if it's locked in here for Photon, and it is. So the ranged AP matchup
a
to
little
abuse the
Renekton.
Also, look at that champ, and then how do you forget that's a ninja?
It's just a little guy. Look, he's
in
like
a ninja costume.
Yeah, I guess.
Anyways, brings a big AOE threat for flanking. So I actually, I like this Dignitas, setup that they constructed for themselves. Aphelios, the thing that always kind of plagues Aphelios is if you have point and click CC and you've got flanks. So Kennen and Vi and Talia, like there's a lot of threats for Berserker to deal with, and so Isles is going to have to do some work to keep him safe.
Lots of shields, the big ultimate wild growth, give him that extra health. But is it going to be enough with all this dive coming in? And you can even pivot to help, wild growth the jungler, the mid laner, whoever's getting targeted down, because again, everyone's going to be focused on that one kill for the Jinx reset. Lulu's really good at keeping one person alive, especially with the polymorph on something like the Vi going in. So coach is giving a fist bump on stage. Everybody at the Riot Games
Get
Arena.
ready to rumble!
Versus Dignitas. Game number 2. And shout out the crowd, by the way. They have been incredible so far. So many signs. They've brought an incredible energy to opening weekend of LCS. So shout out to you guys. You're the rock stars.
Shout out to the guy that booed Kangas. That was funny.
Oh my gosh.
You made me laugh.
Shout out you. Shout out you as well. There we go. I'll give him some credit also. But here we go. Round 2. Let's see if Lion can make quick work of Dig. They did have a longer than expected game, Kobe. Game number 1 with the 10K gold lead. It went to 30 minutes.
Who believes in Dignitas after that last Baron and Elder? Oh, yeah, okay.
That's a lot of noise.
And we're just fighting off rip.
Already level 1. That's a better start to laning phase for mobility and Breezy.
We have no sound broadcast.
Berserker, though, gets 3 more
No
autos
sound.
with his ghost popped here, chasing them back down.
But it is a summoner spell trade advantage now for Dignitas. Last time around, they used barrier. This time it's a trade of heals and ghost from Berserker.
There we go.
Can we keep it spicy? Looks like we can. Both wards here in the side brush are going to have some vision. Meanwhile, the ward, speaking of wards, by Raptor Pit did see Inspired steal the Raptors. So yes, it is a split map, but you're splitting it, and your bottom lane, there's a Nautilus there. So they actually could go for some like cheesy ganks on bottom lane. You definitely at least want to get level 3 for junglers at the moment, but wait, Inspire's going to cross back, and they see him crossing back. XU, he's only 1 camp. He's still level 2. He's trying to get the Krugs in time to get his level 3.
And Inspired with the red buff, XU only having the blue, so we'll have to keep our eyes there. And bot lane actually not going bad for Dignitas here, so
it's only going to...
XU on the Krugs right now. Inspired can try... Oh, he Qs to take away some, but the bot lane's not roaming
He
for
said,
life,
and
so
this is for
Baron!
Yeah, you can jump over the wall. Yeah, and it was only going to be a 2nd camp, so it wouldn't even be level 3. It was only, he's always going to stay here. Regardless, though, Inspired crosses back, so Inspired going to have some extra timing.
Nice.
And as you say, and you point out, with that Q over the wall, I mean, just passes by Krugs, and it just happens to be perfect, perfect there from Inspired. Grabs that one, is able to clear out the rest of his regular quadrants now. So he can just clear straight, full clear up to the top side and try and put some more pressure back on the Kennen. One of the reasons Kennen has come back into the meta is because of these top lane changes that really value laning prowess. With top lane quests, isolating them a little bit more up there, and the Phaelites as well. Kennen, who can bully a lot of matchups with range advantage, has become popular once again.
And we've seen him do just that. So yes, the jungle is a rough start for Dignitas. XU going to be very behind Inspired, but top side, Photon gets a big shove. That's TP out of Dokla, and Photon is about a wave up in CS overall.
After the crab, can they?
No. Surely we're not going to go for this. Isles will start tanking turret first, and first blood to Berserker is answered, but it's a double for Dignitas. The botch 2v2 dive.
Remember Gorge.
Those Dignitas believers, stock is going up here.
Yeah, make some noise, the Dig faithful.
They get a couple kills back there, Kangas, and Berserker flashed at the end.
True.
So, and still died. So, okay, they go for mobility. They get him with the polymorph, but mobility has cleanse, so he gets back up and he shoots the Lulu down to get credit for that one. Then Berserker also wastes his flash at the end. That tower is already heated up.
It's kind of a full house. I'm happy to see that.
Tower was going to do enough damage with that last shot,
yeah,
but fully heated up. It has enough damage to finish him, even with the flash over, and so Nautilus gets a kill for himself as well.
Mm-hmm. As, you know, it's going to be a good start for the bot lane. They're still behind in CS, but answering the kill and then also a kill onto Breezy means that he's going to be a little tankier. So, Dignitas not too shabby.
And I have to say, Berserker with no flash, like Aphelios with no flash should be a Vi target here. You've got Nautilus with flash. You have Jinx who can also follow up with flash. You know, has plenty of CC herself, so I would say put some more pressure down there. If you are Dignitas, just isolate the top side, let Kennen be 1v1 with the Renekton up there, and focus as much pressure as you can. Talia roams, Vi ganks towards his bottom side. Get Jinx really fed and hope you can win team fights that way.
Well, I gotta say, Inspired might have the same read as you because he's hovering on the bottom half right now. Went for the Krugs. His Raptors are now spawning, so he'll go back up towards those as XU is in the neighborhood. Inspired's going to be ahead in the clear based on how that level 1 went. The invade getting basically 2.5 camp advantage over XU. So maybe XU can instead put some time towards bot side, but maybe he just plays for himself instead.
Yeah, Inspired is in a very good spot here. This is looking quite juicy. He's going to get to a very early level 6 on the Pantheon, so then you can answer any sort of offensive play.
Breezy goes for a hook right there. They have a big wave. And they had XU nearby, so I guess the call was go for the engage, but that was very early from Breezy, so they have to back off instead.
Yeah, and then the confidence here from Berserker and Isles, they've got the wards here through the Phaelites.
Oh,
that was really
I like the
close.
attempt from Breezy. Isles walked up to body block the Jinx W from the cannon. That's the turret plate now picked up. Breezy's not able to punish Isles for that attempt.
That's how Berserker got so ahead last game, was just farming those turret plates. It kind of makes me want to play really aggressive and make sure I'm getting turret plates when I go into solo queue after this game.
A little bit more. Berserker with the gold lead again, got the turret plate, and guess what? He's going to get another one here. The first two are so easy to take. Just unrelenting pressure. With Aphelios Lulu, you could put down so much harassment as well as getting the constant shove. So rewarded again. There's turret plate number 2 for the bottom.
Ooh,
aggressive, but not
right now,
inted.
has level
Well, they
over
inted, so I get one.
Saint as well. XU will just fall breaker away. Flash follow from Saint to lock him down. Inspired with the second kill of the game, rather, for Lion.
This mid-jungle synergy where people were worried that these are going to be the 2 players. Wait, bottom.
Oh, mobility. Unfortunately, all alone in the bottom lane. His support's roaming.
Berserker has to be feeling confident out there.
The audience is okay. They can come back.
Why'd they choose the now to show it?
Yeah, that was
messed up.
That was a wild timing for production.
Kobe's funny. Kobe's funny.
Mobility's dying. Number 1 Dig fan. Uh-oh.
As Weaver's Wall comes in right now, could be a big play for Dignitas. Dokla!
Big
Bring
Doke.
it back 1v2. Bring the fan back on screen.
Where's that Dig fan?
Dignitas just found the big play.
Get that Dig fan back up on the screen.
Yeah.
Second time's the charm.
There we go. We saved it. You saved it. Good job, Kobe. Dokla gets picked off right there. Photon gets a bigger lead now, about 2 waves advantage for the Kennen counter pick, who took the Ignite, and this early laning phase has gone great for him. So this Kennen, I love this counter pick into things like the Renekton. Again, we saw it in even week 1 of LEC. That's where I first got my look at it. Mobility takes a half his health bar chunk right there.
Ouch.
but it can win lane and can have huge impact in later team fights. Speaking of, we can still get later team fights. There's been no dragon taken already at close to 8 minutes in the game, so it's going to be a relatively slower paced dragon stacking game, as Inspired is instead invading on the blue buff, has Isles in his back pocket, Berserker's walking up. XU's thinking about it, is not able to smite it away. Inspired picks that one up, so Inspired just... He's got no chill right now, Kobe. He's just constantly invading.
And when you've got all these winning lanes, I think you should have no chill.
Yeah.
People say you have no chill like it's a bad thing, but...
This is a good no chill.
Sometimes it's a good thing.
Yeah. He is not giving any breathing room for XU, but actually decides to back off of the Dragon for right now. There was a small window there where Breezy and Mobility were faster on the roam. So, again, a slow Dragon stacking game.
Yeah, honestly, though, I think we're going to be in luck, and there will be a lot of kills. So...
Some tells me, as again, Mobility might just be too far forward, has to flash over the wall.
That's tough. And the emote.
That's not an ideal position for the Jinx to be in, as they're looking towards the Dragon. Saint, though, with some trouble. Flash from Breezy to CC Chain.
That's tough.
XU goes down, his in comes Inspired, has Isles behind him to keep him alive. They're just trying to buy space for Berserker to walk up. Polymorph views, Breezy in trouble. Support goes down for mid laner, 1-for-1 trade.
Okay, now it's going to be bottom crab. And I guess they're getting mid lane push here. Can Talia also get a turret plate? Palfox, there's crystals on that thing. Easy, easy. Only a couple autos there with the crystal build up for the first turret plate. And you can just trade these grubs.
Yeah.
Honestly, though, grubs suck. I'm a massive...
You're a hater?
I hate grubs so much. I think.
It's not good when the jungle main on the broadcast says that they hate grubs.
Yeah.
Because I was going to say not a bad window here for Dignitas. Yes, they're behind in gold across the map, but rather than other than topside. And let's get another look at this, though.
Yeah, I mean, a good shove. Seismic shove from Palfox into the Q here from XU, and so they get the kill. But Pantheon Ultimate Inspired here with the lead with his extra level on Pantheon, and his bottom lane has... I'd say for 100% of both games had bot lane
replay spectator is kind of bugged because it'll replay a sound like over and over and over again.
The halfway line, the entirety of the entire series, and so Berserker and Isles always the first to move, and they're able to get a counter kill into Dragon.
Still no turret plates picked up by Diggs bot lane, and again I just want to give another shout out. E-subs coming in. Mobility and Breezy were not the intended starters. Mobility was a great collegiate player. He played for Winthrop University, got 2 times a top 3 finish in the CLOL championships for Winthrop, joining them after they had a championship run earlier in 2021, but he was never really able to like make a huge standout at the tier 2 level, was always just kind of the top at the collegiate level. So props to them for subbing in here in a rough spot for Dignitas overall, but they are laning against Berserker, who was MVP at one point in the league and has already experience with Isles too.
Yeah, and Isles was on Dignitas as well, so he knows the other side of this, and he is very happy to be on.
Yeah, I don't really like it.
Constantly pushing. It does look very fun to play with Berserker, even when they're tower diving and they're just dying.
Yeah.
Still look fun.
They still walked out ahead in gold overall in this laning phase, though, despite that happening. Just shows the power of a player like Berserker. I knew him always for the team fights. That's where like I always saw, oh, Berserker's one of the best team fighters in the league, but it now also being able to kind of do this in laning phase, yeah, the team fight's going to look even better.
You know what I know him for most?
What do you know him for?
My favorite piece of Berserker content, as we get possible action
I just
here.
love money.
My favorite piece of content was, I believe he did this interview with Travis Gafford.
I just love money.
And they did the game where it was like, oh, I can give you like $2.
Oh, yep.
As we had a gank.
Yeah, Breezy's getting caught out right here. Actually, he's able to take the blast cone to safety. Now dredge line to the wall. Berserker does not have the gravitum yet. Saint, though, trying to get in there. Photon in a 1v1 versus Dokla. Dokla has the ultimate, but not enough.
Dokla, are you good?
Can't close the gap. Photon with the solo kill.
Yeah, basically what it was is, you know, you do the, oh, do you want $5 or I can pass it on to the next person and I'll double it for them as Mobility's dead again.
Yeah, he said I like money, right? Just like Isles probably did right there.
Well, you jumped the gun a little bit there on the delivery, but all good. That's basically what he said.
I wanted the credit of the punchline right there.
There's a little bit more to the story in the lead up before the punchline. But here's the punchline for Dokla is I wish you could see the cooldowns because he just used Q there. I think his Q is really close to coming up. And so he would have empowered there to try and get the heal, and then it would
He's got to slow it down top lane.
Nice. Okay, just
Then we're just
good job, top. I like that.
I mean, to their credit, I know we're still being a little loose with this game 2 cast, but this is a much closer game than game 1. By this point in game 1, there was already like a 5K gold lead for Lion. This time around, I mean, we're still hearing in that voice comms that Dignitas, they're communicating, they're trying their best to keep in this game. Photon has a massive lead in the top lane now with 1.5K advantage individually. That's still just offset by how bot lane is going here with Berserker kind of sharing that, even double that lead himself.
So you would say they're currently doing their new personal best against Lion.
New PR.
Yeah, new
best
PR
is the
here.
best right there. As Breezy has to dredge line to the wall again and might not even make it out there. Almost
Everybody's
the flash from Dokla, though. This is a
close
story
to dying
of 2 lanes.
Look at this 2.5K gold lead versus the enemy ADC, bro.
From said top lane, that's a Kennen flank looking straight at Berserker. He has the Ghost plus the Lulu speed up, and the teleport is a little slow. Palafox, meanwhile, caught out here in the mid lane. Oh, I like the attempt from Dignitas. Not going to find it, though.
Yeah, they are not liking anything about this aftermath because they teleported away from top lane, so Dokla gets back into the game. Kennen gets literal 0 down on bottom side because Lulu heal and speed up, and Shirelia's. It's like, speed is so underrated, but I love Shirelia's rush because just like that, you don't even have to take the damage. The speed just allows you to avoid the entire play, and then Dokla even benefits. Look at that. Crocodile very happy on the top side. Berserker happy on the bottom side still. And, you know, one of the only weaknesses of Aphelios is being low mobility, not having movement speed, so...
Oh, but we're just going to force a play mid lane. No flash on Sane, remember. Whoa. There for the follow-up. And that is kill credit to mobility. The
okay,
Jinx
that was a nice Jinx ulti.
There you go. Using their combo effectively. Dignitas with the assassination play, which will result in presumably an objective for them as well.
That is
or
3
freaking
ultimates
Saint,
used,
dude.
however. No Vi ult, no Kennen ultimate. How confident is Inspired
So,
here?
like,
He's thinking about it, but he just steals the dragon! Now stunning up XQ's got Isles behind him, but Isles is the focus. Can they kill the Lulu? They can't! Flash away.
Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
Berserker hit with the Nautilus ultimate. Where's the damage follow-up? Flash support, flash response. As the Pantheon ult's behind everybody, shut down to Photon. Dignitas, they did find a couple of kills, but Inspired steals the dragon.
That's some payback for Baron, buddy.
Yeah.
Kept the receipt.
All right, so that's going to be 2-4 Lion. They retain the gold lead as well, but I mean, the fights are getting crazy, really spread out here. I like, actually, that there is less coordination in this game than you're normally used to.
Scrappy.
Here we go, right over the top. Pantheon Smite and Q is a really, really, really effective combo for sealing objectives.
Hey, there was somebody on their phone. They were like, oh, what's happening?
You can tell there, you know, holding the Palafox sign, which team she was rooting for with the result of that play. And it is going to be another objective for Lion.
Whew, all right, well, they're showing that they are willing to scrap, and again, a closer game too. To their credit, it's only 1,500 gold lead for Lion right now, plus those
That's
two
why
dragons.
I pulled dragons out. I know,
Dragons
right?
As we're now on the Herald. Inspired starting it up. Again, has Isles in his back pocket.
Some teams don't like to do it, though.
Breezy, no jungle smite
So, like, when you're on red side, I just don't see why you would not. I feel like on red side, you should always bring your dragon out.
Now, Kennen ult is available, so try and go for another assassination play.
It gives you like 2 extra seconds to make sure you get the smite off.
Doesn't need ult, you just need seismic shove. So ready to go for a combo here. Still no flash for the Rise, although that timer is coming back up very quickly. Berserker might be your target then, because he's got no summoner spells for the time being as well. I mean, there's a lot of options here, and you've got to make use of these kill buttons on the side of Dignitas if you want to claw your way back into this game. Full send, and then try and get the ideal scenario like you did last time, where mobility is the one to get the final hit with like Jinx Rocket or something, so you can try and get some money under this Jinx that had such a terrible lane phase. Is really behind the power curve here versus Berserker. So, you know, full send on some of these abilities, get that gold into Jinx, and pray as well. That never hurts.
That's usually my solo queue strategy as well. Is
smart.
Get my 80 carry gold.
60 pools left, so that means you did 60. Does that mean you did 60
is able to catch a couple
or
of safer
20?
waves here, though, as the
I don't
game
know
has
how
slowed
much.
down slightly.
How many you
He's
have
been
to
the
do
focus of
to
so
get it?
much action, whether the jungle's nearby or it's just the 2v2. So nice that he's able to get some breathing room as Saint gets a push again topside. That's a lot of plays.
20.
picked up.
Wow.
Track
Pop
Photon
off.
too, because top
Pop
lane
the
Quest is
freak
no
off.
joke here. You know, he's got 1 level lead over Dokla at the moment, and he's looking to make a flank play. Kennen, well, he's looking to make a crab play.
Ah, yes, he wants that one. I was also just noting that because he brought up the quests, Saint just finished
that's
his.
fire.
So was a little
Congrats,
behind on that
Cookie.
one. It was roaming around to the map a lot, so I can put him behind as Breezy now in the Lion Brush. Lion pouncing on top of him. The polymorph is used, and now Berserker might be in some trouble. Palafox gets the flick onto him, but he's still got the team behind him.
Berserker's just doing so much
Growth
damage.
and shields will keep him alive as now Mobility's trying to unleash with Photon going in there for the engage. They got Berserker!
Oh, they got Berserker. That's not good. 1 for 4? That doesn't look very good.
They're making use of those kill buttons. The ultimates come through for Dignitas, and by the time Kennen gets here, then they can actually win. So the initiation onto Berserker, first it's able to get out the Lulu Wild Growth. They use up the polymorph as well, and then when Kennen arrives, that's where the real damage is. So here's the initiation. They're going to go for Berserker. Isles does a good job of keeping Berserker up here, and if it was a 3-on-3, they would have been fine. But Palfox joins with the ultimate onto Leah. They get the seismic shove, and then Kennen comes through as well, and they're able to close the rest of the distance. Inspired on the front line, gets melted. XU goes back in onto Berserker. They flash forward. They get the kill onto Berserker.
And when
XU
Jinx
never
gets,
even ends
like,
up dropping
online?
there, and it's nicely
I want to
played
know
from
who these
Dignitas
men are.
on the other side.
And I gotta say, props to
Who are those
XU.
men?
Nice, guys. Good job.
Really well played and great target selection from him, committing to the engage onto Berserker, then finding that Vault Breaker onto him afterwards. Saint was trying to kind of buffer it, it looked like, or get in the way, but actually found the angle and was able to shut down Berserker, the big 80 carry with a lot of that gold. So more gold in Dignitas' pockets, and they actually have a lead now, Kobe. 1.1k advantage to Dig.
The Believers are eating good right now. Protected Jinx comp, Flash and Cleanse are both available for said Jinx. See if they can actually set up this dragon, though. Looking down the line, Berserker, Flash has a couple more seconds, Kangas.
Everyone from Lion are approaching from the same angle. We have the Pantheon ult coming in. Is he going straight to the dragon? It is secure.
Oh my gosh, they got the drag too? Alright, let's see who wins this fight, though. Nautilus is dead. Still got all 5 on Lion. Dignitas staying together. Jinx looking for some autos.
Dignitas get the dragon, trade their support, and they get out.
Interesting. I mean, dragon number 3 for 1 kill onto the support. I like it for Dig, honestly. We'll see if there's more damages done.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, with the Herald too, actually, it might be your whole tower. All right, well, now you're definitely going to be losing out overall on the play. A lot of extra gold picked up. They finished the tower.
What men were you talking about? There's like 4 men at the co-streaming station.
For this Pantheon Rise,
They
to be
do
able
a
to
lot
play
of
the map,
React
and
content
this
on
Lion
YouTube.
team has very
What are their
good
names? Are they
possibilities
like
of
a
picking people
group,
off
or
in side lane
are
plays
those
when you
4
have
individuals?
Realm Warp and you have Pantheon Ultimate. So Lion have to be very careful and try and, again, use the synergy of their team comp, group up, and focus down that kill to get Mobility excited so they can run through the team fight. As long as they are kind of moving cautiously, then they can try and work around these semi-globals that Lion have.
And we're talking about mobility on the Jinx because that's what the comp needs. But what's actually happening is, actually,
they're a group? Okay.
Onto Isles right now. Breezy going very deep. The team's not quite ready to follow up. XU says, I guess I'll go in, as Saint has a flank. Inspired to hit it with the Wild Growth, trying to get in onto the backline. Saint's in some trouble right now as XU's locking him down with Photon Mobility.
Jinx might be getting to be a problem.
4-3-3 on the Jinx. That's 1 reset. If they can find more
As
plays
much
like
as
that,
I love
Dignitas can
Jinx,
keep themselves in
I
the
also
game,
love playing League of Legends, and I really want to do that. So, if we could just, as Lion Gaming, wrap this hoe up, that would be perfection.
Yeah, and okay, so I'm conflicted on this game. It's because
I can tell.
It was a bad look because Breezy just went in and he was going to get bursted and die anyway. But then, because he did that and died, Saint realm warped into the whole Dig team and then he died. So it ended up actually being good, and it's props to Breezy mind control, I think.
He got in Saint's head.
It was actually a 5-head play because he trades his support level 9 life for a level 14 rise.
Yep.
And that's trading up.
The vibes were too good.
That was pretty good for them.
Yeah. So if Dignitas can find more ways to mind control Saint into realm warping into the entire team, they're going to feel very good about their prospects here. Meanwhile, again, it is about the bot lane differential for Lion. Berserker does have gold in his pocket, and we've seen in the past what Berserker is able to do on hyper late game carries with a gold lead. But Kobe, we'd have to ask a question a lot in the first game because there wasn't as much happening of like, how do we rate Lion's performance against a team like Dignitas, given the sub situation, given the power rankings? Well, now it's looking a little less kind on them because Dignitas have gotten themselves back into this game.
Yeah. Your rank 1 prediction is starting to feel a little wobbly there, buddy.
I never locked it in, so maybe we still have time to
That's fair.
reverse the call.
I will say that I think we'll really tell once the Jinx gets Infinity Edge. Infinity Edge is very close, and when you get IE on Jinx, then we're going to have the real moment of truth of this game.
That means your crits will do so much more damage. You don't even need to get the Lure Doms early because no one's really building armor on the other team. No tank items
mostly
inside.
Health stacker or front line.
But I do like Isles' build since we're kind of covering some of the builds. The Mikhails is huge for Berserker. This is basically Isles saying, it is my job to make sure my AD carry does not die. And if Isles is able to do that, then Berserker can unleash, even picking up the shield bow 3rd item. It feels like Lion understand there's a target on Berserker's back right now.
Yes, there is. All right, can their split push actually work here, though? Renekton bot side, Ryze was up on top. Ryze without flash, though, after the last play, too, very detrimental. It's a long cooldown there, so not only did Saint die, but also having no flash for side lane plays means, look at the map. I mean, they don't even really have any sort of side lanes pushing early, and so it allows Dignitas to easily group up and play as 5 like they want. As soon as they get Kennen here, Dignitas are going to feel very, very good. They've got multiple avenues for engage. Photon has flash on the Kennen, level 16 with arm guard, with the gunblade as well. So keep track of that little rat.
5 stacks on Dark Seal. Watch for the little ninja guy. Photon would be spotted if he looked for the full flank around the edge, but he has the blast cone as well on top of all the other mobility. Dokla will go to check, see a control ward there, and Photon's actually left the area. Ooh, thank you, Observers! Photon on a big flank as XU actually goes in onto Inspired, and now Berserker could be in some trouble. Flashes away, Wild Growth already, but it's Isles that's down! And Photon on a rampage! He finds the long flank, and Dignitas get a pick before the dragon.
Yo, can we get a standing ovation for the Observers there? That game of hide and seek?
That was incredible.
That was incredible. Playing with us with the Kennen, we said keep our eyes on the Kennen, and then they turned off the lights so we could do it. And they increased.
But they knew.
The anticipation, and that was just beautiful because that was a story of 2 blast
All right,
cones.
JT, have a great rest of your night. I hope you catch the interviews tomorrow and are happy with the questions and answers if I get them.
Super blast cone to not only
Studio
burn
Get.
flash,
Gotcha.
out of the
I'm gonna
fight,
have to look them
but
up.
then he also flash follows and gets the other kill. It was just really expert Kennen play there, hide and seek from Photon and the Observers.
Deathless on the flanking Kennen. 405. Photon is the one returning member from Dignitas from last year. He's the one that impressed me the most from last year's Dignitas roster, coming in a rough position. And I was excited that we actually were able to keep him in the region. You know, he had played in the TCL, he had played a little bit in EU, and now we have Photon here in the LCS. As Breezy walks up into a brush, trying to get some vision.
Dude, this
down.
keeps
Dredge
happening, Breezy.
safety and will do so.
When does it end,
Would've been
babe?
a bad spot to get picked right there, but. Yeah, overall, I mean, even in for the first game, that was a rough
Shout out
loss,
T1,
but
bro.
on the Cassante
They
was
sent me
finding a
this
lot of
nice
space
little
for the team.
pin.
I'm very
They sent me a
impressed
pin
with how the
set.
top laner's performing.
Yeah, let's see if Dignitas can actually keep it together here, because They've got their marginal gold lead and the 2 dragons to their name. But the real thing is they have such a good team fight here if they can set it up naturally and get all 5 together. And seems like they currently have not had a problem with any side lane minion waves. So it allows them to move in, get the early vision here, and get the setup they want.
And I don't know if it's exactly just the crowd being clearly behind Dignitas right now, but this is not looking like a Lion championship contending start to the year. They are struggling here in game number 2 and not living up to what they were able to do in game 1.
It's games. It's the first games of the season. Also, why is he there by himself? Where's Isles?
Pure, unadulterated ego right there. That's 80 carry ego at its finest, baby. I hear some Dignitas
chance in the crowd.
They were very
They are behind this team who find a pick
He
on
is
the
very-
80 carry. They get the
That
Baron
did seem very ego.
uncontested. Dignitas are here in the LCS. Dignitas
Period. Yeah, I heard they've been doing well. I heard Genji has been doing
There's a
well.
lot of people that just enjoy underdog stories. And
I don't know,
Dignitas
man.
clearly, you know, one of the underdogs of the league, and
I love that
are
for
the
them.
ones that do need to win if you want 3 games. So Dignitas now with Baron trying to push out through bottom side because there's so much gold here. All towers still remain on bottom. As evidence of the way that lane phase has gone in both games, where Lions duo lane had been constantly pushing, but now with Baron, Dignitas get to go collect all this standing turret plate money that is on the map for them. Currently, finally now, the Rise is getting some split push done for Lion, though.
Okay, they're clearing out these blast cones. Stokla is there to watch XU walk into the brush, and that is a
that's all.
slicing maelstrom from Photon. Swing and a miss right there. Stokla's able to get out. They get the turret bot side, but look at top. Saint is pushing another one himself, but racing Baron usually not going to be a winning battle. Instead, they're just going for the top camps plus the turret, and it will be traded overall.
Yep, keep splitting, open up the map, and they're going to trade just fine. I mean, take away jungle, take away, even though it takes longer to take the turret, they still do get it.
You don't need to win the race. You just need to equalize the gold trade right there. And you know what this game reminds me of, Kobe? This is the type of game that you clip it and you send it to that 180 carry friend that you have that always wants to FF at 10 minutes if they're behind in gold over their lane opponent. You're like, no, it's okay. We can come back.
Look at Mobility's mental here.
Yeah.
Strong.
Be like Mobility.
Strong mental.
Mm-hmm. You'll get fed later. You have a role to play still. 14 to 10 kills, 2 to 2 dragons, 45
targeted.
seconds till the next one as Dignitas starts setting up the vision control around the area.
I feel targeted.
I mean, they've won the last couple of fights, so at this point, pressure's on Lion to find a creative way to
I'm
get
gonna
into
message
this,
him and be like,
Dragon
don't
pit.
ever call out
I do
ADCs
think
ever
Lion
again.
are living up to what people thought.
That
People
hurt
thought
my
they were going to be
feelings.
this really individually talented ego team.
Yeah.
And so we're seeing some ego plays.
Yeah, I mean, what Berserker just tried to do in the mid lane was an ego play right there. Stepping up to Mobility, who had the flash available. So
Guardian Angel picked up for Berserker now.
Oh.
So he can full send for, again.
Yeah, I mean, that's Shield Bow plus GA, and he has the flash back from the earlier play where Photon tried to get on top of him. So important
Which,
to track
funnily
that.
enough, he'll probably use forward. Instead
No,
of back.
Berserker, yes. He's like, hey, get ready to wild growth me. I'm going to go in there and engage for us. But the team is not ready to contest the dragon. That is a 3rd dragon in a row picked up by Dignitas.
Hey, Lion. I'm really looking to start up a game of League of Legends within the next 25 minutes.
But speaking of frontline, they walk straight into a brush blind. Photon chunked down, shut down to Inspired. He's got the wild growth from the Lulu behind
Thank
him,
you.
and XU's got
That's
no assistance.
exactly.
Are we diving under the turret? Hell yeah! We got the Rise hold in.
This is exactly what I.
Top, but we got Mobility. Damage onto Saint. Lion bit off more than they could chew as Mobility's now looking at Inspired. The tier 2 turret was still standing. Inspired's under turret.
Got GA.
Uses the GA cooldown.
Is he gonna be able to get
Weaver's
out
wall to
though?
block him off. He can't get out of there.
Oh, the minions save
Oh,
him.
the minions are in range. Inspired is fine. Lion find a 2-for-1.
Thank you, Lion.
Ooh, going super aggro here. I like it.
That's
and
exactly
it's straight
what
from the
I-
rush on the side. They get an early lead in this
They
fight
heard
and try
me.
and push it so hard. They know
They knew
there's
what
no
I was
big
asking.
objectives, so we're just gonna full send on the actual
They normally
fight,
do.
pick up
They
another
normally do
kill,
here.
grab the tower afterwards. And then you can see at the end, Inspired was just trying to zone off Mobility. because Mobility, the Jinx had gotten excited, you use the threat of your stun on Pantheon, and he's playing the distance game.
P1 did say that Inspired is the #1 pro in North America, and I wanted to see if he's still the MVP type of jungler. He seems like he still like make plays. I wonder if he is the shot caller.
They get their kills, and then they want to go for more. Inspired's got GA, Berserker has GA, so they've got extra lives to spend. On the top side, yeah, I remember the bottom side, they do kill off Saint. That was good from Palafox and Mobility.
If anyone gets picked, it's okay to just let them die.
Don't make the play worse.
How close are you to GA?
Yeah.
I like that. Yeah.
Sunk cost fallacy is one of the. Wait a second.
Saint could be in some trouble. Photon.
Photon loves this play.
Oh, it's a setup for Mobility with a super mega death rocket from down.
I think Mobility been watching my Twitch streams. I don't know, y'all. I think he get my TikTok clips on his page, bro.
Lane here, and Photon this time around does
I don't know.
Gets the full combo, and. This pick,
I kind of do think that Team Liquid should have picked up Dokla, and I don't know why they didn't.
Reviving in time, but it does put Lion behind as far as the vision game, and you can see Baron Vision is going to be
do you not like
really
Quid?
Easy now for Dig
I think I kind of like Quid on Team Liquid. I think it fits. APA on C9 does feel a little weird though.
7, 3, and 4
Can you vision? And maybe
on the Jinx.
What about this?
He has no flash. He has no flash. I'm watching you. I'm watching you. Jinx rocket. Bang on his head, bro. 1 minute 20 on that.
I'm looking at you.
Love that from Mobility. The crowd
I'm watching you. I'm watching you.
Yeah. I mean, he's communicating. The team is still involved in this game. They did not mental boom after game 1, which can be the concern when you have that big of a shellacking, but definitely bouncing back here, and now they have firm control around the Baron pit.
Yeah, who's got the brush now?
Yeah.
Well, it's Dignitas.
It is, yes, we can see that. Lion can't see that as now they watch multiple members of Dig walk out to hit this wave. They'll catch their own.
They also have the Guardian Angel.
Why did the crowd laugh sound like a laugh track?
Guardian Angel. Inspired's is on timer.
I don't know.
Oh, watch for Photon. He's looking for another flank. This time he would be spotted if he commits to it. Inspired, sweeping him out, and we'll see the cannon. Now the cannon is all alone. Inspired jumps onto him. He did not realize the situation.
This is good. This is good for us.
Photon picked off right at the Baron.
So good.
Oh, they're going for more. Yeah, it's Dokla trying to block him off, and it's the
kill. Mobility's so low.
Taking chunk damage from the Aphelios.
Really
Dignitas do get out of there, but Lion will secure a firm position at the Baron.
So now is also really hard because you don't actually want to go send for a Smite Steal because you have Guardian Angel on XU.
Yeah.
So if you're like, oh, let's just risk it again and I'll go for a Baron Steal, it's too costly because you lose your Guardian Angel and you're going to lose your life. It's just it's totally not worth it. So don't even try and go for the Miracle Steal this time around. That is just a very good play by
Inspired. I think Inspired has like been pretty strong for a while now.
He also stood on top of the center of the blast cone. So Kennen could
hey,
not
Line
use
Gaming,
the blast
I
cone.
really
He was trying to,
appreciate
like,
y'all really trying to make plays there. We've got T-minus 20 minutes until I want to be queuing up for a League of Legends ranked Summoner's Rift game. So if we could wrap this up in the next 15, that would be so. You know what? Let's do 10. Honestly, because a 45-minute game is diabolical. I'm not gonna lie to you. In a season 2026 where they not only sped up the amount of minion waves that we get per wave, yeah, I'm just gonna need this to get wrapped up here, brother.
Will take the blast cone into the pit, has the Guardian Angel available, even if he gets bursted down. Dokla wants the dominance early. Now it's all Inspired in a 1v2. The team's not quite behind him. He gets pulled back in by Breezy.
Did we get it?
Smite goes through. It's Dragon Steel.
Oh my gosh, Inspired stole it.
Now Lion can look for the rest of the fight.
Hey guys, we gotta take care of this Jinx. Okay, she's scared. Oh my gosh. Okay, we got GA. Saint, take care of Breezy. Thank you. We've got 3 dead on the side of Dignitas. Can we kill this Mobility? Can we go ahead and... Thank you very much. All right, can we push for an end here, maybe? I'm gonna need Berserker and Isles running it down mid lane, please. Saint, I'm gonna need you to finish this off, brother. There's no way he lives. That's crazy. Okay, congratulations. We've got him running laps. Berserker, Isles, Inspired. Let's get on those turrets, please. Yep, thank you. Thank you. And Nexus. Thank you very much. They just needed a little, they needed me to talk them through it. That's all they needed.
And it was well worth it.
Well done, boys.
About, oh, are they living up to expectations? Are you getting what you expected from them? That is some MVP stuff.
They said, you said 10.
Over and over in multiple team
I'll
fights.
have that.
He's able to
Let's make it 5.
And
I'll take that, babes.
Like that was
all right, so I put in for Inspired and Berserker.
Great from Inspired.
Let's see if we get him.
Really long cannon flank earlier in the game, but this time Inspired said, no, we need to track the cannon. Fool me once, shame on me, won't get fooled again. He catches him that time. Pivotal moment to get to the Baron.
Well done, boys.
2-0 for Lion.
That was a fun one, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, Dignitas, they worked hard for it. I will say, they gave us 2 minutes of fun in game number 1. And then that game number 2 was pretty close.
Yeah, it definitely was. In the end, though, Lion with the 2-0. They were making some ego plays, having some fun, testing some limits out there, and they get the job done as well. Yeah, again, I think some really big plays back to back from Inspired, making some picks, and we're gonna have a fun lock-in tournament because this is just the opening weekend, Kangas.
Weekend number 1. We got winners, we got losers, we got Raz on stage for an interview.
Hootie Pool.
Yes, sir.
Berserker.
And we have Berserker back in North America.
Berserker.
For the Lion fans and from Lion, welcome back to the King. We got your Jarvan crown ready for you.
He looks so
I got a quick
collected.
question right from the get-go. How does it feel to come back? It was kind of haphazard, very quick. You came in this week, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's good to see you guys again in LCS. And yeah, I mean, last year was kind of tough, but I mean, I'm trying to forget like last year it happened, so, you know, I mean, I'm fine. So I'm trying to my best this year and like trying to perform best, yeah.
You talk to me a little bit about that, because when you were in North America, won an MVP, people remember the iconic image of you running around with the trophy when you were with C9, and you wanted to be able to get that back to that level. What's something that you want to be able to prove to yourself and to the fans out there?
I mean, you mean the reason I going to the LCK, like, or
no, like coming back to North America, what's like a goal that you have for yourself?
Oh, I mean, I just want
yeah,
to
he's Korean.
perform at the like international league. Yeah, that's what I mean, that's not real. That's not all that why reason to I came LCS. I mean, Casper keep asking me like, you want to just play with me? So, I mean, he's best jungler in the LCS, so why not, you know? So I just like play with him now.
And tell me about kind of like the practice and just working with this team, because the roster looks incredible. Like being able to work with Saint and Inspired, as you mentioned, wasn't maybe the plan to come in with Dokla, but he's somebody that came in off of World's performance. Talk to me about the team and some of the performance, like the practices that you've had with them.
I mean, to be honest, I just came to NA like 3 days ago, so I didn't practice really well. But I mean, we need like fix a bit about the like fighting, I think. I mean, it's like kind of so many random core when I feeling. So I mean, if we fix it and then something about macro, and then if we know the like what should like we do like ourselves, then it should be better. But we should, yeah, keep getting better.
A message for the fans out here that have been sticking around the entire day just for you guys?
I mean, I already said it, but good to see you again, guys. And I mean, always thank you, guys.
And it seems like you have a present, a gift for a lucky fan out there. It seems like it's a Lion shirt. Just chuck that right out there just for a lucky fan. Hey! We got a lucky brother out there with a Lion shirt. Thank you, Lion. Appreciate you. Welcome back again. And I'm going to send this one straight back to the lounge.
Thank you, Raz and Berserker. We got a little bit of time as they set up the draw show, because we're going to be drawing the matchups for next week. But we want to talk about the game that we just saw. It really was.
They're going to be drawing the matches for next week. We got to stay tuned.
A Fed 80 carry and a Fed top laner. So we're going to go back and forth on exactly how that played out, starting with Emily.
Yeah, So we're going to go through some bot lane plays. Just pay attention to the gold difference down here, right? There's a reason why I have that selected, just to show how far ahead Berserker will be able to get through some of these plays. This is the first one. It was a very ambitious, let's just say, dive where he's definitely feeling himself. Does get the kill onto mobility. It actually ends up being a 2-for-1 in the favor of Dig. However, again, he is slowly accruing a gold lead as we go to 606 once again. They're going to shove this wave in, get the plate off, and then, oh, they're backing. No, wait. Mobility is going to be coming back to lane as a bunch of stuff happens on the top side as well, but he is immediately dead. Now we see that gold lead ballooning a bit, and I'm going to throw it over to Jat to see what's going on with Photon.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you're thinking it might be another stomp. So I got to credit Dignitas for finding a way back into this game. And if bot lane's a disaster, what do? You go top lane. So that's what Photon and Dokla had set up here. They send the farm at him with Palafox and Nautilus, get the kill on to Dokla. And I would say as well, he then pays it forward. I think Dokla gets over-aggressive onto the Ignite Kennen later, which would be, I imagine, a mistake in review for them because he didn't have to make this play. But Photon still gets the
blah, blah, blah. Proper name, place, name, backstory stuff. Came to Twitch to rewatch one of your old streams, but here you are. I'm here.
Berserker wasn't quite done.
Yeah.
What's something most viewers misunderstand about high-level pro play? I think there is a common misconception that
another kill to Berserker. Again, we see that gold lead ever increasing, and then the final play,
pro play is on another level than solo queue, and it's more than just communication. These players play with each other like 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 hours a day with each other, and they become like mind linked.
But the game did start turning around.
So like
essentially when Dignitas was successfully
these players are playing on another level, almost spiritual. So like it is very hard to expect your support or your teammates to move in this way because these players are literally mind linked.
6,100 gold to 4,500 gold, which is still not the
I think that is highly underestimated.
But in future fights, they do a very good job of just shutting down Berserker.
Like they are literally together to synergize together.
Talking about in those interviews where the fights just seemed random because they're not really in position for this fight. They
I
don't
think
have enough feel for him. They're able to just kill him once again, and that's where they really start snowballing the game. And I'm actually kind of glad we have time in this segment while they're setting up the draw show to go over this.
I'm excited for the draw show.
Happened here at 25 minutes when Photon waited in Fog of War, dodged Dokla in the first place, gets around another ward, and then jumps in behind to burn everything on Berserker, take him out of the fight, kill Isles, and really give Dignitas a chance to win this game. And I believe we have comms for this play, which we're going to toss to now if they're still ready.
Okay, just please listen to me. I'm pinging where Kennen is.
Okay.
Okay. He still has TP. He's gonna walk bot here.
I think Kennen is flanking. I wanna look for Kennen. Kennen might be here or here. Okay, Kennen is there.
Yeah.
I'm walking there and I wanna fight Kennen when he goes back bot. Renekton, you can maybe go aggressive way.
Yeah.
No, it's okay. We're hitting Dragon Guys. We're hitting Dragon Guys.
Okay, watch Kennen. Watch Kennen. Just watch Kennen. I think we should start.
This is not our line.
Look, this is good.
No Pantoni. No Pantoni.
Keep dragging them in. Drag them in.
We missed. I got one.
Okay.
I'm in the pit. They will go on me maybe soon.
Okay. Yep.
Vi just queued in.
I'm marking Kennen.
Kennen's in the tribe. Look.
Look.
Okay. Look. Talia. Kennen.
That QSS, so good.
Jinx has no flash. We win. I'm just too good at the game.
I'm just too good at the game.
That was close.
We believe it.
It shouldn't have been. I love the segment that you guys highlighted, especially from like Photon's perspective, because like in between games, we got to hear from Inspired and the respect that he gave
what I
to
thought was going to sleep was in fact my dog proceeding to throw up 10 minutes after I got into bed. No way.
Because he likes to be able to play.
Are they okay?
Like, specific champions. Kennen is that champion, and he had such a great game here.
When we
is Doggo okay? Are you okay?
Pick, right? They must have something that they really want to pull out. It ends up being this top lane Kennen, and it almost turned the entire game in their favor.
Yeah, but we were reminded by the end of that, the player of the year last year was Inspired. Steals the early Drake, catches Kennen on the flank around Baron, steals the Chemtech Drake at the end as well.
True. And to be player of the year, you must start in the fart.
You must fart.
Which is player of the game. So
you got to get a couple at least.
Yeah, you have to get a few. So the fact that he's able to get this one, much deserved. The consistency, I think, was key because Berserker, of course, and Isles were able to
seems
get the lane
fine now,
lead
but like,
falling,
what an
but then they got
enjoyable
into
night
such a big
clearing up my
disarray,
dog's feud.
they were getting
Truly.
picked off.
Did they get
It was
into
like,
something?
okay,
Like, did they
someone needs
eat
to be able to carry
something?
it. And even hearing from the comms, like trying to find and isolate Kennen was so important for them to claw back this game.
Yeah, and I mean, you heard them, like every single player was prioritizing it, Inspired bringing them together. I also loved hearing from, I always love hearing from Berserker, but hearing from him being like, we need to work on macro plays.
Yeah.
But again, when we talked about this roster, it's like, okay, we know the names on this team are very, very talented. It's just going to be whether they can coordinate together. So hopefully with another week of scrims, like as a team, they'll come out next week and look a lot more in sync with each other.
Yeah, as Berserker
What
mentioned,
in the
he's been here
copy
3
pasta?
days.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So none of these teams are going to be in their final form as of yet. We're still going to see, hopefully
What
next
in the
week,
copy
Dignitas's full
pasta?
roster. We don't know, though. It might be Mobility, Breezy, and GM Jonathan is their coach once again.
True.
But we'll see. We know who today's player of the games were. New thing we're doing here during LCS lock-in is rather than waiting until the end of the series, we're doing
Aw,
player of the game
good
in
boy,
every
Tummy.
individual game that we see. We had a couple of 2-0s, so 2 FlyQuest players that are the same guy. Griffin, amazing debut here for him.
That was such a
Well
fun
done,
game,
Griff.
a series rather, to cast. Like, seeing Griffin just, he kind of is a microcosm for what this team is, right? Where they believe in their hands, they go in, if they make a mistake, they seem to be really good at settling themselves, just going for the next play. This, based on this series, they're going to be such a fun team to watch, and Griffin is going to be such a fun
All right,
player.
the spam is
absolutely. Also, we have player of the games. Obviously, Griffin would have been player of the series, but we'll also have player of
the
the week.
spam
which
is getting a
they're
little out of
tallying
hand,
votes
brother.
for as we speak. I know personally, I voted for Griffin,
Oh,
but
the
I know
votes are
APA
tabulated.
won.
Boom!
Because Raz, you voted for APA,
I voted
so
for
take the floor.
APA. I must because the quality of the opponent was much tougher. The question for me, at least, was how he was going to perform versus Quid in particular.
Yeah,
performed incredibly well. Even solo killed him.
APA player of the week. Wow.
In terms of like the consistency that he has. So the question mark was whether he's not going to like how he was going to do on the team. He was incredible. Beast in lane. Beast in team fights. Like the 2-0 over Team Liquid was not expected. So I mean, I had it as a 2-1 for C9, but you know they made it cleaner than it should have. So I think it was a tough one between him and Griffin, but it was much deserved.
I didn't realize how much he was involved in everything that C9 was doing. He had almost 91% kill participation. That's super, super impressive. And like you mentioned, his Azir, specifically those few shuffles in the mid to late game fights, really turned things around for C9 in that game 1, which I thought Team Liquid
Thank you, Mecca. I hope your day is going well as
Finishing up the
well.
preparation for the draw show. So just a quick reminder to people how this is going to work. The teams that won will draw against the other teams that won. And the teams that lost will draw against the other teams that lost.
Any more notes?
So the notes are the teams that won, which are C9, FlyQuest, Lion, and DSG. One of these teams is not like the other. So I do think people are going to want to draw against DSG in the next round. But you never know. They did surprise in the first week. And then the 4 losing teams are Raz?
I don't know. I think DSG looks kind of solid.
I gotta ask Kangas. Answer that, Kangas.
Russia.
Well, thankfully, I don't have to answer it either because the balls will answer it for me. XU and Inspired are on stage with me right now to represent each group. We have the 0-1s and the 1-0s, so thank you both for being on stage today. Let's see what teams are competing against each other for next week in the Swiss stage. Up first, though, I do want to ask, since I have a chance, XU, you just got to play against Inspired, and you Smite stole a Baron, and you got an Elder Dragon from him. How do you feel about that?
I mean, those games were a bit unplayable, but it was fun to steal it, so I guess it was nice, yeah.
Any defense for yourself, Inspired?
Unlucky.
Unlucky. All right. Well, there we got to hear from them. XU, I'm going to have you pull the first matchup for the 0-1 teams for week 2 of the LCS lock-in
I like the Dignitas jerseys.
Oh, it's okay. You saved it. Up first, Shopify Rebellion. And their opponent for week 2 of the Swiss stage.
Team Liquid.
Team Liquid. Ooh.
This is incredible, honestly. That means we got Sentinels. So.
Well, spoilers. Let's draw the next 2 as well. and then we'll get your thoughts on it as well. Shout out to the crowd again. They were cheering Dignitas on. We have Sentinels versus Dignitas for the next opponents. Now, XU, you were excited about that. Tell me why you would rather play against Sentinels than the other two.
Well, I think TL being in the lower bracket is pretty scary, so no one wants to see them. And I think Sen has like a lot of my former teammates who I want to beat, so yeah, it'll be fun.
All right, cool. Well, there we have it, the 0-1 draw for week 2. Inspired, you're going to be up next, but before that, I want to ask, as you did just win and you're on a new organization, who are you hoping to draw? Who are you hoping to avoid?
I don't know. It would be fun to play against FlyQuest, I guess. Yeah, maybe we get FlyQuest.
Little rematch with the old org. Let's see if you can do it. If you wouldn't mind drawing the first
He's
matchup
messy.
for the 1-0 teams of LCS lock
He's a messy little hoe.
And it is going to be Cloud9
I love it.
as the first.
I'm gonna ask him about that if I get him.
With their opponent,
a little messy hoe.
Lion.
Oh my gosh, he's not gonna be playing
before
against.
we draw the next one, how do you feel about it?
Pretty good. Probably the best team that we could face. So we'll see how it goes at the beginning of the season. I think they played a lot together already, and we played like maybe 3 days of stream so far. So it's gonna be interesting.
All right, it's going to be a tough matchup. Let's see what the next matchup is from the 1-0 teams to round out the rest of the Week 2 bracket. FlyQuest will be taking on the last remaining 1-0 team, which is Disguised. A lot of young players on that one. So FlyQuest versus Disguised, what do you think?
No problem, FlyQuest.
No problem, FlyQuest. What do you think, XU? No problem, FlyQuest?
No, I got to root for DSG, you know? Hopefully they'll win.
No problem for the draw. No problem. I don't know about the game. No problem for the draw.
No problem for the draw. All right, that's it. We got our matchups for next weekend. Thank you again, XU and Inspired. I believe we're throwing it back over to the lounge to close out the day.
I believe you're correct.
Yeah,
I believe you're correct.
I have a tweak for Mark Zimmerman.
Yeah, do
I
it.
think he should have executive power to set matchups.
Ooh, I like that.
He decides to. So when Inspired says, you know, it would be cool to play FlyQuest, Mark's like, done.
Boom.
We're not doing that.
Yeah.
He comes on, he grabs the balls,
Yeah.
he runs away, and we just, that's it.
That's it.
Yeah, DSG would play C9, because that would have been, that's the draw that I wanted.
That's the only thing I want,
That is
honestly, at
the
that
narrative,
point.
like, grudge
Yeah,
match.
that would have been
absolutely.
sick. Yeah. The same way that
I
Azale
agree.
somehow rigged C9 TL week 1, we should have just rigged Shopify.
Well, if they both win,
Literally rigged.
Inspired can't rig it as good as Zell.
if they both win, then they'll play each other.
It's Swiss anyway. Like,
Yeah.
come on. But overall,
Oh my God, FlyQuest versus DSG is the craziest thing.
Yeah, they're making the bracket right now. We're gonna have the exact schedule fairly soon. They need to set the days.
Yes.
So stick around for that if you want to know right away, so you can set your calendars for what's happening. But we know the matchup, so we know. I'm putting FlyQuest.
I bet Toast is happy with his team. Yeah, honestly, it's enjoyable to see them
C9 line. That's the other
do
way.
well. I wanna keep rooting for Sajid.
That's true.
Yeah.
Sajid.
I am going C9.
Sajid?
I am really curious to see, again, since they didn't
I'm
have
so
much
sorry
time
to that man.
practice together, where C9 has had
Yeah, I'm rooting for
probably
him.
the most time in addition to TL to practice together.
Truly, JT.
A different, more well-coordinated Lion next week. We've seen what a week of scrims can do, right? But I'm still favoring C9 in that matchup.
And I am on the Team Liquid Alienware watch. I need to see what they're doing down in the lower bracket. And in the lower side of things, they're going up against Shopify Rebellion. That one is a good matchup. Like, here's the problem with Shopify. They can never shake off the allegations of losing to the worst teams and beating the better teams.
It's true.
Oh, interesting. So you're considering Team Liquid a better team, so you're actually saying that they're going to do well.
It's Shopify favored.
Because to me, the allegations for Shopify is that they can't win more than half of their games. And that's been true.
Yeah, and the half of the games they win are against better opponents.
Huh. I mean, it's interesting because people keep putting
There's a lot of allegations.
But my allegation is that they just lose them. The majority of their games, actually, which is just fascinating that it keeps happening.
Or they're spotlight merchants. They do
I want
well
to see
with
the
spotlight
schedule, and then we'll get into League. I'll go ahead and start
I mean, Team Liquid will have
logging in
for more than a week.
and everything.
Like, Shopify will have Zinni for more than a week. Both of those teams did come in with very limited practice, so I think it should be a slightly more realistic representation of their strength when they play next week.
I also think there's more pressure on TL. Like, for what little pressure there is here, I do think there's more pressure on TL because they would be favored.
Yeah.
And then the last one, Dignitas versus Sentinels.
Ooh.
I'd say way more pressure on Sentinels.
There's a lot of pressure
already
on
lost to
Sentinels.
DSG.
Yes.
They're then playing Dignitas, who might still have subs.
Yes.
If they started the season losing to the 2 teams that didn't have full rosters.
That is insane.
As a full roster.
I don't even want to hear it.
The pressure is crazy for them.
That's tough.
And the upside is like not even there.
Yeah.
Because they did what they were supposed to. So
yeah,
it's a tricky little.
It's crazy, especially with like.
I kind of wish that Sentinels did what DSG did, and like they got a bunch of new players, players that are in tier 2. They got players that weren't like. I think that Sentinels should have came into the LCS and not picked people from like Dignitas and DSG. They should have gotten a brand new roster, came in fresh. Shown us a brand new 5 players. Like I feel like that was the route that they should have taken, but they.
Well, and Sajed even called it out where they'd played
They
together
picked
for a while,
and prodded off of like
and so
people we've already kind of seen.
Like kind of improvement over the course of the series, where I thought Kisno had a really, really rough first game, and then kind of steadily like got more well coordinated with the team as that series went on. I thought it was pretty impressive.
Kangas and I are on the same page. I saw him.
Yeah.
I need to grill him about Shopify. He's getting a microphone.
He's getting a microphone.
So you're coming here right now.
Yeah, we're doing this now. Get on this chair.
I don't want to
get over here.
I don't know what you had planned.
I was only setting this up so I could come in last second and tell Raz he's got to go to the gym with me afterwards. Because he said yesterday he would do it. Are we still doing it?
I can't do it.
What?
I got to do pros. I got to do. I got business.
Yeah.
I got business things.
Sir.
Yes.
You put Shopify #1 in your
number
power
1.
rankings.
You seem proud of that.
Okay. Let's talk about it. 41% win rate, is that what they were? Because you like to talk about your Jat stats. You like to bring up the numbers.
It was definitely below 50.
You're a numbers guy. I'm a vibes guy, okay? 41%
How are the
win
vibes
rate.
today?
Or the vibes.
They still got top 3 in the region. I still think they had the best individual upgrade of the offseason with Zinni coming in. He didn't look stellar today, though. I was expecting much more from Zinni from the get-go, but they can scale. You know, I can't wait. They're still going to watch this. This is the new prediction. 45% win rate. They'll still win. They'll end number 1.
Wow.
Okay, hold on.
What?
I needed to ask you this.
No.
We also need the schedule. But
We do need the schedule.
I didn't peg you as a guy who watches a lot of LCKCL.
So,
Okay,
you're putting a lot of stock in Zinni.
That is true.
I watched
your main argument.
some of my own tape, but most of my argument and most of my vibes and my confidence are coming from people I know that watch LCK Challenger. So if I'm wrong, I can grill them for it.
Oh, so it's all on them.
Shout out Badger on the league rundown. Get a lot of insight from him, as well as Bickle. And then also some of the LPL guys I know that cover LPL Unofficial. Shout out, follow them if you haven't already. LPL Unofficial.
So it's Badger's fault and the big Bickle Pickle.
Yes.
It's both of you guys' faults for his
The
take.
big Huga Weka.
Yep, Raz knows them well.
Yeah, unfortunately,
So
because
if you're
after
right
that,
as well, it's also not your prediction. So here's here it is. We did it.
There we go.
Is
Okay.
this what we were stalling for? Perfect.
Yeah.
Saturday, C9 versus Lions.
FlyQuest DSG is. I can't wait to watch Griffin again. And Shopify TL is going to close out the week on Sunday.
Yeah, Shopify versus the Law.
Yeah,
I cannot wait.
FlyQuest versus Lion Gaming. I think that's the one that I want to be in studio for.
This is always getting in my head here.
Team Liquid Academy winner.
T-Law.
I like T-Law more.
True.
T-Law's way better.
That's also factual. Yeah, what's your favorite matchup looking at this?
Don't trust no that's messing with your
I'll
dog.
tell you instead
That's
of the one I
law.
was really hoping for. I was hoping Shopify Rebellion would dodge Team Liquid because this is going to be bad for for my kind of power rankings.
I think your Shopify Rebels are in a little bit of a pickle.
I think so, but I'm going to hold on to the prediction. I was joking about it with Kobe that now Lion was #1 after game 1 versus Dignitas. But I still think Shopify absolutely can do it. But it's going to be a tough path to get through.
Kangas.
Yeah.
The best team in the league does not complain about hard draws.
True.
So this proves that you don't think they're the best. That's it for us. We'll be back next Saturday at 4 Eastern, 1 Pacific for C9 versus Lion. We'll see you there.
Not going to the gym today.
Push-ups. Welcome back to the opening weekend of LCS 2026.
All right, that's it for LCS. I have not gotten word on if we will be interviewing, so I'm gonna assume we queue up for League of the Legends. Let me go ahead and open that up. Don't trust no that's messing with your dog. That's law. You come up, don't forget about your dog. That's law. Oh my gosh, so loud. I'm a street, so it's the law. If you broke, that should be against the law. Personal, that's messing with your dog. That's law. You come up, don't forget about your dog. Hey, can I log into League? I'm pulling it up, guys. I'm pulling it up. It's loading. It's loading. Guaranteed it will be once you get into lobby, you'll get a notification. No, like actually. You come up, don't forget about your dog. That law. So it's the law. That should be against the law. Was I even on at 6? You on law, in order. I'm scared to queue up. What if I get in the queue and they're like, all right, Berserker's ready. Don't let me find out. 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 You can't rock all white if your white be looking dingy. You come up, don't forget about your dog. That law.
The weak fear the
COP.
shadows.
That's law.
Fear
Cash on
controls
delivery.
them.
COD. That's law. Never bite the hand of the man that feeds you. Does LCS media, does LCS give media updates? Like if I get the interview or whatever? She Kirby and fine. Yeah, they do. But I feel like normally I would hear from them by now. That's law. That's law. You come up, don't forget about your dog. That's law.
A new moon is rising.
Cash on delivery. COD. That's law. That looks cute. I'll do this one. Bad girls do it well. Yeah, it's been like 20-ish minutes. I'm gonna assume we got no interview. Yeah, JT. I really should. Like, no cap.
The moon also rises.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Minions have spawned.
The moon will rise.
I didn't even really mean to go
Will
pop.
last forever. I cannot turn
Let's
back.
do this. Oh, let me reset the clicker counter.
They could not break me.
All right, I reset it.
Dusk approaches.
When she say she get it from her mommy, I'ma say you right body rude is unpolite. I'm being the humble type.
They would not listen.
Just kiting up.
Deny me no longer.
First blood.
That's no bueno.
They leave me no choice.
Too good, put that on my.
No more lies.
There's no way. Okay, I was about to say. Like, no way it resets. Might be too fine to hit it from behind. Reflection in the mirror, don't decline. Oh, that's so freaking tough. Okay, don't do that. How are you gonna ping me off and then go straight in?
I will be heard.
I gotta make it down to bot scuttle.
I speak only truth.
Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun.
My eyes are open.
That's what I always love to see when I pan down to the bottom lane of Summoner's Rift.
An ally has been slain.
Follow no fault.
I was born. I low-key might try to just solo dragon while he paths to top side. I'm gonna do wolves and then I'm gonna head down.
Bring down the sun.
Right? I think they are. And then in the Philios.
Chosen of the
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
I can't really do anything else. I really wish Nautilus decided to hook a individual rather than trying to escape and leave his ADC. Hey mid, can I get a rotation?
I cannot turn back.
I do believe I will be dying here though. Unless they just don't care. I was born. That was nice. That was real nice, actually. And we'll just continue on our merry way. I'm gonna clear this, and then I'm gonna go straight to Void Grubs. Might do my chickens along the way, but very good. Very, very good. Very, very good. That's what I like to see. Very, very good. Okay, well, that's not. So they saw the Malphite, they saw the Aphelios, they saw the Alistar, they saw the Kaisa, they saw the freaking, like, all of these champs, the Kennen. I might as well do my whole top side. I'll save my smite though. Not I'm canceling autos. Reagan, thou must do better. I'll just place a ward because I know that Malphite is going to ward it right now. Lovely. At the very least, they didn't get all three. I don't know why we all just kind of like backed away though.
My eyes are open.
This might be an FF game. Because y'all are enters? I'm still out here getting objectives. I think we scale. Okay, maybe he's right.
Follow no false light.
Enemy double kill.
Chosen of the moon.
Voila. Voila.
The moon. Also
An enemy is unstoppable.
They just stay perma pushed up. And won't. I'm actually not going to say that.
An ally has been slain.
I cannot turn back.
I want to see. They're not going to dive in Nautilus. He's up 3 levels on them. Oh, yo, what? Hey, Nautilus, do you want... Bro, what? He went in on Aphelios? Okay, you right. FF. Because what? Brother, he's literally on me and you hook someone else? Oh my gosh, I love Ty Dolla $ign. Is Ty Dolla $ign playing League of Legends? Oh, lovely. Does my brother remember what I was saying yesterday? At least we get LP loss mitigation. I think I just farmed till the end of this game.
Embrace the night. I will be heard.
That's a big boy.
I speak only truth.
Dream on. What a fun game. Clinton, thank you so much for the 1 year of support. I hope you're having a beautiful day today, filled with nothing but sunshine and rainbows. I just put my daddy in a house. I am the GOAT, baby. I'm a boss. I'm a CEO. You know what I need to check? I need to see if Riot Games has given me the skin. Your Kaiso is low-key reportable. Ain't nothing low-key about that one. Ain't nothing low-key about that one. You ain't trim like him. You just like them. D R E A M. You can get a M. Dream. R E A M. Go dream, go dream, go dream, go dream, Listening to Dream Boy. Dude, it keeps putting... I have to have jungle as my primary. That has to be the case. Scuttle Crab said they're off roll.
The weak fear the shadows. Fear controls them.
Well, that was first game of the day, and we had every lane was inting, and we lost. And now I have 2 off-roll players in this game. I'll bring out the big boy. Let homie play whatever they want. Why are you telling homie what to play? Let's go. I keep getting games that are lost in Champion Select because the player's not playing their roles like Thresh Jungle and Ash Support. Make sure to report them in Champion Select. Because that's insane. Island gals. Island gals. This game is dedicated to the island gals.
Minions have spawned.
This place disgusts me.
Pop, I gank you after first scuttle. So if you want to let them push. You still think of me. Do you love me, baby? I'm sorry, I lost it right there for a second.
An enemy has been slain.
Uh-oh, she's coming to type. Oh, she muted herself. Okay. I guess me ganking after first scuttle doesn't really mean anything to homeboy. I just want him to know I'm disappointed in him. I hate when I'm still standing in the circle and blue buff is like, actually, I'm losing my patience. Baby, what do we do?
An enemy has
She don't even need me. Whoa. Looking just like a painting. One plus the nine. How you keep me going? Might just blow it. Nice. Nice. All right, she's got red, which means she already did her red. So I'm going bot side for bot scuttle. All in. Bad, bad, bad. I've been sick for days and I have an urge to buy some RP. Why you want to buy RP for? What you about to do with some RP? 1 plus a 9. I like my girls. I like my girls. Looking just like a painting. I feel like she's gonna clear up the top side, so I might just do drag. I've got the pressure mid. I don't know what I got bot, not gonna lie to you. Oh, she's ganking bot. I'm gonna go take her top side actually. Get a new skin or something that uplifts some spirits. You know what? Deserved. Deserved spirit uplifter. I'm just gonna take everything because I don't think I can contest it with this bot lane. Bot lane doesn't want to play the game. They're a little bit pissy because they didn't get the role that they wanted. is this deja vu? I'll have time to reset and get back for... Boy, oh boy. I really didn't think I would die there. 2 tower shots. I guess no bueno. Oh. Tell me if you want it, baby. She's still not 6. I stole her whole top side, so she's a little bit behind on XP. I want to make sure that I'm able to get this scuttle to make sure she doesn't hit that little tipping point. So low. Oh my gosh. The way I press escape instead of 2 in 1 because I was trying to pot, it looks like I did use a pot, so at least I hit it. My Aatrox is some hot dog. Holy moly, he's got half her CS, bro. What? How is this happening? Oh, that's so sad. I'm still gonna come top because I have ulti in 10 seconds, so I might be able to...
People are flames to be.
I'm trying to move around her. Holy, bro, what is that champ? Good grief. I potted and everything there. My word, bro. I don't want to build MR, but good grief, I might have to. She's so freaking fed.
Are you getting tired yet?
Maybe I just concede and go get dragon. I'm gonna try for drag.
An ally has been slain.
No, like, when does it happen? When do League players develop mental strength? Like, when? Because what the fricky? How are you at 11 minutes? It's 8 to 9 and you're talking about is so over. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. There's no way this is real life. There's no way this is real life. There's no way this is real life, bro.
Do I scare you, summoner?
Mental is just horrible. Log in. All this tip typing, bro. We gotta chill. How is it my 2 games I get an AFK and then I get somebody who gives up in champion select? Like, how is that even possible? And then I get a top laner who is 57 farm at 13 minutes and 1 in 5. Like, be for real. Be for real. Mm-hmm. On my way, on my way, on my way down. Oh, they're looking for me. I'm over here looking for them. I'm not dying for him. He's 1 in 5. It's not worth. Is it real? That's a huge catch. That's a huge catch. I'm playing with this Lux. Good job. I'll queue down to bot. Actually, I reset and go bot because dragon.
Your turret has been destroyed.
And one more time for the Ville. She's probably bot side. Goodness gracious, if my top lane, she is bot side, could just stop dying. insane work. They're all just so fed. They're all just so fed. They're all fed out of their freaking minds. This is warded.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Are you my nightmare?
Wait a second. 2 HP? I thought that was Talon. I think I lost my chance, guys.
Afraid of the dark.
Do these games really have to be this hard? Do they really? I can't have easy game. I can't have a team that won a winner. I gotta have a team that loser.
Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy is legendary.
Nah, bro.
Enemy double kill.
Yeah, let's FF, bro. I got enters. Like, it's literally just top and ADC, and they're both hyper scaling champions, so it really does only just get more and more unbearable.
Ally has been slain.
This place disgusts me.
God bless. Worth. I don't know how these three are alive right now. I don't understand how that works. Okay. If I can get this next dragon, we can still be in this, because we'll continue to get objective gold.
An enemy is legendary.
I love when we get freaky on camera. And that's my, better yet, that's my, they are on Baron right now, and I have no smite. Let's see going through my pictures. kill, you kill, you kill, you kill. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. Holy moly. All right, guys. I gave it my all. Y'all have a blessed night. Ain't no way I'm doing this. No shot. Y'all have a blessed one, though. I will see y'all on Tuesday. And until then, I wish y'all nothing but W's in your games, bountiful LP, and the lowest ping that you could ever imagine. Let me report this Sivir real quick. Gave up in champion select because autofilled. Entered on repeat for no reason. Nice. All right, guys. Y'all have a blessed one. Love y'all so much. And until then, I wish y'all nothing but